Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware is where passion meets opportunity. Year-round, thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities train, compete, and shine in sports they love. It's more than a game. It's about pushing limits, building confidence, and achieving dreams. Special Olympics is a movement fueled by inclusion, passion, and the power of sports to transform lives. Be a part of something bigger. Volunteer, support, or compete, because together we can make a difference. When the holidays arrive, there's...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the live internet stream of the 2025 Over the Edge Benefit Special Olympics Delaware. On the screen, you see Ruth Lavelle on the left, Kylie Lavelle on the right. Longtime edgers for Ruth. It is year number 13. She's a board member for Special Olympics Delaware, a coach and a volunteer. And Kylie is also a repeat edger. Didn't tell us exactly how many times she has gone over on her bio, but I can tell you it is the 8th time that she has done this. It's a mother-daughter duo, and you will see plenty of those types of people going over the edge today, whether relatives or friends teaming up to go down together. You're seeing the rigging at the top of the roof. We also have camera angles from the base of this 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington, where this event is now being held for the 14th time. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, who is owner and president of the digital team. He heads up today's live stream production, as he has for the past several years. And when I say several, more than 10. We were actually trying to figure that out ourselves before we came on to the air here. We will have roof and ground reporters with you throughout the day. Nick Alessandrini from Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports will join us this afternoon. Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen at 93.7 WSCW Wake Up Crew will be here for the 11 to 1 shift. Mike Rossi, you might remember him from both WFCW and WJBR. He's now on the Vault Mornings Rock downstate. He'll be here with us this afternoon. Mike Lang from 302 Sports is on his way, and he will be on the ground for us. And Ben Lepresto and Alex Seymour from the Special Olympics Delaware staff will be joining us as well. Anchoring today, myself, along with Sean Green from WDEL and Alex Seymour, the former weatherman at WVOC and current Special Olympics staff member. This 14th annual event is sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service, and is taking place at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, Delaware.
Hey, John.
Hey, Jimmy. How are you?
I'm good. Just settling in here. We're getting some cameras awoken. The one up top's, of course, the one that woke up first here. So very excited to bring this to you. Also, Chamber of Commerce Day. You love it when it's really nice here for Over the Edge, because it's a wonderful, great look at how beautiful the day is today. So no issues expected throughout the day for, I believe, our 12th
14th. Oh, for Over the Edge, right?
Correct.
Yep.
But 14th, ever. So, and we have a lot of people that are doing it for double-digit years too. So that's really good to see. And then some good first-time numbers as well.
And again, as Jimmy said, you're looking at the roof. We're going to get ready to go live here to the side of the building. And there you see Kylie on the left and Ruth on the right on the blue rope there. And so they are the first ones to come over the edge. They were scheduled to take off at 8:50. They're halfway down the building at 8:50. And as we know, Jimmy, this is an event where we like to stay on time so that people get to go over the edge when they're expected. And so when the people tuning in to see them are able to do that as well.
Yeah, that's the most important part. Is everybody living by that? They want to see the people that they are here to see. As we have our first landings of the day, the Lavelles for the 14th and 9th time, respectively.
And there you see Kylie Lavelle coming down. Kylie's brother is a Special Olympics athlete, Matt Lavelle. He's usually in the crowd. We'll see if he is there to join them today. The crowd will be here throughout. If you're tuned in from Wilmington and you want to come and check this out, there's bleachers out there where you can watch this great event. 14th time that they've done it. 17 stories this building is, 222 feet up in the air. Sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor and owner of this 300 Delaware Avenue building. Newcastle County Fire Service is the rope sponsor, and TD Bank is the festival sponsor. You see their tent there at the bottom where there will be a lot of fun activities going on today. And again, Special Olympics can't thank Brandywine Realty Trust enough. About 15 years ago, Special Olympics approached them to take over the building for the day, and that's what they have done. And so without that willingness to turn it over to us, including you see there someone going through the pre-training up on the roof where they get a chance to feel what it's like to be buckled in. And so that is Ted River, scheduled to go at 9 o'clock. And this is his 12th year going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware, a member of the Lions Club. He has the Healthy Athletes program that Special Olympics does at several of their events, and he is big into the Opening Eyes event for Special Olympics Delaware. And there you see the bottom. You see Ruth Lavelle getting her gear off and receiving a medal for her participation from Jerry Foskey, one of the athlete leaders for Special Olympics Delaware. So you can see her and Kylie getting the information there, and we'll see if they're back up top here. And that looks like the husband-wife duo of Steve and Stacy.
If I remember correctly, they don't normally go this early, right?
No, they don't. You're right.
So over the years, we have the tendencies by which to go off of.
And
these are the one of the more adventurous couples.
Yes, they are. They've done several things. They've traveled throughout the world. Before we get to them, I want to give a shout-out. Kylie Lavelle wanted to thank her Uncle Don and Aunt Chu for supporting her going over the edge. And that is Steve Dedinas Steve Kaysen on the left, Stacy Dedinas on the right, the husband and wife. And there's that pose, Jimmy, where that is, once you get to that point, they say the hard part's over, which is what I felt like when I did it.
Yeah, there's like you see that little box there, that rectangular kind of gray thing, getting to that from the roof, there's like a little extra push out you have to make, because it's not just straight off the roof at that point. You're a little further off, and that rock back, I can only imagine, because I've only been on the roof one time in our years doing this, and it was definitely not to rappel, is the hardest part. So
you weren't in Stacy's current position or Steve's current position when you were up on the roof.
I have never. I get such incredible vertigo, whatever it is, as you look down. I could be in a building, airplane, anything where I kind of walk to the edge and look over. That's when trouble starts for me. So this would be not good. But it looks cool.
Yeah, and it's neat when you're down on the ground looking up and you get to see them, and that's when you know the next person's going. And you can see Stacy there with the arms out, ready to go. They are both longtime volunteers. In fact, Jimmy, kind of one of the neater volunteer stories that I've encountered over what was my 35 years before my retirement from Special Olympics back in December is they volunteered as a very young couple right out of college, and they moved to, I believe it was Japan, for a decade for work reasons. And then they came back, and they hopped right back in where they were before. They volunteer at the plunge. They volunteer at summer games. They volunteer basically anywhere that Special Olympics asks them to volunteer. Steve is currently a board member as well. And so they've been going over the edge for Steve. This is his 8th. And for Stacy, this is her 11th time going over the edge. And one of the things they've done, and before we get to that, we're going to go up on the roof. And we're going to go up on the roof to Alex Seymour, who's there with an edger getting ready to go over the edge. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so we're here with Rob Thompson. He's a repeat edger up here, so we're just going to ask him a few questions as he's getting ready to go over the edge. I believe you're going over with your mom and who else?
My wife, actually.
Okay,
Yes. So her first time, me and my mom's fourth time at this point. So
Oh, wow. So,
Yeah.
it's your fourth year, so
Sure that mic's near you when you ask a question. Thank you.
it's your fourth year, so any nerves still as you go over the edge? Was it nervous the first year and a little better now?
definitely nerves were at the highest the first year. Second year, slowly they dissipate over the years. So at this point, I feel pretty relaxed and ready to go and have fun.
Yeah. So I've heard the hardest part is getting over that first ledge. You also agree with that?
100%, yeah. But I mean, at some point, you just got to go, lean back, trust the safety protocols and procedures, and everything's going to be good.
Yeah. And you just went through all those safety protocols. You did the training, so you ready to go?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm excited, ready to go, looking forward to it, and cherish this opportunity every year. So
Yeah, we're gonna send it back down to you guys in the studio.
All righty. Thank you, Alex Seymour. Alex, a former weatherman with WBOC, now currently a Special Olympics Delaware in the marketing and communication media department for them. And there you see on the side of the building, Stacy Dedinas on the left and Steve Kaysen on the right. And as they come down, we will talk a little bit about some of the things that they've done. Steve has done the polar bear plunge in the Antarctic Ocean and then also a glacier lake in New Zealand. And Stacy listed some of the daring things she has done before as walking the safari in Africa and scuba diving in Indonesia, camping in the Arctic Circle. So as Jimmy mentioned, they have done a couple crazy things for not for Special Olympics Delaware, but leading up to going over the edge for several times for them here as they make their way down. They wanted to thank all of their supporters, and Stacy especially wanted to thank her father, Robert, for contributing to their over the edge experience. Some of the supporting sponsors for this event today: Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, which is a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics Delaware. The Sheridan Suites Wilmington, they provide discounted lodging for our Over the Edge staff. And the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, every year we've done this event, they have provided opportunities for the edgers to practice, which isn't the same as rappelling 17 stories, but it still gives them the feel, especially if they've never done any rock climbing or anything like this experience, of what it is like to be harnessed in and to really give gravity a chance to work in reverse, I guess is how you would put it, as you head down there. If you're tuned in and you want to send a shout out to somebody, just hashtag SO Delaware. Hashtag SO Delaware. If we see it, we will get it on the air and make sure that when they watch this replay, as they all do from what we're told, they will be able to hear the shout out that you gave them. And so again, we're at the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, and we are locked in till about 5 o'clock today. Up on the roof again, reporting, we have Alex Seymour, and down on the ground will be Mike Lang, sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports. And again, I'm John Busby, anchoring today's broadcast along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. And we have several of Jimmy's team here working behind the scenes and on the cameras, and we appreciate them being here today. And we'll make sure to get their names so that we can give them a shout out as well. They'll be with us throughout the day here. Some of the highlights today: Marianne Evans is going to be going over the edge in just about probably half an hour. She is one of two people who have done it every single year. The other is Danny Hall, who will also be going over the edge later this morning, and we'll tell you more about them when we get there. The highest fundraiser today was Teresa Zimmer, going over for the second time. She goes over at 1:30. She's raised over $7,000 to be part of this event. Every edger had to raise at least $1,250 to be part of it. Some raise that amount and call it a day, while others see how much they can raise to benefit Special Olympics Delaware program with more than 4,000 children and adults who compete in sports year-round for Special Olympics Delaware. For more information about that, you can go to the website, sode.org, and
This will be
sign up to be an edger for next year. The link's live on the website if what you're watching is something that might interest you. As you see, Steve Kaysen and Stacy Dedinas make their landing. And for Steve completing his 9th and for Stacy completing her 11th, one of the neatest things they did a few years ago is Stacy was scheduled to go over, and Steve surprised her for their anniversary, and they went down together, and he managed to keep it a secret, and she didn't realize it until she got up into the training area, and Steve was already harnessing up there. And so they come down here to the bottom, and Mike Lang was heading outside, and we'll see if he gets out there in time to catch them for a quick interview. But if not, we'll have him interview the next crew that comes down after that. So again, if you're just tuning in, this is the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware, year number 14. Sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, Newcastle County Fire Service, and TD Bank. We will be on the air all day today, and we will do our best to get you a picture of everybody as they're preparing to go over up on the roof, as they're coming down, and then also once they land. And there on the picture, you can see the next two people that are scheduled to come down. And we'll give you their names once we verify who they are. Sometimes there's a shift in the schedule. And so it's Kathy Thompson, who's on the blue rope, which is to your left. And that is Ted River on the right. And we are going to head outside, I believe, for an interview. Mike Lang has joined us, and Mike is joined by Steve Kaysen and Stacy Dedinas, who are veterans.
All right, thanks, John. John, I'm not going over the edge this year. You saw my foot, but we're here with Steve and Stacy. The veterans, how many times have you guys done this?
This is my 11th year.
11th year. How about you?
8 for me.
Wow, so combined 19 trips over the edge, rappelling for Special Olympics. Why do you guys keep coming back?
Well, it's a fabulous organization, and we just love to support it.
How about you, Steve?
Yeah, same thing. We've worked with Special Olympics for a lot of years, and it's just something that's a lot of fun, and we enjoy, meeting and working with the athletes.
Is there anything, it's the same trip down every year, but is there anything different in the experience for you guys coming over the edge, maybe a different view where you see something you haven't seen before?
Well, it always depends on the weather, but today was a really good view of the river. And so I did try and go a little slower and look around a little bit. I am really afraid of heights, so I never, ever look down, but I do try and look out and about.
Yeah, I like the view, and I like the excitement of it. So.
All right, well, Steve and Stacey, want to thank you for going over the edge and for everything you do for Special Olympics Delaware. And John, back to you.
All righty, thank you, Mike. And up there on the roof, you can see Kathy Thompson on the left, and that's Ted River on the right. I told you a little bit about Ted when we saw him warming up, a longtime volunteer for Special Olympics through the Lions Club. He and his wife, Ann River, very involved in the Opening Eyes program for Special Olympics. And Kathy Thompson, who now you see taking that, as we call it, the lean over kind of thing, where at that point you've given in that you are going over the edge, and you are now at the mercy of the ropes and the handlers at the bottom and the people at the top.
You've come to terms with everything that's coming your way. Let's check in on YouTube, the comments here. We have Sherry Bailey. Congratulations to all the brave rappellers. Wish I could be there to join you with you today. And then she also said, great to hear you, John. So great to have you back here in the booth with us. Angela Lilly also said, so very cool. Can't wait to stop over and see it in person. I'm assuming she'll join us here later today. Lisa R. from Delaware just said hello to everyone. Sarah J. said, go Steve. Amy Zook, good morning, SODE. Wish I could be there with you today. Congrats to all the Edgers, alumni, and newbies. And then Lisa R. also coming back on. Blessings to all the Over the Edgers. So it's nice this has a following. You know, you use the word alums. That's kind of fun.
Ted River going over for the 12th year, and Kathy Thompson for the 4th year. High repeat customer rate, as we like to call it, as Jimmy pointed out. Alums is another way to put it, of the Edge. And there's Kathy Thompson. She's a board member of the Red Clay School District. There'll be 5 people from the Red Clay School District going over, 40 total people from schools across the state, led by the Lake Forest School District that has 15 employees going over the edge throughout the day. Today, Cesar Rodney with 9, Red Clay with 5, 4 for Lewis, 3 for Southern Elementary, which is the Colonial School District. Lewis Elementary School was the Cape Henlopen School District, and then 1 each from the Indian River, Woodbridge School Districts, Milford School District, and St. Mark's High School. So almost half of the nearly 100 people going over the edge today are from school districts, and that's kind of a neat thing that Special Olympics is very proud of.
Kathy wants this to be over, apparently. She's going as fast as I've seen anyone go in the 12 years. This is incredible.
She's done some triathlons, century bike rides, which I assume is a 100-mile bike ride, and also the Bike to the Bay, which most people have heard of here in Delaware. And so Kathy Thompson getting ready to land. There she goes.
I have to like kind of turn towards the microphone, so if I'm not looking.
All right, and I understand. I think the Lavelles are ready to be interviewed down at the bottom. They were hanging out with family and friends, and I think we're ready to go out to Mike Lang, maybe.
All right, thanks, John. We're joined by Ruth and Kylie Lavelle, another couple of veterans. Ruth and Kylie, what keeps bringing you back out over the edge?
It's an awesome event, supporting a great cause. My son Matthew is an athlete. No better organization than Special Olympics and the positive impacts that's had on him over the years.
How about you,
and
Kylie?
Kylie as well. I mean, she's a coach. She grew up around Special Olympics. Totally invested as a family in a wonderful organization.
Kylie, tell us a little bit about your experience with Special Olympics.
I've been coaching for about, I think, 8.5 years now. I'm coaching track currently. My brother's always been on my teams. I just love coming out, seeing some of my athletes are inside working today, so it's fun to see them. And then they always tell me, we saw you on YouTube the next day.
A beautiful weather day today. Not always this nice. That's got to make it a little extra nice when you're up there on the roof coming down, huh?
Yeah, it's nicer to have sunscreen on than a raincoat.
I guess you guys will be back in the future.
Absolutely. Ready to sign up. Sign-up's open right now, David, I believe, for next year.
And John, we're doing some advertising out here for you. So Kylie and Ruth, thanks for going over the edge and supporting Special Olympics Delaware.
Thanks to everybody.
Well, we appreciate that. And we can confirm the online link is live. If you go to SODE.org and click on the upcoming events link, it will send you where you can sign up live for next year. And $50 is what it costs to reserve your spot. And then you have the rest of the year, 364 days, to raise the additional $1,200 to have the opportunity to rappel 222 feet down the side of this 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington.
So look at Ted River there, taking his time, getting the money's worth there. As it's the veterans have done it before, they want to take it in. Hopefully we can hear from Kathy here shortly about her speed.
She flew, that's for sure.
In all the good ways, of course.
All right, and I believe we're ready to go out to the ground where Mike Lang has somebody who has landed.
She landed. Kathy's so mobile. She already moved away, but here she is.
Kathy, come back. Come back, Kathy.
Threw this microphone down. Kathy, how many times have you gone over the edge?
4.
4.
Yeah.
And what keeps bringing you back?
Oh, the cause, and it's just a ton of fun. And this year, the next people coming down are my son, who's done it with me 4 times, and his wife. He's newly married, and it's her first time.
Well, there's nothing to introduce a marriage more than rappelling 17 stories in Wilmington.
It's fun.
I'll talk to her when she comes down, but is she excited to do this?
Oh, yeah, she is, definitely.
What was it like doing it with family members?
Oh, it's fun. My son and I, when my husband wouldn't do it with me, so first person I call up is my son. I'm like, you want to do this? He's like, yes, definitely. So he's with me, you know.
What brought you out the first time to do Over the Edge? And obviously you like it, you keep coming back, but what was it that brought you out?
Well, I'm involved in the Red Clay School Board. Horace here is taking some pictures, and we have a big special education group, and so it was the fun of that and the cause of Special Olympics for our special education population.
Awesome. Well, shout out to Red Clay. I know that, John, you mentioned there's several Red Clay people here today, and Kathy, thanks for doing this, and we'll see your son.
5 people. 5 people in Red Clay.
We'll see your son and daughter-in-law a little bit when they come down.
Yeah.
All right, John. Kathy's another veteran. They keep coming back. Back to you.
Thank you.
We have a high percentage rate of people who come back, and that's what makes this event special, including Danny Hall and Mary Ann Evans, who will go over here within the next hour or so, have done it every single year of the 14th that this has been offered. We've had 10,937 people who have gone over the edge here in Delaware. This event has raised more than $26 million worldwide for Special Olympics. And that 10,000 number I gave you was people around the country and or the world, you could say, who have been part of this Over the Edge event. They have done 306 events, the Over the Edge USA folks have done. They bring a full-time crew in here to get everything set up. This was all done yesterday. We had a couple media people go over the edge as part of the getting the prep work for today's big event. And the ropes that you see there were anchored in on top of the roof. Again, another thing that Brandywine Realty Trust was gracious enough to allow Special Olympics to do 15 years ago in preparation for the first event in what has become 14 events. And so without their generosity, this event does not take place. 2 ropes have been done, and Special Olympics is getting close to needing a 3rd rope, as we'll have more than 90 people go over today. And so the time frame that this is done between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. would stretch out a little bit further if they had 20 more people sign up, and that would mean the addition of a 3rd rope. As you see Ted River get ready to land and complete his 12th Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. All the volunteers you see down there in the landing area have, of course, been trained, but they also have experience in ropes and climbing and that type of thing. And so it's not people that are just pulled off the street to volunteer. They're all very educated in the processes, and the safety of this event is 100% worldwide. And so it's because of the unbelievable talents of the Over the Edge staff that are here, and not only what they do, but how they train these volunteers and prepare them for what they are doing throughout the day today.
And
so
what an incredible partnership. You know, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, although our alums are proving that it's not once in a lifetime, but a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity supporting once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. It's a perfect matchup that, you know, Special Olympics Delaware has this event exclusive to them, and they're partnering with such an unbelievably well-oiled machine that is Over the Edge across the country, not just here. And that 3rd rope, you know, the minute you open that up, you know, with the support that Special Olympics Delaware has gotten over your time with them, that 3rd rope will be full almost immediately, just the way that this has grown over the years. So 90 is an incredible number. And here's to a 3rd rope, right? If that's a conversation, I'm excited for it.
And so they're up on the rope, on the yellow rope. You see, I believe that's Silvana Vallejos. We're waiting for confirmation of that.
Rob is on the blue, and Silvana's on the yellow.
So Rob Thompson, who is a teacher, I believe, in the Red Clay School District. don't have a bio on him, just his name, and he is on your left, and I believe that was his mother, Kathy, who Mike just talked to there on the ground, and so Rob getting his chance to go here will be his third rappel. And for Silvana, this will be her first. So, Jimmy, our first rookie, for lack of a better word.
And we'll see. And you know, as a couple here, we'll see if there's. Well, Rob's not waiting, so see you, Rob. We'll see if he gets over the edge there and maybe waits in this position right here. But in the meantime,
So yeah, we're
down at the base,
not really very.
I have another interview.
Yeah, I'll say.
Mike, take it away.
All right, thanks, everybody. This is Ted River. Ted, I watched you come down. You were moving pretty good. What was that like coming over the edge?
It's fun as usual.
How many times have you done this?
This is the lucky 13th.
13 times. Does it get? Is it just as much fun as when you started 13 years ago?
Yeah. It's more fun. It's even easier now because they have a new clutch mechanism that you don't have to squeeze, because when you have to squeeze it against the spring, it really pumped up your arm.
So I did this last year, and they always say that when you first push off or go over the edge, that's the toughest part. But I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
What's your favorite part of this journey down?
The whole thing. I enjoy every second.
Awesome, and obviously you're supporting Special Olympics. What do you have to say about the Special Olympics organization? What they do?
What a good cause. We're very familiar with it, my wife and I, and we love helping Special Olympics.
But Ted, maybe next year I'll be back going over the edge.
Great.
We'll see how it goes. But
Okay.
Congratulations and thanks for doing this today.
Thank you.
All right, John, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. And Ted River, thank you for going over the edge for the 12th time in supporting Special Olympics, and just one way of many that you have supported Special Olympics over the year. And there you see Rob Thompson getting ready to complete his third over the edge event. Took no time, zipping down, and Mike will have him in a few minutes once he gets unholstered, and there he's being helped up there off the bottom. That lip you saw him go over at the bottom is the last. It's really the only tricky part, but the rope handlers at the bottom, they eliminate the trickiness of it by pulling the people away. And there in your inset frame there, you see a first-timer, Silvana Vallejos. And she's doing this just for the thrill of going down, as she has no affiliation with Special Olympics Delaware, but now she can officially say that she does. She had a friend who encouraged her to come out and try this. She's done a few what we call crazy activities, run a marathon, bike to the bay, and a few half marathons. Jimmy, one of the things we always enjoy doing is going over things that whether we've done any of those or not, and I have not, nor will I can predict at this age of my life.
Yeah, like the jumping in cold water and camping type of things, like the Didinus and Casons had mentioned. Yes, probably. Heights, glidings, and jumping out of moving objects, and this.
Yes.
So heights.
Yes. Yes.
Alrighty, we are going to go outside. Mike Lang, take it away.
All right. Thanks, John. I'm not moving as quickly as normal. Rob, come on over here. You can watch. Rob's watching his wife come down. What's your wife's name?
Silvana.
Silvana. Is this her first time?
This is her first
How
time.
about
Yeah.
you?
This is my fourth time along with my mom as well. So.
You came down without your wife?
I was just going to ask that.
Oh, no. I'll be in trouble when I get home. That's for sure.
What's it like supporting Special Olympics and going over the edge?
It's amazing. I mean, we love this. It's a great opportunity, great experience, and we cherish every year that we get to do it. So couldn't be happier.
Did you have to talk your wife into doing this, or was she pretty game?
It was pretty simple. I just said, hey, do you want to do it? She said, sure. When? And I said, May 8th. Okay, perfect.
And we'll
Did
talk
you
to
say
Silvana
you'd
when
be
she
there
comes
with
down.
them?
Absolutely.
You know, seeing your mom do this, what's that like when you go getting to work, do this with your mom the last couple
Oh,
of years?
it's amazing. I feel like the luckiest guy in the world that I get her and my wife to do it. I couldn't ask for two better partners to do it with. So
Awesome, Rob. We'll try to keep you out of trouble with Silvana when she comes down.
I appreciate
Thanks
that.
for doing
Thank
this.
you very much.
All right, John, we're going to get Silvana in a bit.
And Mike, you got to ask her, was she promised that he would be with her the whole time? Like, Was that part of the deal?
I
We'll
think
have to find
it's
out.
in the vows, having a hold to rappel down buildings, that kind of thing.
That's funny. Mike Lang, a sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports. We appreciate him being here with us today. He actually texted me yesterday and said he might not be able to go up on the roof because he was on crutches. And I questioned whether he was even going to be able to be here. He said, "Oh, I'm not missing this." So we certainly appreciate Mike coming out here for the first couple hours. One of several reporters, Alex Seymour, of course, up on the roof for us. And so we appreciate people volunteering their time as we watch Silvana Vallejos get ready to come down to the bottom here. If you're just tuning in, I can tell you that coming up is going to be Kim Bergmuller, Karen Jakubowski, Marianne Evans, Elizabeth Evans, Bo Evans, Danny Hall. So those are the ones scheduled to come up here. They're scheduled to go over at 9:30. It's now 9:21, so we're a little bit ahead of schedule. And Jimmy, we've been doing this event. We're trying to figure out. I think 12 years. We're gonna say 12. It's close enough. Of the 14
enough,
years, and what I mean by that is that we've live streamed it. And Jimmy's company does an incredible job. The digital team, and Jimmy was a resident of Delaware when we started this, and then headed back to his hometown of Cleveland, where he and his wife are raising two beautiful children, an active toddler. There are no toddlers, 4 years old, 9 years old. So
Whatever that's called, yeah. Troublesome.
we appreciate Jimmy coming back even more. And more on that in a little bit. We're going to go up on the roof where we have Alex Seymour, who's got somebody getting ready to go over the edge.
Yeah, so we have Danny Hall up here. He has done this, I believe, every year. Right?
Every year, yeah. Marianne Evans and I, we two of the three people that have done it every year.
So two of the three that have gone every single year. So I guess the one question would, what brings you back to go down all these flights, all these stories every single year?
It's the athletes. I mean, you just want to come back and keep doing as much as you can for them. And I don't like heights, but it's just 4 minutes or I guess from the time you're up here to the time you hit your ground of a little bit of discomfort. And then the rest is 365 days of the year, nice and easy. And you just do everything that you can for the athletes. So you can suffer for a little bit to make things better for them.
Yeah. And you were telling me earlier that the nerves never get better but each year for you. So are you nervous right now that you're about to go?
Absolutely. I'm happy to see some of the line guys that I know that they've seen me in distress. So I'm happy they make you feel comfort. So it's easy money going down with them. So, yep.
Yeah. So, is this one of the most nerve-wracking things you've done? Obviously, you were a cop for many, many years, so you've got that.
Most nerve-wracking thing I've ever done. Yeah. Yeah. So.
All right. Well, we're going to toss it back down to you guys in the studio.
All righty. Thank you, Alex. Danny Hall, one of my favorite stories, not only for the incredible amount that he does for Special Olympics, and we'll talk more about that when he actually goes over, but the fact that he readily admits he's scared to death of heights, and yet he continues to go over the edge year after year. And it is impressive. You can see the building there. It's a great angle of what it looks like from the bottom of the building, where TD Bank is hosting what we call a festival for Over the Edge. And so if you're in the area of Wilmington here on 300 Delaware Avenue, walk on over and check everything out. And you get to see it live. And it's one of those things, you don't need to spend the day here. Come and watch a few people go over, and you'll kind of get the experience for them. Silvana Vallejos has landed, and Mike Lang is probably corralling her outside, trying to get her. And are we ready to go outside?
Yeah, she was trying to walk away, but we got you.
All right, Mike, take it away.
All right, John, we're joined by Silvana Vallejos Thompson.
Yes.
Just newly married to Rob. When you get married, did you think I'm gonna rappel over a building? How did he even approach this with you?
Well, I guess I am here because Rob is a very adventurous person, and I am as well. So this is amazing. Like, this is a great thing to do. To just marry couple.
Yeah. Was there? I know it's your first time over. Was that first step? Was that the most nerve-wracking for you? to go over the to actually go over the edge?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was a little nervous up there. But yeah, I was like, yeah.
Well, you're the first timer we had. What was the experience like for you?
Uh, it was great. Yeah, it was great. Yeah.
And all for a good cause, obviously.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Special Olympics.
Yeah, this is an amazing thing to do for them. Yeah.
Now, Rob didn't wait for you. Did you have?
Yeah, I was
know,
gonna ask.
Come on. And your mother-in-law's over there, so you got the family here.
Yeah.
Savannah, will you be back to do this again?
Of course, yes.
All right, John, we got you another long-time rappeller here, Silvana Vallejos Thompson. Thanks for Silvana. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, John, back to you.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. So Savannah was the first rookie, as we like to call them, to go over, and it sounds like she has already committed to coming back. And looking at the next two ready to come down, I believe that's Kimberly Bergmuller and Karen Jakubowski, according to the people that are on the list for next
Yep,
one.
That's who I have confirmed. So on the blue is Karen. Yellow will be Kimberly.
And so Karen Jakubowski is an assistant principal at Marbrook Elementary, the Red Clay Consolidated School District. 5 total people going over from Red Clay. One thing that Special Olympics tries to do is tries to keep together the schools or any other organization that's going down, so they go through the process together. Obviously, only 2 at a time can go down the side of the building, but they are in training together. They ride up here together, that kind of thing.
Now, if they leave each other in the dust in the process, that's one thing, but it's good for viewing. You know that an entire school district is tuned in here for this block of time, and so great planning. There's a lot of, I'm sure, figuring that out extensively that goes into that, but it is nice for planning purposes. But again, once they get to this point, as we see, it looks like Karen's just already on the way. They can leave each other behind if they so choose.
Kimberly Bergmuller is from the Newcastle 100 Lions Club. So not sure if she's was recruited by Ted River, who's very active in the Lions, or whether she just does it separately on her own. And that's Karen doing the lean back, as we like to call it. And she's done a few crazy things. Certified to dive 100 feet. She's a rescue certified scuba diver. She's done canyoning in Italy. No idea what that means.
Is that like
We have another interview up here ready.
Is that like cave diving? Like I'll have to. I wonder. Like, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll ask that once we get her, hopefully, on a microphone. Mike could ask her what canyoning actually means. In the meantime, we're going to go up top. Alex Seymour, take it away.
Yeah, so we've got Elizabeth and Bo Evans here. So what brings you out here to go over the edge today?
It's fun, number one.
And our aunt's an athlete, so we're here to support her and raise money for all of the activities she does within Special Olympics.
Yeah, so you guys are going over with your grandmother, I believe. How exciting is that to do something this daring with your grandmother?
Very fun. She's so cool, and we love her. And she's just superwoman. She's got a new hip this year. And yeah, it's very exciting, fun, random family activity.
No one else
No one
family
else
is
can
doing
do it.
this, so it's fun.
Yeah, so have you guys ever done anything this daring? Anything else that's comparable to going 17 stories down a building?
We've both done that before, but I mean, I've done some pretty dumb things. I don't know about you.
I don't think. I mean, not really.
Yeah, so any nerves as you're about to go over the edge?
I just don't like the sit down part, but after that, everything's fine. Just smooth cruising.
So it sounds like it's that first ledge that seems to be the biggest issue for everybody, but everybody's really excited up here. So I'm going to pass it back down to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Alex. Waiting for the Evans family to go over. Part of that is Marianne Evans going for the first time. Let's get back to nobody in the production team here in where we are, I don't know what you call this, production center, knows what canyoning is. So we're going to wait and we're going to ask Karen that question. But she has also kissed a cow, and I'm going to assume that was a school fundraiser because I've seen that before.
I'd kiss a cow.
Slept on the roof of the school.
Yeah, I'd sleep on the roof of a school. I'm assuming it's not a skyscraper school. So yes.
Got duct taped to the wall at school.
Yep. Yep. I do
All
that.
right. So Jimmy's in for all three of those things. So
We'll just do that all day.
If
Tell me what it is, and I'll tell you if I'll do it or not.
we were talking about Jimmy's family right before we cut up to the roof. If Jimmy's wife is listening to this, she can sign him up with a local PTO to do all three of those things for the next
My
fundraiser.
wife is actually the president of the PTA
Even better.
here. She just got voted in, and the duct tape thing is something that they do at our school. So they're not going to duct tape. They don't know who I am, but they duct tape the principal. They love that. So
I'm going to suggest they duct tape you to the wall and let you sleep there, and then you can check both the two things off at the same time. There's probably a wall up on the roof they could manage to do that for.
yeah, I wonder if there's like a blood flow issue with that or something. I'm not sure, but if it's like medically okay, I'll do it.
So we have Karen Jakubowski coming down on the right. We've told you a little bit about her. Unfortunately, we don't have a bio for Kimberly Bergmuller, who is doing Over the Edge for the third time. We did mention that she's from the Newcastle 100 Lions Club, and I would venture to say probably some of the Lions Club members chipped in as part of the $1,250 registration fee to get the opportunity to do that. And Karen is doing this for the second time. And as we mentioned, she's the assistant principal from Marbrook Elementary School. And they also oversee the Best Buddies program in their school. And the Red Clay School District itself has several schools that take part in Special Olympics activities. This, of course, is what this Over the Edge event benefits Special Olympics Delaware, providing sports opportunities for more than 4,000 athletes of all ages and all different abilities throughout the state of Delaware. For more information, go to SODE.org and click on the volunteer button.
Comment there on YouTube from Coach Bocci. I'm assuming this is in reference to the sport that they coach because I don't see a corresponding name of Bocci. But excited and terrified to go over at 1 p.m. So we got some future rappellers that are tuning in to kind of see what's going on here in downtown Wilmington.
I'm going to say that is probably Steph DiMartini.
That's who I had pinned as well.
She is a long-time bocce course.
That makes sense.
Coach, I should say. And so I'm going to assume that is going to be her. And she's going to go over for the first time, and it's probably one of the very few things she has not done. A long-time plunger raises thousands of dollars for the plunge every year. As you see, Karen Jakubowski has landed.
Just confirmed. Thank you for the comment. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
And so we'll see Steph DiMartini head over the edge for the first time. And as I said, it's a checklist of things to do to support and be part of Special Olympics. That's probably about the last thing that she has to do. She's been a long-time supporter in so many ways, both funds raised as well as volunteer time given, has coached several sports. And it's one of those volunteers, Jimmy, that Special Olympics relies on. If we need something done or they need something done, they ask Steph, and she figures out a way to get it done. If not by herself, getting somebody else to do it.
Well, Steph will see if you can figure out how to get it done when you go down 17 stories of a building. We're excited to see that for the first time. As Kimberly continues to head down, Karen is on the ground, becoming one with Mother Earth again as she has landed. And I know Mike will get her wrangled for an interview here as she gets out of her safety gear. But incredible too, last couple of years we've added the reporters in multiple places. The Delaware media coming together to volunteer their time to bring this together. Mike saying, I'm on crutches, but I don't want to miss this is just again such a Delaware thing. And so a big thank you to everybody that's making this come together today. Speaking of, we have an interview down with Mike. Mike, take it away.
Don't make that mistake on the air.
That's all good.
Go ahead, Mike.
All right, we're out front with Karen Jakubowski, her second time over the edge. Compared to year one, what was it like?
Well, I actually slept last night because I knew what was coming. 2 years ago, I couldn't sleep all night. But this year, I was like, okay, this is fun. And only when I started going over last year was I like, okay, I can do this again.
Did you have that moment again when you first step off the building?
Yeah. My saving grace is I don't look down. But from here looking up, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I did that.
I know I did this last year. I kind of like the view. It's kind of a neat
Oh, it's
view.
so beautiful up there.
Raising money for Special Olympics, do you find it very difficult, or are people generous when they find out why you're here?
You know, last night I was like $150 short. I sent out a post, and overnight I got over that, and I woke up, I was like overwhelmed. And I'm the elementary assistant principal at Marbrook, and the kids did the Special Olympics 2 weeks ago. So thank you so much, and we're excited about all that you guys do.
John, another red clay volunteer here, Karn from Marbrook Elementary. We're going to guess you'll be back.
Yeah, definitely. And I encourage anybody else to come out and give it a try. It's
Are
awesome.
your kids watching?
Yeah, they're
Say something to your kids.
Hi, guys. Hi, Marbrook Elementary students. I know some of you are testing. All the best. And a shout out to all my friends at North Star as well.
John, I can't beat that. Back to you.
Alrighty. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Karn. I apologize for mispronouncing your name on the way down, but we appreciate you going to the edge. Also appreciate Marbrook Elementary coming to the Special Olympics. Might have been their first trip to Special Olympics, not sure, but we appreciate them being part of that. And you can see Kim Bergmuller has landed. And then up on the roof, we have Elizabeth and Bo Evans. And they are grandson and granddaughter of Mary Ann Evans, who will be taking her 14th trip down the side of the building after her grandchildren do there. That's Elizabeth on the left. She'll be on the blue rope. And Bo on the right on the yellow rope as they get ready to go down. Elizabeth has gone down 3 times. This will be her 4th. And Bo was a rookie either last year or the year before, and this will be his 2nd time. So a couple more veterans so far. We talked about the high repeat percentage here in Delaware, one of the highest in the country from what we understand. And so far, of the 12 people that will have gone down once Bo and Elizabeth get to the bottom, only one has been a first-timer, and that was Silvana Vallejos, who has already committed, at least verbally, to going next year. Again, this is the Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith of the digital team, along with his crew. And as I mentioned, we're going to give the crew a shout-out. We're going to get their names written down here so we make sure we get everybody at some point during the morning. We appreciate their dedication to being here all day from start to finish. Arrived at 7 a.m., and we'll still be here at 5 o'clock when the final person goes over. And Mike Lang is at the bottom. Go ahead, Mike. Take it away.
All right, John, we're with Kimberly. How do you say your last name?
Bergmuller.
Bergmuller. Sorry. I'm going to blame my leg. Kimberly, talk about how many over the edges is this for you?
This is 3rd.
What keeps bringing you back?
Special Olympics. My husband volunteers and does umping for the baseball, and I help with opening eyes when I can. So and a friend of ours, daughter is a Special Olympian, and he does golf with partners.
Tell us about that view from up on top of the
awesome.
building.
Everybody needs to be here next year. It's awesome.
When you're coming down, what's going through your mind as you're rappelling down the building?
Usually you're holding on for dear life with this hand that doesn't do a thing, but this year I was a little more calm, a little more let it go. It was good. It was a lot less stressful this 3rd time.
Awesome. So we'll see you next year?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, John. Kimberly's going to be back, and so we're going to go back to you.
All right. Thank you, Kimberly. That's Elizabeth Evans coming down on the right side of the building. As she mentioned when she was interviewed up top, she is the aunt of an athlete. That athlete is Elizabeth is the one coming down the side of the building. The name of her aunt is escaping me, and I'm embarrassed because I've known her for 20 years. Leanne Evans. It is Leanne Evans who is aunt.
Don't you turn to me.
The Special Olympics. Yeah, I look over at you like you should know. Leanne Evans, who is I have a lot of, I have a list of top 10 athletes in Special Olympics I'll never forget after 35 years, and Leanne is one of them. Her name just escaped me. So Leanne Evans has been part of Special Olympics for more than 2 decades, and so she's got an incredible family support around her. And so this is just one example of her niece, it would be, going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware. She wants to thank her friends and family. Elizabeth does. And Bo Evans, who's going for the 2nd time, he's not in the camera shot yet, which means he probably hasn't left the top. Actually, he has not. He's done the lean over. There he is on the inset. And you can see him starting to make his way down. And I should have looked at his bio first because he mentioned his aunt by name, Aunt Leanne Evans. It's a Special Olympics Delaware athlete. And his grandmother, of course, as we've mentioned already, has gone over the edge and will be she's probably in the training area up ready to go next for the 14th time, one of two people who have done it every single time. Bo's a sophomore at Smyrna High School, plays football and lacrosse. And he wanted to thank his grandparents, Marianne and Dave Evans, and also Nancy and Bob Lukell for supporting them in their fundraising efforts. So Elizabeth Evans is about 3/4 of the way down. Bo getting ready to start. Not sure if they're cousins or if we know they're related, but we're not sure if they're brother, sister, or whether cousins.
Nobody is staying with anybody, so it doesn't really matter at this point. While we were naming names, you were talking about the crew. I want to thank them really quick. We'll do it a couple times throughout the day. They're rotating positions, but Tommy Tyree, Lauren Tyree are in here with me running a camera and also directing. Nikki Shaw outside with the interview camera. Actually, that camera that you have right now is Nick or Nikki Shaw, and then up top is JP Clements. He's the other camera that you're seeing there from up top. So great crew today. Such a fun event. You know, a couple of them have been here for multiple years, so glad to have them back.
And so Elizabeth has landed. Mike will have her in a second, and there you see Bo kind of inching his way down. This will be his second trip down. Elizabeth, that was her third completion of this Over the Edge event. And so an event that requires $1,250 of fundraising. And so when you start thinking about what the Evans family has done here today, by the time three of them have gone over, it will be whatever that math is, almost more than $5,000, if not more. I don't have their actual totals here.
So that shot there in the picture-in-picture, that was Marianne looking over, watching Elizabeth Dunn already in the bag with it at this point, but watching Bo leaning over. That we're talking about things I don't do. That I don't do that. Either one of the things you're seeing right now, I don't do.
You've been on the roof. You've just never gotten close enough to require
years ago,
to be tethered up.
When you guys were showing me what this was all going to be about, I was on the roof. I remember staying on the inside of the building. I do remember looking down at the street. That's kind of burned into my memory for a quick second. That was something. So I can't imagine this part of it. It's intense.
And so Bo Evans is on his way down where he will join Elizabeth, and I believe Mike is with Elizabeth.
I am, John. This is Elizabeth Evans, her 4th year over the edge. Elizabeth, does it ever get any less spectacular, the view and coming down and the cause?
Well, I never look at the view. I always just look at the building. But it's a lot of fun going down, and it's for a great cause. I love Special Olympics Delaware. It's been great for my family, and especially my aunt, who's an athlete.
Is that what brought you out initially?
Yes, supporting her and everything that she gets to do through this organization.
Have you been able to talk anybody else into doing this experience?
My brother, who's coming down on the yellow line right now. My grandmother convinced me to do it. I convinced him to do it. Working on adding people, so.
Oh, so you plan on coming back, it sounds like.
For sure.
Awesome. Elizabeth, well, thanks for doing this, and congratulations for your 4th successful rappel.
Yeah.
And you can watch your brother.
Great, thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mike. We have had 3 rappellers who have gone down who have done this in double-digit years. Ruth Lavelle, 13, Stacy Designis, 11, Ted River, 12, and Marianne Evans getting set to be one of 2 people who have done it every single year. And Danny Hall, the other, who is up on the roof, who you heard Alex Seymour talk to about 10 minutes ago. And so he will be up. It'll be interesting to see if they send Marianne and Danny down together and have both people who have done it for 14 years. It would be in line with the schedule if they do that. And I'm not sure if they intended to do that on purpose or not. Not sure if that is. We're going to go up on the roof here and see if we can see Danny up on the roof. And it is Danny. We are confirming. Danny Hall is up on the roof ready to go. And He has done this for 14 years. And he has already done the lean over. And that is Danny coming down. And Danny is, he actually encouraged us to talk about his fear of heights. You heard him mention it if you heard the interview on the roof with Alex Seymour about 15 minutes or so ago. And you can see him tiptoeing down, a former captain with the state police, a member of the Special Olympics Delaware Hall of Fame. He and I actually went to college together, Jimmy, so I knew Danny Hall back in college. And had no idea back then that he would that we both would become an integral part of Special Olympics. And so it's been fun watching his career and watching him integrate this organization into such a major part of his career. The list of things he does as a coach, etc., we'll talk about in just a second. But first, we are going to go outside to Mike Lang.
Me and my sister doing it.
All right, John, we're here with Bo Evans, Elizabeth's brother. This is his second year down. Any more confident the second time, Bo?
100%.
What was that like coming down? Describe it for somebody who's never done it.
At first, you just have to trust the ropes and the harness, but once you get comfortable, it's easy.
I see your Smyrna lacrosse gear. Are you do you go to Smyrna High School?
Yes, I do.
Is your team watching?
No.
No, they should be watching, but you should get the whole team out here. What year are you at Smyrna?
I'm at 27.
So you got a couple more years. You should bring the whole team out next year. What do you think?
That's a hard sell.
Will you be back?
Yes.
All right, Bo's going to be back with Elizabeth, and thanks for doing this, Bo, and congratulations on going over the edge for the second year.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, man. Congratulations.
All right, the brother-sister duo with grandmother coming up next. But here you see Danny Hall. We were talking about him, his fear of heights, and the reason he loves that we promote that is because he's hoping it will encourage somebody who is also scared of heights to do it. Jimmy?
Yeah.
Know anybody who's scared of heights who would want to do this?
I do. More than anyone else, I do. But I think it's interesting that a tough type of job, the machismo that could be thought that a police officer would have, that he would admit it, one. Two, that after 14 times, he would still claim to have the fear of heights. And I do think that breaks some barriers and gets some conversation going that, he's doing this very well. But still being afraid after 14 times is something to say. And I think that really does normalize that fear. It definitely makes me feel that my fear is warranted, but I'm not taking these steps, of course, to test it.
Danny wanted to thank Harold Smith, Mary Catherine Hopkins, and Susan Greisbach for helping support him. We're going to head to the roof. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so we're up here on the roof with Sonia Everson. You guys are with Caesar Rodney.
Yes, we're Caesar Rodney School District. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is your first year. Looks like your first year ever doing this. You feeling any nerves?
A little. I'm feeling a little nervous, but excited as well. Don't like heights, and this, I think, is going to help me overcome that, hopefully. And if that happens, I'll be back next year.
Yeah, that's awesome. Trying to overcome those fear of heights. One other question. What are you guys out here for? Who are you representing? Who do you guys want to shout out now that you're going over the edge?
Well, first of all, I'd like to shout out my school, Major George S. Welch Elementary School at Dover Air Force Base. We did a lot of fundraising there, and that helped myself and my principal to get here. And then also the rest of my district friends, mainly supporting those that are at Charlton School that do Special Olympics. So whatever we're doing is for them. Yeah. Right.
Fantastic. All right, so we're going to pass it back down to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Alex. And there you can see Mary Ann Evans. She's done the lean over and is ready to come down for rappel number 14. It is her daughter, Leanne, who is a Special Olympics Delaware athlete and has been for probably more than 30 years without knowing that exactly. And Mary Ann has also done the polar bear plunge for 30 years, and she's also done skydiving.
No.
And I'm a no on that too.
Yeah.
And it's funny because we've talked to people over the years who have skydived and said that this makes them more nervous than skydiving. And my answer to that always is, this is 100% safety. They've done this event, what was it? We said 306 times for Special Olympics.
10,000 people
who have done this
10,000
successfully.
Instances.
Skydiving organizations cannot say that, sadly. And without talking about that, that's just the reality of it. And so this event is a big one.
Of the intense, like that is the peak pinnacle. I believe most people would say that.
Yes.
That is the most intense thing. I don't even like planes when they do what they're supposed to do, like with you in them. So, no.
Yeah. No, there's just nothing I would do.
Because I drove here. I will drive home tonight. That is more dangerous than flying.
Yep.
But I am doing it. So there's some level of me doing it that feels better. I think I am not making any promises, so everybody relax. Because I'm doing this, rappelling, I feel more in control. Flying, I'm not flying. I don't have the controls of the plane, and I don't know that I ever would get that accreditation to do that. But I think that's what maybe some people feel. I don't want to speak for others, but that's definitely when I'm in control of the thing, I think that definitely adds to the comfort of such an event. So Marianne heading down, kind of a ceremonious moment here in the last two of the longest tenured. Danny Hall finished up, and Marianne is about a fifth of the way through her
17 stories, 222 feet. People gather on the 10th floor of this building, and that's where they check in, they get their initial training, then they go up to the roof and they get harnessed in. We saw a picture of that early on in the broadcast, and they just get a chance to get the feel. A lot of these people also had the opportunity to go to the rock wall at the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, who graciously sets aside a couple evenings leading up to Over the Edge where the people who have committed to go over the edge can go, and they're basically doing rock climbing, which again is different than going down the side of a building, but it at least gives them some comfort of the apparatus, how the systems work and that kind of thing.
Yeah, short of doing it, I really don't know what what more training wheels you could do other than rock climbing. That does feel like that's what the natural progression would be. And then you do a little mini rappel up at the top during the training session. I think we showed once or twice to this point, but this is the moment. So it's really hard to replicate this feel. 17 stories, with this being the only building that's retrofitted with this type of cabling and secure fastening system. This is it. So there's really not much you can prepare yourself for this.
All right, Marianne coming down. We're going to go up top. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so we've got Laura Beth Wentler here. She's also with the Cesar Rodney School District. So how big of a group do you guys coming out here today?
There's 9 of us this year.
So 9 of us. You guys are pretty big in UCS and everything. Are you a part of that, or are you just tagging along because you thought this was a fun event?
I've been part of the Special Olympics for the past 13 years because I am very blessed with 2 children with special needs. So I just love the Special Olympics and what they represent and how they have inclusion for all the children and everything around. And it's important to be a part of that. And the coach of the unified cheerleading kind of convinced me to do this. So it's a little outside of my comfort, but I'm very excited to do it and represent Cesar Rodney and Charlton and all the special needs kids out there and do this.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And this is your first year doing it. So how are you feeling as you're getting ready? You just finished up your training. How are you feeling as you're getting ready to head over to the rope?
I'm not sure I have an adjective on how I'm feeling, but a little shout out to all my families and my loved ones at home that are supporting me. I got a great love at home and all my beautiful children, so I'm very excited to be watched and doing this for all of them.
That's fantastic. And are they all watching at home, watching the live stream, about to watch you go over, you think?
I believe they all are. A little earlier than the time I told them, so hopefully they'll watch it and rewind.
Yeah, so hopefully they join in on the live stream. So I'm going to pass it back to you guys in there in the studio.
All righty, Sonia Everson going to prepare to go over for the first time. Marianne Evans has finished rappel number 14, and that's Chris Kulak making his way down. He's a teacher at Pfeiffer Middle School, which is part of the Caesar Rodney School District. They have 9 people participating in today's event. Kim Lucas, Jason Payne, Sonia, who you just heard from, Cheyenne Wolford, Jennifer Wolford, Megan Loader, Ray Failing, and Laura Beth Wentler, all set to go over the edge here in the next half an hour. So if you're tuned in at any of those schools down the Caesar Rodney School District, hang in there. They're coming. As you see Chris Kulak coming down, he wanted to thank all the students who donated to push him, as he says, over the limit, and his families and friend who have also donated, and he's also done the polar bear plunge.
Hey, Alex, I hate to do this to you, but old habits, of course. It looks like an incredible day outside.
Yeah.
And I know this is a thing that you used to do or still do, still have it in your back pocket. Give me that weather report there from up top.
Yeah, it's pretty warm up here. It's a fantastic morning here. We're already up in the 70s, heading up to 80 degrees. I don't know if it could get any better up here. A little warm for the people that have to stay up and work the ropes all day, but the ones going down on the rope, a little warm up. You get a little warm before you head on down. Probably works up the sweat before you're even on the building. But overall, it's a beautiful day. I know last year started out with the clouds, a little cool in the morning. Today, certainly not an issue. So if you haven't gone over and you are going over later, you probably want to grab that sunscreen and put it on before you head up to the roof.
I love the hand gestures. You really wanted to point at something, didn't you?
Going through something.
You really wanted to point at something, didn't you? I was watching the hand gestures.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Sorry to do that to you. I just wanted to hear what it was all about.
No, that's perfect.
All right, Alex Seymour, former weatherman downstate at WBOC. Wasn't a weatherman, but he's a sports guy. We're going down to the bottom. Mike Lang, take it away.
All right, John, we're joined by Marianne Evans. And Marianne, 14 years for you. Apparently, this going over the edge doesn't bother you at all.
No. Wow. It's getting down over that first ledge that's the nervous part.
What keeps bringing you back? 14 years. That's a long time.
Well, I have a daughter, Leanne, who participates in Special Olympics, so it's just to help out her, and it's a good cause. Special Olympics Delaware does a wonderful job, so I just want to keep coming back.
And
it's an easy thing to do.
You've got your family behind you. Talk about
my 2 grandchildren have done it for this.
What's it like? You were the trailblazer. What's that like setting the trailblazing for your grandchildren?
Well, they just, they're just good kids and want to help out, and it's easy for them, so they just joined right in. So the hard part's raising the money.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I'm sure you guys have been really successful. So Marianne and Bo and go ahead.
Can I give a shout out?
You
to
absolutely
someone?
can. Go ahead.
Okay, Barbara Spence, who is my dear friend and a dear friend of everyone at Special Olympics, as we speak, is having a knee replacement. And so I'm just giving a shout out to her. Good luck. Go, Barb.
All right, Barb, you got your friend behind you. Thanks for joining us, and everybody for going over the edge. Thanks, and I guess we'll see you next year.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Marianne, for your continued commitment to Special Olympics Delaware. And I want to echo that shout out to Barbara Spence. I did not realize she was having her knee replaced today. And knowing Barbara, she's very disappointed that she can't be here. She's a longtime member of Special Olympics Delaware, a Hall of Famer. In fact, there's a room in the Special Olympics building named after her and her late husband, Winnie Spence, who also has gone over the edge. I think he went twice, if I'm not mistaken. And so a shout out to her for not only a successful surgery today, but a speedy recovery. Kim Lucas is on the building. You see her on the left there. She's works at the Stokes Elementary School, and she is going to make her way down, as we mentioned, one of 9 employees for the Caesar Rodney School District. And so I believe Mike Lang, take it away.
All right, John, we're joined by Chris Kulak, a third-year rappeller. Chris, what keeps bringing you back?
Just helping others. It's important to me, and I think important to my family that we do things for others, and this is a great way to do it.
I see the 2025 riders go over the edge. Talk about the Caesar Rodney School District's involvement with Special Olympics and over the edge.
Well, predominantly I work at the middle school at Pfeiffer Middle School, and we have a unified team there. The school district itself, CR School District, has a unified team. They have many, many different sports, and all the money that is generated, that helps all these students, these student athletes participate with no cost to them. So this, like I said, this is an extremely important thing that we do. And like I said, this is my third year, but I would like to try to say, maybe not be my last, but try to get some new people from Pfeiffer Middle School to try to do it next year.
And having called many of those special, the unified games, football, basketball, it's a great experience. And I think everybody should get out and see those athletes participate.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Cheering them on for regardless of whose team they're on. It's just it's a privilege to be there watching them.
All right, Chris. Well, thanks for going over the edge, and you got some more riders coming over.
Yes. Yeah. I was the first one of them all, and I think we have about 8 more to go.
Well, you'll be here for a while, so.
Yes.
Awesome. All right, Chris. Thanks a lot. John, sending it back inside.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Kim Lucas, one of the CR district personnel on the way down. Jason Payne, Sonia Everson, Cheyenne and Jennifer Wolford on deck next to come down if you tuned in. This is one of over 1,400 events Over the Edge has done over the past 2 decades. They've been on 480 buildings. They've had almost 111,000 participants, and $142 million has been raised as all of the Over the Edge events benefit an organization. For Special Olympics organizations around the country, there have been 306 events, almost 11,000 participants, and almost $27 million raised. And just to let you know what you just saw there on the screen, Kim Lucas, it looked like she locked up. And I did that several times on my way down 10 years ago. And what happens?
Not a flaw, right? That's
correct,
a feature.
correct. A safety feature.
Yes.
And basically what that does is if you start going too fast, they will lock the rope, and then they every person coming down the side has a microphone attached to their shoulder, which is an open, not a microphone, sorry, a walkie-talkie, which is open, and they can communicate with the people up on the roof. And they, of course, part of the training is to train you how to unlock yourself, but a lot of times you forget the training when you're halfway down the side of a building. And so they sometimes talk you through it. But as you see, Kim took no time at all to unlock herself and head the rest of the way down. And she has now completed her third Over the Edge event. And I'm sure Mike will get a chance to talk with her as well. And
that is the worst time to forget your training, of course, midway through the thing you are doing. But I get it. I would forget it immediately.
And we always talk about, and we can't talk about it enough, about the crew that Over the Edge brings in to this event. They are not only professionals in what they do, but they are professional people, person, whatever
I
I'm
think
trying to
part
use.
of this is like a bedside manner. You know
Yes.
what I mean? Like when you're dealing with somebody who's doing a fairly terrifying thing, and you're trying to, look at that shot right there. That screams safety. I would feel that screams safety, but there's still a level of kind of kid gloves and softness that you need to have. You can't be like, all right, get off, go down the thing. You have to be, a people person. You got to
Right.
be able to talk to somebody in this moment. So as we get ready for Laura Beth and Sonia to go down there on the blue and yellow rope respectively, that people person, that mentality, that softness is really important. And this crew has always been able to rile people up, get them excited, feel safe, and execute perfect rappels over and over again.
And so you see Sonia on the right, and she is the first timer, the second first timer now that we are on Edgers number 17 and 18. And so we've talked about the repeat rate here in Delaware, and it's very high compared to others around the country, we've been told. And so Sonia is going to be over, and she wanted to thank her school, Major George S. Welch Elementary, for helping the fundraising efforts. She says she doesn't like heights. She told us that when she was up there on the roof with Alex. And so she has done parasailing. Jimmy, parasailing?
That's over water, right?
Yep.
Yes.
I would too.
Is that weird? Okay.
Yeah. No, I would
Is that
too.
weird that that's a yes?
No, I
don't like
would.
the water.
She was 800 feet in the air when she parasailed compared to 222 here.
A light parasailing?
Yeah,
Is
while
that
you
thing like a shorter one, like a kite?
yeah, you ponder that for a second, Jimmy, and meanwhile we're going to go outside the mic. Take it away, Mike.
Your tag.
Yes.
What was year 3 like compared to years 1 and 2?
Still just as fun, exhilarating.
Who are you here for?
I'm here for, I'm with the Cesar Rodney School District. I first started working with Special Olympic students when I was overseas. And then when we moved to Texas, and then here now, I participate in the Over the Edge.
Kind of a multi-state Special Olympics person then. When you found out about Over the Edge a couple of years ago, I guess there's no hesitation that you would do this?
Nope, I did it.
No nervousness and
just jumped on it.
now going over that edge. Going over that edge, is it still a big little rush?
Yes, I'm an adrenaline junkie, so.
Well, I'm sure that Special Olympics, I know they appreciate you coming out every year, and Cesar Rodney School District as well. You can go join Chris over there and wait for your colleagues to come down. Kimberly, congratulations. Thanks for going over the edge.
Thank you. Have a good
All right, John.
All right, thanks, Mike. So Kim has completed year number 3, so we will assume she will probably head back as well. Joining Sonia up on the roof there to the left on the blue work is Laura Beth Wentler. And Laura Beth, is registered with the Cesar Rodney School District team. And she is a proud parent. Her son, Noah, was born with an extra chromosome and diagnosed with Down syndrome. But as she said, there has never been anything down about him from the time he was just a few years old. And so Ray Failing, who is going to be going over the edge as well, and Ray is a unified coach at her son's high school at Cesar Rodney High School. And so she's going to be going over as well. But she's the one that recruited Laura Beth to go over the edge. And for Laura Beth, this is also her first time. So we have 2 first-timers going over the edge together. Laura Beth Wentler on your right, and you can see Sonia Everson pulling her arms out for the photo. There's a cameraman up top, or camera person, I should say, not sure whether it's a male or a female.
It's JP. It's a male.
Who takes that photo. And so that's the one everybody likes to have when you can see not only the lean back, but also they make sure to get in the background how far up in the air you are. Yeah, that photographer. You see him now. That's Ray Coletti. He's a member of the Special Olympics Delaware staff. The person you were referring to is the video guy.
Some people say photo when they talk about video. So just some comments on YouTube. Kimberly Hastings and her first grade class watching and cheering on for Mr. Payne and Mrs. Everson from Welch Elementary School. So we got our first school check-in here, and it's nice to see. That's, hundreds of thousands of the views aren't necessarily registered on YouTube because of watch parties. And so, we know right now nearly 100 people are watching, but that could be upwards of 400, 500 eyeballs just based on, classrooms. And have there ever been assemblies around this over the years? Somebody just have a whole school watch party?
Yeah, they have had watch parties in the classrooms. Awesome. I've seen them in the lunchroom, put it up on screens and that kind of thing. So it's really, really cool. As we mentioned, there's 40 total people who will go over the edge today, which is just a little under half of the 90 registered to go down that come from school districts. Lake Forest, we heard they have just arrived. We heard that in our earpiece. They will have 15 people go over the edge today. Just an incredible effort by all of them, headed up by Heather Hitchens, and she's the one. She's the go-do person at the Lake Forest School District, and has recruited the people to be part of this event over the years, as well as the plunge. And so they have 15 people going over. Cesar Rodney has 9, Red Clay 5, Lewis Elementary School has 4 people representing the Cape Henlopen School District, and we'll talk about the others as they come up here. Laura Beth Wentler, she wanted to take a moment to thank all the local businesses and schools that helped make the event possible today for not only her, but 8 other people that are propelling together for the district. And a big shout out to Ray, and I'm assuming she means Ray Failing, for all of her efforts and never giving up on anything in regards to the special needs students that she teaches. So you see Sonia Everson on the left. She wants to thank her school, Major George S. Welch Elementary, for helping in their fundraising efforts. And this is probably the second scariest, maybe the first. We'll ask her what she thinks compared to parasailing when they go 800 feet up in the air. When you parasail, of course, you have the water underneath you for that. This is a landing zone and 100% safe. If you're interested in doing this next year, you can go to the SODE.org website, click on the upcoming events, and you can sign up for next year. You just make a $50 deposit, and you have the next year, full year, to complete your fundraising of $1,200. And what most people will tell you is that when you tell people you're repelling.
Those are different words.
Rappelling 17 stories down the side of the building, 222 feet, and you ask them, hey, you can either donate or join me. More than usual, they're certainly welcome, the opportunity to donate for your rappel. Or we've had cases where they've convinced other people to join them.
Yeah, and we have our first. Speaking of join them, we have our first tandem that's actually staying together and and working together here as Kimberly Lucas there on the yellow rope and Laura Beth Wentler on the right on the blue rope, staying together, taking a more cautious. I think everybody to this point has been fairly fast.
Yes,
faster than average. This is probably more of the average speed that people go. A combination of enjoyably slow, I'm taking it in, and a little scared. They'll claim maybe both. So, but it is an experience. I'm sure I've heard. So you want to take it in, right? It's something that's should be once in a lifetime, but so many returners. 69% returners is what I thought I saw in the notes.
39% first timer, 61% repeat.
Okay, I got a little juxtaposition there. So
yep.
That's incredible. I do think a lot of people would think that I've done it. That's good.
Yep.
Moving on. I'll find something else. I'll support from afar, whatever. But boy, 61% is again just another one of those Delaware things, and people keep coming out and showing up to support.
All right, if you're just tuning in, this is the 2025 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. You see two people on the side of the building, Sonia Everson on the left, Laura Beth Wentler on the right. And we're going to send the camera. You can see in the inset there the training that goes on up on the roof. And what that basically is those are 3 or 4 of the people that are set to go next. And what they do is they take them up on the roof, and they've got a rope anchored on the top of what is a building, on the top of the building, for lack of a better word, kind of like think of your shed in the backyard up on the roof. And this, again, is where the owners of Brandywine Realty Trust, the host for this event all 14 years, was kind enough to allow Special Olympics Delaware and Over the Edge to make some adjustments to the building, literally, to allow this type of thing to happen. They've anchored things up not only for the actual rappel that you're seeing going on in the bigger picture, but also for the training that goes on beforehand, where people get a chance to get harnessed in and get a feel for the rope. You can see a chair behind there. What they do is they stand on the chair and they kind of lean back, similar to what they will do up on the roof when they come down for that. And so an incredible job by the Over the Edge staff. That is an Over the Edge staff member. They fly in. I think they flew in Tuesday night. They set up the building yesterday, and they'll be here obviously throughout the event. But just an incredible job by them. As Jimmy was talking about just a minute ago, they're not only experts in what they do, they are expert persons. Again, I'm trying to come up. I don't know if that's the correct language. It's
like
close
a
enough.
Doctor bedside manner. When you deliver bad news or you have to have tough conversations, you have bedside manner. It's a little different, obviously, when you're trying to psych somebody up to go down a building. And so, again, in that shot, they're on a chair, they're on a case, whatever they may be on. They're trying to replicate an irreplicatable. Is that is that a word? It felt good. An irreplicatable moment. And so, again, you can do a lot of training, you can rock climb, you can do all those things, but man, we've heard over the years that first moment, that lean back, what they're trying to reproduce right there is like none other. So that training can only go so far, but I'm sure it makes them feel good in the moment.
And the closest they've gotten to that training is at the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, and that's where they provide opportunities for edgers to practice and do similar things to what they're doing. They do go up on the rock wall. If you've never been to a rock wall, you basically have an opportunity to climb up on the rocks to the top, and then they let the rope go and they bring you down slowly, which is basically what's happening on the side of the building outside. But you get the opportunity to do that on the smaller building and just get a feel for what it's going to be. Now, big difference when you've got 5 feet below your rear end versus 222 feet when it actually happens. And so that's kind of gives you the logistical outlay of this. And I have done the Over the Edge event. In fact, I did it the year after we started doing this live stream because I realized I could contribute a lot more to the live stream if I had actually gone through this before. And I have done it. I'm not scared of heights, so the heights did not bother me. It is nerve-wracking. Anytime you go, it's nerve-wracking just to stand up on the building, which you have done, Jimmy, and I obviously have done also. To be that up high in the air at any point. But then when you actually get to go over the edge, I haven't done it a second time. A lot of people have asked me, would I do it again? And I always answer the question the same. If somebody said, hey, we'll pay the $1,250 for you to do it, I would offer it to somebody who hasn't done it because it is a thrill. It's a great experience. I enjoyed the view coming down. I was able to take my time. A lot of times you hear people say, hey, I didn't look around. I was too nervous. I was too worried about stepping down in the right spots, getting myself down, trying to avoid locking up, all that other things. And a lot of times those are people who are nervous and afraid of heights, and that wasn't the case for me. So I was able to enjoy the experience from start to finish in a way that doesn't make me feel like I would need to do it again, that I didn't miss out on anything, which, I hear that more and more from people, especially second timers, when we talk to them and we ask the question, what was the difference between the first time and the second time? They say, I enjoyed this more because I wasn't as nervous. You're still nervous. You're coming down a building.
Stacy mentioned she saw the river this time, so
right. And the river's been there every time.
They didn't reroute it to be more visible. I imagine maybe the first time you're just very much straight. You see a lot of windows. You see yourself the entire time, depending on the way the sun is. You see the 10th floor, you see the people wave, and you get reinvigorated maybe. But boy, I guess as the years go by, maybe you turn right, then you turn left. But it could be a different experience as long as you make it one.
And Laura Beth Wentler and Sonia Everson, 2 first-timers. They're coming down, and they're going to make it, no doubt about it. And we're going to go up. Alex, take it away.
Yeah, so I've got Jason Payne up here. It's year 3 of him going over the edge. You're a school principal. When I was reading your papers, it's pretty funny. You said the only thing that compares to going over the edge is probably a little more chaotic being a principal for elementary school.
That's correct. You never know what you're going to get from day to day or from minute to minute. So just as exciting. My heart gets pumping every day at work, and same here for today.
Yeah, so this is year 3. So what keeps bringing you back year after year now to go over the edge?
So our school participates in Unified Sports, and we do a lot of activities with Unified Buddies at our school. So through Special Olympics in our school, we raise lots of money, and the kids keep raising money for us to keep coming. So here we are every year.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So anybody you want to shout out before you go over the edge? Any nerves or anything?
No, I'm pretty good on the nerves today, I think. But yeah, shout out to all the students and staff at Welch Elementary. I also have some family and friends in West Virginia. Say hi to them as well.
Yeah, do you think they're all watching the live stream ready to see their principal go over?
Oh, yes. I'm sure they are.
That's fantastic. We'll pass it back down to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Alex. And as Jimmy mentioned as well and repeated there by the principal, a lot of schools are watching in groups. So whatever our YouTube numbers are, we add usually about 1,000 to that because we know there are several schools, very well likely maybe every school in the Cesar Rodney School District that are doing it. And as you see, landing Laura Beth Wentler for the very first time, her son, a Special Olympics athlete. She is down. We're going to go back up on the roof. Alex, take it away.
This is year 4 for him going over the edge. So how's it feel about going over the edge? Any nerves? What keeps you coming back every year after year?
No, no nerves. It's just a great event, and Special Olympics is just a charity that's near and dear to my heart, and love doing it, and the camaraderie, and just the engagement with the community is great.
Yeah. So what school do you work for again?
St. Mark's High School.
Yeah. So it seemed like you know the photographer, so you know him well. So St. Mark's, do they do anything with UCS, or is this just something that your school really feels is important to come out and raise money for?
It's something that obviously is important to me, and we do work with our Blue Goal event, which does a lot with students with developmental needs and whatnot, and our buddy program, which has been for the last 20 plus years. So it's just something to continue that outreach to the community and do what we can to support those who just do so much for us.
That's fantastic. Are you the only one from St. Mark's going down today, or?
I am, yeah, and that's okay. We'll get more.
So year 4, so no nerves apparently today, no nerves, but he's ready to go down. We've got a lot of people ready to go down. It's a beautiful day up here on the roof, so we'll pass it back down to you guys there in the studio.
All right, thanks, Alex. If you're just tuning in, waiting to come down still will be Cheyenne Wolford and Jennifer Wolford, Megan Loader, and Ray Failing will come down as well as Jason Payne will be coming up, and that will be the Caesar Rodney School District. You mentioned, you just heard him mention that he's the only one from St. Mark's, but usually what happens with this event is one person does it, and all of a sudden somebody else wants to do it. And so speaking of that, we have a first-timer outside. Mike, take it away.
Joined by Laura Beth Wentler from the Caesar Rodney School District. First timer you mentioned. Laura Beth, tell us about going over the edge.
I think my heart's still up there.
What was the toughest part?
When my feet went off of the wall, because I guess I was supposed to I thought I was relying more on the wall going down than the rope.
Yeah, I did this last year, and I had the same kind of sensation. Come on a little closer to. No, I did not get injured here. I want to make that very clear. Come a little closer to the microphone. So we here with the Caesar Rodney School District, and I know there's a big commitment at CR to Special Olympics. Talk about your work that you do with Special Olympics, or are you just here to support them?
So I've been participating with the Special Olympics of Delaware for the past 13 years. I'm very blessed to have 2 children with special needs, and my oldest one with Down syndrome. He was affiliated with the Special Olympics at a young age through the school, Caesar Rodney, and they are very all heart when it comes to participating in these things. And I love that children and adults get to do the things that the world technically would turn them away for. And Special Olympics of Delaware really makes it possible to make the world genuinely inclusive. And Caesar Rodney is a huge part of that. They always support it. And Ray Failing did a great job with the fundraising all over Kent County and plus other places. And so I'm just honored to be here. A little nervous, but it was a great experience.
Well, as everybody else is going over the edge, you survived, and I'm sure you'll be back. Yes. And you got a beautiful weather day. And just to be clear, I did not get hurt going over the edge. But we're going to take it up top to, I think Alex is still up there.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, so we're up here on the roof. I've got Mackenzie Frail here of the Meadowwood Transition Program. So obviously, the Special Olympics near and dear to your heart, UCS near and dear to your heart.
Oh, yes, yes. Our students participate in Special Olympics all throughout the year with us and outside of school, so it's great to raise money, and so happy to see all the athletes down at the bottom when I get there.
That's fantastic. So are you doing this for your students? Are they watching back at school?
Yes. So some of my students will actually be here, and then the rest will be viewing live on the live stream. Oh, that might be them. So I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So it's year 4. So even in year 4, I've heard some people say they have nerves. Others say they don't have nerves as they're about to go down. How are you feeling?
I feel good. The top never gets easier. When they tell me to let go of the rope, all the nerves will rush back, but I'm excited. It's a nice day. It's beautiful out, so excited to get going.
Yeah, it's a perfect day for everybody going over the edge. So we're going to pass it back down, actually, I believe, to Mike. So.
Okay. All right, we're joined by Sonia Everson, also from Caesar Rodney. Got a lot of riders here today. Sonia, your first year, talk about that training experience and then going over the edge.
Well,
I'm still trying to figure out why did I say I'm going to do this. It was an amazing experience. Watching it on, live and everything years previously. I mean, it looked easy. And I think once you get over the nerves of it and you step off, I think I felt a whole lot better at that point. I came here with a lot of nerves, but still with a lot of excitement as well. Don't like heights.
Coming down and getting that view, what was that like for you?
Well,
Did you take a minute to enjoy the view?
I did not. I didn't want to look down. I didn't want to look either way. I just wanted to get down.
Talk about your the admiration you have for Special Olympics.
Well, it's really close to my heart. Of course, working in the Season 1 school district, I have the opportunity. I'm always honored to work in their summer school program. And just being with the kids and, helping them, be successful at what they need to do. It touches my heart. And then, within my building, I'm from Welch Elementary School at Dover Air Force Base. And so we have some of the Charlton classes at our building, and they are just so amazing, and I just love to see them around the school and, interact with everyone. So
awesome.
It's very close to my heart.
Well, I know you were a bit nervous. You're calming down now. Can we expect to see you again? That's a yes, John. Sonia's going to be back.
Okay, I'll be back.
All right, she'll be back. All right, John. Sonia Everson, thanks for jumping. Not jumping, thanks for rappelling over the edge. And we'll see you again next year.
Right.
I know it.
Thank you so much.
All right, John, go ahead.
All right, Sonia Emerson, a first-timer. Cheyenne Wolford is up on the right of your screen, and she is going over for the second time. And she's going to be joined on the left there by Jennifer Wolford, also going over for the second time. And so Cheyenne Wolford is a staff member in the Cesar Rodney School District. Jennifer Wolford, a supervisor of special education for the district. Cheyenne works at the John S. Charlton School. Didn't list any crazy or daring things that she does, so this would have it to be probably number one. She wanted to thank her sponsors, Winter Subaru, Coastal Medical, TA Farms, Shuba Landscaping, Dave Barish Realtor, Pfeiffer Orchards, Pure Wellness, as well as her personal sponsors. And those sponsors I just rattled off supported all of the members from the district going over. And if you're watching this and your school does not participate or your district does not participate, you can reach out to Special Olympics for more information. Just go to sode.org, or you can also sign up already for next year. Go to the same website, sode.org, and click on the future events link, and it'll send you to Over the Edge as one of the choices. And to sign up, you just put a down payment of $50, and you have 364 days to raise the additional $1,200. And a lot of times it just takes one person to get it going. And as the Cesar Rodney School District has done, as Lake Forest has also done, with 15 people getting ready to come up within the next hour, they get sponsors to support the team. And then you just have to raise $1,250 for each person on the team. And it's an incredible effort by those schools that make that happen. But they have found unique ways to raise money, whether it's a hat day at school, where if you wear a hat, you pay $1 to wear a hat, and all of a sudden a school of 500 people has raised $500 for somebody to go over the edge. So a lot of unique ways to do this. And if you're a high school student especially, and you're watching this and wondering why your school doesn't do it, you could certainly lead the charge at your school. Lots of unique ways to raise money. One of just what I mentioned, and usually a lot of times how this starts, especially at the high school level, is a student dares a coach or a principal or the athletic director to do it with the understanding that that student will help raise the money to do it. And so that's kind of a unique thought process of how to get your school involved, but can also be a faculty member that does the same thing. And so lots of unique ways to do as Cheyenne Wolford on your right and Jennifer Wolford on your left have done to make this an event that they do year after year. And we've said about the repeat rate, and we've had more than 20 people go over already today, and we've only had 3 first-timers. Both Cheyenne and Jennifer are doing this for the second time. So lots of ways to get involved in this event, the 2025 Over the Edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. Again, I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. And he has done this for, we're estimating 12 years. We're going to look that up and try to find a way to look that up, but appreciate all that they've done to make this a live stream, one of the best, if not the best in the country for Over the Edge.
Thank you. I want to do the shout outs really quick for YouTube and then go back to that conversation. So talking about the schools and how they are so involved, obviously with numbers, but viewership as well. Mrs. Flaherty's art channel commented, go ahead, Miss Sonia, you're a bad mamma jamma. So obviously Sonia Everson, who just finished up there from Caesar Rodney. Christy Sonic Steele also, way to go, Miss Everson. Mrs. Steele's class is proud of you. Rebecca Kaufman, yay, Mr. Payne and Mrs. Everson. Mrs. Kaufman's class is cheering you both on. Rebecca Campbell also checking in from Smyrna High School, brought her students to come see how we raised money for them. And Tina Sander Loftus, way to go, CR team. We're cheering you on from the Inclusive Ed office. It's just, there's so many comments about the schools, and you've seen it over the years from the numbership, the viewership, the numbers of repellers, of edgers going up. This is a perfect fit for schools and the broadcast too, to tie this all back. The way this is set up and the investment in time and attention that we've put into this over the, definitely over a decade, we can definitely say that, makes this perfect for schools, for businesses, organizations. You can't make it to see it live, want to watch it again, whatever that may be. This broadcast is perfect for that, especially, school viewership, watching in classes, or taking a little break at work to tune in and watch your person.
Want to thank our reporters, top and bottom, Mike Lang, sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports, and up top, Alex Seymour, former weatherman at WBOC, currently a full-time member with Special Olympics Delaware. And as Jimmy alluded to, asking him what the weather was like up there, it's the first time we've ever had a real weatherman at this event.
He's a weatherman today, too. He's going back to his roots.
We'll need some radar graphics maybe at some point.
No, we don't need radar graphics.
We don't want it to be a point where we need radar graphics.
Right. No,
Today is ideal.
And we've really avoided that for all the, we've had a delay,
yes,
but we've never had a postponement.
Yep.
There is a rain date for tomorrow. I don't even need to knock on wood. We aren't dealing with that at all.
No.
But we've never used that in the 12, 14 years.
Yep.
Even if you go back to the event before the broadcast, we've never used that. We've had a delay and then rope checks and things like that, which we will have today, but not a delay for rain. But this is one of the more beautiful days. I don't believe I'm inside, so I can't say this. I don't believe it's too hot, but I believe 17 stories, you are closer to the sun. Maybe it is warmer up there, but what a great day.
Yeah, and in case people are wondering, what happens if it does start raining? Well, if it's just a drizzle, it doesn't impact the safety of the event. And so they often will just keep going with the rappelling. And but like anything, they have a weather system. If there were to be lightning within X number of miles, the event does shut down. And it does not start up again until there has been no lightning for X amount of time. And I don't want to give those numbers, so I don't know what exactly they are. But they are similar to when you're at a Little League game and you see lightning in the background and the game stops.
We'll call it 30 minutes.
Yeah,
That's what it is for baseball.
And so every time there's a lightning strike, it gets pushed back another 30 minutes. But as Jimmy said, we've been lucky. We've had a delay, and I don't remember more than one delay for weather.
And it was not even, I'm to the point where you could convince me that never happened. It wasn't overly memorable.
No.
That we had to do anything like that.
And it wasn't lightning, so it wasn't a minute thing. It was, let's let this wind gusts and the rain go by, quick storm, or not even, again, it wasn't a storm, quick rain shower, and go on with it. And so, again, if you're just tuning in, this is Jennifer Wolford on the left, Cheyenne Wolford on the right. Still to come, according to my list, Jason Payne, Megan Loader, Ray Failing, Courtney Wilmer, and Patrick Tiernan. if you are tuning in to see any of them. If you were given a time to tune in, you haven't missed anybody, because we are running a little bit behind right now, and usually that happens, especially in the morning, especially when you have a couple first timers go down, and then they catch up as the day goes on. We've seen this morning somebody take about a minute and a half, it seemed, to get down. There is no time limits or time structure for this. We want everybody to feel comfortable going down. And so however long that takes for them to do so, that's the way it goes. And sometimes people plan to go down together, but because of what I just talked about, it ends up not happening that way, because somebody goes faster than somebody else. And as we've seen already today, we saw a husband and wife go down, and the husband zipped down, and the wife took her time. And we saw two cousins go down, and Elizabeth went right down, and Bo took his time going down. And so the amount of time that it takes somebody to actually go down is really up to them, for how long it's going to take.
So again, the Wolfords here, making their way down, checking again in on YouTube. St. Mark's High School, the entire high school said, great job, President Tiernan, go Spartans. Good to get their involvement here moving forward. Again, as John mentioned, if you're, hey, where's my school at? Great question. We're actually wondering the same thing. It starts with one. Every single one of these school districts started with one or two, but it didn't start with the number they're at now. The involvement, just kind of showing you how easy it is to get this going. The number is not insurmountable. The $1,250 it is to raise the funds to go over the edge this year is not not an insurmountable amount. Just come up with some fundraising opportunities. I believe there's an individual that's raised well over that amount of money, maybe 6 times that. So it is very doable for a once in a lifetime opportunity here. Going over the edge. As again, Cheyenne and Jennifer Wolford making their way down. A good shot there of the scale of 17 stories. It seems like nothing, right? You know of buildings that are 40 stories or 50 stories. Well, you don't really rappel down those. You rappel down this. This is what Over the Edge has said over the years. This is the perfect building. It is not so high that, there's safety concerns about whatever that may be, but it's high enough that the experience is really enthralling, and it's long enough but short enough. It's perfect. And so, really grateful to this building for creating this opportunity, for letting Over the Edge anchor into their infrastructure to allow this rappel to happen every single year. Just such a cool thing.
I remember when I was young, it was like brand new, so I think that's right around when they changed over.
As the Wolfords taking their time. This is more an average pace. I think we've mentioned before that we've been quicker today in terms of people coming down than on average to this point, but this is definitely more of what you would expect. This is year 2 for both of them, so maybe this is a different approach, looking in different places, perhaps seeing different things while up there. As they approach probably about the 10th floor here at this point, maybe past it. I'm bad at that. Somewhere around halfway. But back for that second time. So obviously continuing the trend of 61% returners or alums of the event. Both of them part of Caesar Rodney, as we're about 75% through the CR delegation here today. Big support viewership wise, big support comments wise. Also, a lot of people out there watching, taking this in from the bleachers.
Courtney, they're all watching at home, by the way. They got you live streamed in the salon.
Also there, a look at the bleachers. Smile, everybody. Wave. You're on camera. Hey, there we go. You can hear me. So a mixture of CR and just supporters in general. There is, you're selling out in all the ways, all the good ways. There's people out there in the bleachers. It's full. You're maxed out on the ropes. This event just keeps growing and growing and growing. And such a huge part of what Special Olympics Delaware has every single year to help support the athletes, the events, the opportunities. And I know, I'm coming from Ohio, where this event does not happen. There is a polar plunge. It's in Lake Erie. There in downtown Cleveland. Atlantic Ocean and Lake Erie at that time. I don't know which is colder, because actually I never did go into the Atlantic, but I did do Lake Erie's. I did do an event shoot for them. I did some video, so I did go into that water, and that was plenty cold. So I can imagine the Atlantic, not known for always being the warmest of the oceans, can also get kind of cold that time of the year too.
Yeah, cold is an understatement. As people always ask me right before the plunge, is the water cold? Yeah, the answer is always yes, no matter
Not
how
warm.
warm or cold it is. It's not warm.
Cold, right. The thermometer is not going to matter. It's wind temperature, air temperature versus water temperature, and what's your tolerance, I guess, for that.
And now a lot of people do the plunge on their own, and that's something that COVID brought on. For I think it was 2 straight years we didn't have the plunge, maybe 1 year that we didn't have the plunge because of COVID, and so we told people to go ahead and plunge where you want, when you want, however you want.
Yeah.
And they did, and some still do it that
and now
way.
cold plunges are like part of people's recovery and just part of their waking up now. So there you go, Special Olympics popularizing cold plunges.
And plunging down the side of the building there, we have Jennifer Wolford on the left, Cheyenne Wolford
Careful, John.
on the right. Plunging on the rope very safely, very safely. 100% safety all the time. And so, once again, if you're just tuning in, I'm John Busby. He's Jimmy Smith. This is the internet stream of the 2025 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. If you're watching on YouTube, give a shout out to somebody. We'll read it when we see it. And if you're one of the people who likes to be on Twitter or former Twitter, now X, you can use hashtag SODelaware, and we are following that stream as well. So we appreciate you tuning in to this event, and an event that over the years, this is in its 14th year of being one of Special Olympics Delaware's biggest fundraisers. The plunge, the other one. Sponsors of this event are Brandywine Realty Trust, the host site sponsor. They own 300 Delaware Avenue. Also, Newcastle County Fire Service is a rope sponsor, and TD Bank, located right here at the bottom of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. They sponsor the festival that's going on outside that you saw some things there. And so, again, if you are just tuning in, we appreciate you tuning in to this event. It's going to go on until about 5 o'clock today. If you're in the Wilmington area, stop by and check it out live. Just stop by. There's bleachers outside, or you can just stand at the bottom and look up like so many people do here. That's Cheyenne Wolford finishing her second rappel, along with Jennifer Wolford, who is already on the floor, and Mike Lang will probably have them to talk to in just a minute or so. Part of the Caesar Rodney School District, 9 people rappelling for the Caesar Rodney School District. Coming up next will be many of the Lake Forest School District staff, 15 of them going over as well. A couple of the supporters we want to mention: Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics, including their signature event, the Torch Run. leading up to the summer games. And you don't need to be a police officer to be part of and support the torch run. Go to SODE.org and find out more on how you can be part of the torch run. Also, Sheraton Suites Wilmington next door here provides discounted lodging for the Over the Edge staff that we've talked about, and the Delaware Rock Gym in Bear that provides opportunities for the Edgers to practice a couple evenings leading up to the event here. And so we've got two more people up on the roof. That is Ray and Megan. Megan Loader and Ray Failing. Two of the Caesar Rodney School District people getting ready to go over. Ray Failing heads this group up and is a big part of the fundraising, et cetera, that has gone on to allow them to go over the edge. And their rappel time was 10:30, so we're about 45 minutes behind schedule, but as we've mentioned, that happens, and it's not a big deal, as inevitably we'll have somebody who will whiz down the side of the building and catch us right up. Cheyenne Wolford and Jennifer Wolford have both landed. And so they are finished. They were their second rappellers. And so we're going to await Megan Loader on your left and Ray Failing on your right, who are going over the edge. For Ray Failing, it's going to be her 5th time, and she's going to go with Megan Loader, who was doing it for the first time. So this is the 4th person of the day. Actually, let me correct that. No, it is correct. 4th person of the day who is a first-timer. So out of 23 people, 19 of them are repeat edgers, and so that gives you some idea of how much people enjoy going over the edge for Special Olympics Delaware, to come back and not only do it, but raise the money to do it, $1,250 to be part of what is now this 14th annual event for Special Olympics Delaware.
I also noticed that everybody that's, what's it, 8? Let's see. I'm going through my facts and figures right now. Everybody with over 7 years of experience doing this is already done. So actually, sorry, with over 9 years of experience. I said that incorrectly. Over 9 years of experience is already done with it. I wonder if there's a technique to that. Roll out of bed. Don't think about it much. Just, I'm going to roll out, rub my eyes, take a shower, and then rappel down a building and be done with it.
And everybody else left to go is all single digits.
Yeah,
and is that what you said? I know you referred to who went over
saying
it.
In a different way, yes. But basically, everybody that's a long time alum is done.
Is done.
There's an 8-year, 2 8 years that are remaining, but everyone else is a bunch of ones.
Yeah,
the whole stretch.
a lot of ones this afternoon.
Ones coming,
Yep.
first timers.
Yep.
So I wonder if there was a technique to that this year, where those that know go early.
Well, they've had perfect weather, but it's supposed to stay that way.
What is this event created opportunity wise? I know it's hard to trace dollars necessarily, but what is this influx of fundraising allowed Special Olympics to do over the years?
Yeah, well, that's a great point, Jimmy. The money here, as I say about all the Special Olympics Delaware fundraisers, the fantastic part is every single dime raised, whether it's this, the plunge, Ride to the Tide, or anywhere else, that money stays right here in the state of Delaware. More on that in a second. We're going to go up top to Alex.
Yeah, so I've got Jessica Young here from the Lake Forest South Elementary School. Or you also? Yeah, and for the whole school district of Lake Forest. How many of you guys are out here?
Ooh, 15?
15. It seems like one of the largest school groups that we've seen so far come up here to the roof. Year 1 for you. What convinced you to come and go over the edge?
This team and just what we're supporting. So the Special Olympics and all of our students and the things that we get to do for them. So that motivated me.
Yeah, so is Special Olympics near and dear to you? Do you work with any children in Special Olympics or with the UCS program?
Yeah, well, specifically with our students, we do. Just with I work a lot with our spec ed coordinators. I also work with our teachers. So anything that we plan for them, we've done like the bocce, we plan soccer throughout the year. So things like that, we definitely like to do throughout our year.
Yeah, that's fantastic. So we first year, are all your students back at Lake Forest watching you guys? Do they got the live stream up and watching you, or are they gonna plan on watching it later on?
I believe they all have access to it. So if they can throughout the day, I think that's the plan. And then if they can't and they want to watch later, we have that sent out and ready for them as well.
Yeah. So do all the students know you're going over the edge? Are they excited to see it?
I believe they're all excited to see all of us go down. So it should be good.
Yeah. So any nerves? You're of course year one. I know we talked to Danny Hall, who's done it every single year, and he still has nerves. So you're year one. I would totally understand if you do.
Oh, I'm very nervous, but thinking positive and making the best of it.
All right. So I'm gonna pass it back down to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Alex. And as we were talking about, and she reiterated, is all the money stays right here in the state of Delaware. As you see Megan Loader on the right, Ray Failing on the left. Heading down, Megan going for the first time, Ray for the fifth. And so this money stays right here in the state of Delaware, provides sports training and competition opportunities for more than 4,000 children and adults with Special Olympics with a disability statewide. Some of the stereotypes that are incorrect is that everybody who's in Special Olympics is a child. Not the case.
Just going to bring that up. Absolutely.
Every child in Special Olympics or adult does not have Down syndrome. They all don't have autism. They have different intellectual disabilities, and all have terrific abilities from a sports standpoint. It's just a matter of finding the sport that suits them the best. We even have winter sports. We have snowshoeing, and so we have some things that aren't necessarily typical of Delaware. And so that's this kind of event fuels the funding for that. Speaking of that, let's go up top. We have another person on the roof with Alex getting ready to go over the edge.
Yeah, so we have Megan Hicks up here, year 3 of going over the edge. So what keeps you coming back year after year after year? Saw you were psyching up your co-worker over there that's doing year 1. So you're on year 3. So how's it feel?
Feels great. I just keep coming back for my students and just for the cause. I love Special Olympics and it's done so much for my students. So I'm going to keep coming back.
That's fantastic. So Special Olympics is near and dear to your heart. UCS, are you heavily involved in it?
Yes, I coach a team at my school. We have a unified sports team. So we do lots of events. We have an inclusion team, all great things. So yeah.
It seems like that's a pretty big part of Over the Edge. We've got a lot of schools that participate in UCS coming out here. It's every single group that comes up here seems to be part of a different school district. You're with Lake Forest. All your students, are they excited to see you go over the edge?
Yes, all of my friends at Lake Forest South, big shout out to them. We've done a ton of fundraisers. They really helped us all get here today. So I know they're excited to watch us go over.
All right, so fantastic. All right, so we're going to pass back down to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Alex. Ray Failing on the left, Megan Loader on the right, making their way. Probably about halfway down, as we mentioned earlier, there's the 10th floor where they check in. They go through the initial training before getting more training up on the roof. But when I get to the 10th floor, there's always people at the windows waving. And, I've been told, and I experienced myself, once I get to that 10th floor, you figure, okay, the worst of it is over. And I say worst meaning the nerves part, the realizing it's going to be a safe trip down, and you enjoy the rest of the trip down there. And so it's always encouraging when they get to that point. Ray Failing on the left, Megan Loader on the right. And wanted to mention again the sponsors of the incredible effort by the Cesar Rodney School District to get enough money to send 9 people over the edge: Winter Subaru, Coastal Medical, TA Farms, Dave Barris Realtor, Pfeiffer Orchards, Shuba Landscape, Pure Wellness, and then, of course, a lot of individual sponsors. The teachers not only get help for the sponsors from businesses and corporations, but they also make their own individual efforts to raise money as well. A couple of the daring things Ray Failing has done. She's done some zip lining, and she's been flying in an open cockpit in the plane. Hot air ballooning, driving Jeeps off-road. Hot air ballooning also is something Megan has done. Zip lining and swimming with the sharks. So, Jimmy, as we watch Ray get to land there on the left, would you zip line?
I know there's different heights to zip lining, so potentially, right?
Okay.
Because there's like there's
zip lining 20
lining.
feet off the ground and crazy
So,
off the ground.
Yes, but I don't know what the height where I would stop. But yes.
How about open cockpit plane, like one of those biplanes?
No.
Yeah, me
Absolutely
neither.
no.
This is a no for me. Hot air ballooning.
No.
Driving Jeeps off road.
Yes.
Yeah, I would do
All
that as well. All right, last one.
And there was
swimming with sharks.
Yes. Because I know there's levels to sharks, right?
They all bite.
Other things, yes. That's how they eat, John. That's how that works. So yes, I'm not getting in a cage, like no cage, because the cage, you have a cage for a reason. Like they're great, like they're sharks at that point. But like bamboo sharks and stuff that you see at an aquarium, nurse sharks, things like that. Yeah, sure, absolutely.
All right, so you've done that, or you would do that. I would not, and I would not. I have zip line. I have no interest in going in a plane that's not a jet, and so I'm not doing the flying in an open cockpit airplane. And as I said, I would not hot air balloon either. Ray has done it. Megan has done it. We'll get an opportunity to talk to them.
The science and physics, I understand why the fire is needed, but it's like right next to you. It's scary.
Oh, the hot air thing.
Yeah, that's how it works. I get it.
We see them go over my house all the time.
There's no cold air balloons, but it's kind of scary. And you're like in a wicker basket next to fire.
All right. Well, speaking of that, Mike is with Ray Failing, and Mike and Ray, we were just talking about hot air ballooning compared to rappelling down the side of a building.
Gotta know.
It's a little different experience, but just talk about going over the edge and how it's a different type of adrenaline, I guess.
It's a totally different view because at the hot air balloon, you can look out over everything, where you're rappelling down, you're either looking forward or looking up pretty much most of the time.
Megan, how many? Year one.
Year one.
Wow.
And it's a lot different than hot ballooning because I actually had to do the work to get myself down.
Just taking that first step to rappel, what was that like for you?
It actually wasn't that bad once you're up there. There's a good crew. You feel safe, so it was good.
You had a veteran with you the whole time.
I did, thank
Ray,
God.
You've done this a few times.
Just a
It doesn't
couple.
get old, huh?
No, it doesn't. It's so exciting. It still gets the adrenaline pumping, and it's for the Special Olympians, right?
Yeah, we could stir up some trouble here between school districts. So CR seems to have, and Lake Forest and Red Clay would, I guess CR is really committed to this whole Special Olympics and
unified sports.
Unified sports. It's
Yes.
a great thing you guys do down there.
I'm the head.
Would you like to
coach.
see other schools do this?
Yes, I'm the head coach of our unified cheerleading team, and there aren't many teams out there for cheerleading, and I would really love to see the unified cheer expand, as well as the football, the basketball, and the track. It means a lot. It means a lot. It
Megan,
affects a lot of lives.
I'm sorry. How did you get in? How did they rope you into this?
Jen Wolford, who went down.
Yeah, I saw Jen.
Yeah, so she got me into this, so I said yes.
And you'll be back?
Possibly. It wasn't, like I said, it was not as bad. It was a good experience.
We're glad to hear it. CR, man, just showing up today. The riders are here, John. And John, I want to thank you again for having me over to Over the Edge. And maybe next year I'll be able to rappel down the building again.
Thank you.
Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Mike, thank you for coming out, especially with the crutches. We appreciate all that you have done to participate and contribute to this broadcast. And like you said, maybe we'll see you go over the edge yourself next year.
I hope so.
All right, folks, let's give a big hand for Mike Lang. He's turning the headset over to Nancy Johnson of WSTW. She's on the ground with us. We're going to let her get wired up before we head out to her. And we also are going to have Joe Allen up on the roof. So the WSTW Morning Show, they have supported this event. Both Joe and Nancy have gone over the edge, and they've been part of the broadcast team ever since we started having reporters, as we call them, on the roof and on the ground.
They did remotes here too, right? Like they did some live shows here, if I remember correctly. So yeah, very much part of what we've been doing over these years. So wow.
Yeah.
And so you can see up on the roof, we have Jason Payne on the right, a principal in the Cesar Rodney School District. And on the left, on the yellow rope, we have Courtney Weimer. And we'll tell you more about them as they come down. Don't have a whole lot in their bios. In fact, actually, I just read you basically their bios. Jason is a principal, an elementary school principal, and Courtney Weimer is going to be the first teacher from the Milford School District who is going to come over the edge. They will have several people. Milford, I'm looking. Actually, she is the only one representing Milford School District, Courtney Weimer. Milford has been represented in this event for several years, and Courtney is representing them this year. If you're just tuning in, we're at the top of the hour. It's 11 o'clock sharp. This is the live internet stream of the 2025 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. I'm John Busby, along with Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team. We just said goodbye to Mike Lang, sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports, and Alex Seymour up on the roof. You're going to hear him here in the anchor seat for the last shift at 3 o'clock this afternoon. He's going to be turning his microphone over to Joe Allen from WSTW. And as I just mentioned, Nancy Johnson on the ground, Joe Allen up on the roof. I'm going to actually turn over the microphone and the headset to Sean Green from WDEL.
What a line change we have going on here. Speaking of sports, as we get Sean integrated back into a seat he sat in last year to get us through the next couple hours.
I'm all set whenever you want to come.
So there a look at Courtney and Jason as they make their way down over the edge. We are
Oh, I got it. Thank
staying
you.
fairly consistent, moving here in the 2025 version of Over the Edge. Stacy Wilson checking in on YouTube. Mrs. Wilson's class at Lake Forest South. Excited to watch our teacher.
I'll be all right. You can come to me whenever on the roof. Steve.
Oh, hey, Sean.
Hey, Jimmy. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
So glad to have you here back inside the booth. And get yourself. This is a way different pace, right, than most of everything else you're doing. So
Doing
hard-hitting
track report,
sports.
I'm used to speaking really quickly. Doing play-by-play, I'm used to speaking really quickly. And then here, I'm just
I know he's got.
I'm just relaxed and calm and not on the roof and panicking.
Yeah, it's different to be in here. I mentioned a couple times at this point. I've actually, in the 14 years that we've been doing this, I've only gone on the roof one time, and that was to do like a tech setup run through the first year. I've never gone back up on the roof. So really, really nice to be in this room. Yeah.
Well, really quick, we'll get back to that, but we want to get back up to the roof really quickly and catch up with Courtney Weimer and Joe Allen from WSTW.
Hi, thank you so much. Yes, we are live from the roof today. It is a beautiful day. I'm roasting up here, actually. We've got perfect weather. And I'm with Christy. You're with Lake Forest School District. First of all, what do you do with Lake Forest?
I'm a special education clerk.
Okay, now this is your first year. How on earth did you get talked into doing something like this?
I've been watching for the last 3 or 4 years. My coworkers attend this, and I thought, what an opportunity to conquer some fears and support a great cause.
So they just roped you into it like that.
Did.
Have you done anything like this in the past? Anything? Well, like, what's the most adventurous thing you say you've done?
I hiked to Devil's Bridge in Sedona, Arizona.
Oh, wow.
And that I thought I was going to pass out doing that. So but I made it.
Right, you did, and you're here to tell the tale. We're going to go down 17 stories today. So on a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous would you say you are?
A 9.
9.
Okay. Right now.
Feeling pretty nervous. And I think you're next up, right?
We're getting there. Yes, our group is.
So, all right, well, best of luck to you today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Shout out to all my sponsors and Lake Forest North kids.
Jason Payne.
All right, back to you. Thank you.
All right, we thank Joe Allen there on the roof. As again, you're looking at Courtney Weimer. I think I misspoke as to who Joe was speaking to. Courtney Weimer is on the left at the moment, and Jason Payne is on the right.
There is.
Jason Payne on the right is an elementary school principal, while Courtney Weimer is a reading paraprofessional at the Lulu Ross School in the Milford School District. She's the one Milford representative we have this year, and both doing a fine job as they work their way down towards the lower levels, and having gone down the edge myself back in 2011, believe it or not, it's been that long. The views, it looks black on the screen. They can actually see the people in the various rooms as they're going down. So it's a bit of a unique scenario there, as it looks like Jason has turned around there to face the crowd a little bit as he heads into the final few floors, and Courtney trying to catch him on the left. So great to see an elementary school principal out here today. And you can hear the crowd cheering them on as they work their way down towards the bottom, completing their over-the-edge experience. And there's Jason. A wonderful job here. Our technical crew helping him down the final little bit. Now he's going to go all the way down
to his butt.
Go all the way to his butt.
Yeah.
And there it is, a nice safe landing. And we'll see one here on the near side as well. The tech crews here travel around the country doing these events all over the place, including Massachusetts and Phoenix, and they'll be in Maryland. And there's Courtney making her final descent and going down like a pro. Right down, there's the feet, and she has made her way down, and soon they will talk to Nancy Johnson, my colleague from WSTW, and they'll get a chance to talk about their experiences.
So you said 2014?
2011.
2011, I'm sorry. So that means that was the first?
That was the first.
The first.
I was on the media day the day before the first.
So you were one of the first edgers in Delaware then?
I believe I was in the top 4.
Man, that's something.
It was me
It's
and
impressive.
It was me. I believe Dave Arnold might have been the one on the other side.
Wow.
Your old colleague from the University of Delaware. Was on
Yeah,
the other rope.
absolutely. Well, that's a cool story to have you back. Because we're getting up there in years. It doesn't feel like it.
I was 30 when I did that.
I
I'll leave it
I
at
didn't
that.
need to get into all that. I meant the event, not necessarily us as people. But thanks for that reminder as well. But yeah, wow, it's these all blend together.
Yeah,
you know?
and I heard you and John talking my way over about when was the first one that you were involved in terms of the video side, and I know
was
you didn't
the
do
next
it my
year, I believe.
It was either the second or the third year. So you're talking 2012, 2013 is now we see the next two participants, Patrick Tiernan
and Mackenzie.
And that's going to be Patrick
and Frail.
Mackenzie Frail. And we're going to head down to ground level and catch up with Nancy Johnson and Jason Payne.
Take it away, Nancy.
All righty. Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm Nancy Johnson from 93.7 WSTW. And this is a beautiful day to, I don't know, go over the side of a building, don't you think there, Jason?
It's a really nice day for the beach or for going over the building.
Right. So this is your third year doing so.
Correct so.
And how do you feel about that now? Like year 3, I feel like you can do it with your eyes closed.
The first year, I don't remember anything. You're just hoping to get to the bottom as quickly as possible. Last year, you looked around a little bit, and this year, you could really actually take it all in and enjoy it. It was great.
Awesome. Now, why do you do it?
So I'm the principal of an elementary school at Welch Elementary on Dover Air Force Base, and we have a great unified buddies program there, and our students participate with special needs students. So we do it to raise money and also to support inclusion.
Wonderful. And I can't say thank you enough for doing what you're doing. And, it was going off the side of a building. So way to go.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we thank Nancy Thompson. She should have a second person down there in just a moment. And we will head right back down to Nancy Johnson.
All right. So, yeah, I know. I feel like this is a special moment here. Courtney, this is your first year.
Yeah, it was definitely an experience that I would love to do again. I hope everyone gets this type of experience. This was one in a lifetime. Amazing. It was amazing.
Really? And so what did it feel like being like eye level with the birds?
Oh, it was a little scary at first, right? Yeah. But it was a great experience.
You're like, that guy has wings. I do not. But,
right. I had some good ropes.
Oh, good. And why is it that you did what you did today?
I absolutely love working with our kids at Ross, and I just wanted to bring a little bit more knowledge, to different programs that are available for us to raise money to help programs.
All right, wonderful. And what's Ross?
Lula Ross is a elementary school in Milford School District.
Excellent. And are you going to do it again, Courtney?
Absolutely. Hopefully next year with a bigger team.
Oh, yeah. Way to go, Courtney. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Certainly hope to have a squadron of Bucks here next year. As we see back up on the top, the president of St. Mark's High School, Patrick Tiernan, is beginning his descent down as he does the spread eagle start and begins his way down, befitting a Spartan. There on our left will be Mackenzie Frail, who's a teacher at the Meadowood Transition Program here in Newcastle County, and you might be able to hear vaguely some of the students of Meadowood are here today, and Patrick is working his way down off that initial level. He calls himself a supporter, a fourth time going over the edge for Patrick. He said some of the crazy activities he's done, which I want no part of. Sky jumping off the Strat Hotel in Las Vegas at 829 feet.
Yep. Nope.
Zip line through Toro Verde Eco Adventure Park in Arocovas, Puerto Rico, which is the longest zip line in America at 8,300 feet.
Nope.
And that's the two things. But yeah,
He's also the president of a high school.
Yeah.
A school.
Which I feel like is also
no.
this could be a bit of a challenge.
Yes.
But there is a he might be the biggest daredevil of the day going in, and we're so glad that Patrick Tiernan is here representing St. Mark's. And again, for Mackenzie, a teacher at the Meadowood Transition Program, saying that Brenna Bruns inspired her to do it. Now, what does she do for crazy things? Apparently, she doesn't sky jump off of hotels, but she does parasail, which is another thing that I might be a nope on.
Yeah, I need to know what's below me there.
Well, it's water.
How far is I know because there could be different heights, right?
They can, yes.
Kite height or plane height.
Yeah.
I'm probably out on the ladder.
Yeah, I mean, my bio would say crazy things I do. None.
Yeah.
But-
This, if I were doing it, yeah.
But both of these two groups raised at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel these 17 stories, or 222 feet down the side here of the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington. As we take a good look at Patrick Kiernan. I mean, I just look at the poise here. He's clearly looking down, totally comfortable and relaxed.
Yeah.
I mean, that is fantastic form. Now, you might see there on the right side, he has that little hand grip. That's helping him descend. How hard you squeeze is how hard you go down. And if you go down too fast, it locks.
Yeah, I think some people would think it'd be the opposite, right? Is that's how hard you stop is how hard you squeeze. No, it's the other way around. So you let down how hard you squeeze is, again, I've never done this. Sean's done it. I have not. So, but I think a lot of people would be like, well, squeeze is stop. No, squeeze is go.
Yeah, because you're releasing the rope to go down.
Makes total sense.
Man alive. He's going to be down here in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
This is how we've been cooking today, right here. Patrick Tiernan's been, this is part of the pace today. People are in and out. I had a great time. Let's go.
Yeah, and there it is, right on down, and he will go from his feet down to his bum.
He's not going to let it happen.
Oh, look at
Stuck the landing.
He does the Simone Biles apparently going down. So a wonderful job there. The president of St. Mark's High School, Patrick Tiernan, on the ground, and still up on the side of the building is Mackenzie Frail, and she's getting, there's the wave. Now she wants to get the crowd involved.
She can hear him. Can she hear you guys out there? Make some more noise for Mackenzie.
There we go. That's the sound we want to hear. And you can see her as we quickly went to that shot. She was trying to pump up the crowd a little bit, and she's clearly getting her money's worth.
Oh, yeah.
This is someone who is enjoying it, going down. Almost looks like she's trying to have a conversation with the people underneath of her, doing a wonderful job. And she wanted to say she would like to thank everyone who donated and supported to send me over the edge to support Special Olympics. She says she looks forward to this event every year, and it does look like she is having a wonderful time here in a beautiful, if a little humid, Thursday morning here in Wilmington. As we get closer on, and we should have Patrick very soon with Nancy Johnson. There's some more waves. Hi, Mackenzie, we see you. And her students see her as well. As we are here at the 2025 Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. She's about halfway down at this point. Again, you look through that glass, you can actually see things and people inside.
So that was either the 10th floor or she's interrupting a board meeting.
Yeah, just imagine if you're like sitting at your desk, you look up and there's somebody. There might be window washers or something, but random people all day.
First waves of the day, but boy, it sounds like she's brought a crowd.
And look at that crowd. I mean, that is a fan club right there. I mean, I don't think either of us are that popular.
No.
Mackenzie Frail, she is popular.
I can make the people cheer, though. Give it up for Mackenzie.
And we're going to head down onto floor level and catch up with Nancy Johnson of WSTW.
Yeah.
Hey there. Yeah, man. Holy moly. You make it look so easy, Patrick. This is year 4 for you?
Fourth year.
Fourth year.
Yep.
And so why there's lots
I
of
know.
people here cheering.
Yeah.
Why is it that you go over the edge every year? This is your 4th year, so obviously.
I probably think I'm a little too much of an adrenaline junkie. That's part of it, definitely.
Uh-huh.
But love always supporting causes like Special Olympics, and our school tries to do a lot for different charities and events, and this is one of them. So
And what school are you with?
St. Mark's High School.
All right, St. Mark's High School.
Yeah,
Getting
go
a
Spartans.
fist pumps
That's
here
it.
in the audience.
That's it.
So will there be a year 5?
Oh yeah, easy.
All right, well, good. And then I always have to ask,
Yes,
how does it feel to be eye level with a bird?
love it.
Love it.
Love it. It's great.
You are an
Easy.
adrenaline junkie.
It's all good. It's all good.
Well, thank you very much for doing what you did, and congratulations.
Thanks so much. Take care.
Thanks, Nancy. As we see Mackenzie Frail make her way down to the bottom, and she'll be joined by Nancy Johnson very shortly for a couple of comments. And then coming up next, we'll have Megan Hicks, a special education coordinator at Lake Forest South, and Trista Jester, who's a sped clerk at Lake Forest South Elementary. So Lake Forest South getting involved here in our next. In fact, Lake Forest, the biggest school involved this year with 15 different edgers. So what a fantastic job they've done. And I know they've done some events, a lot of fundraising. They get pigs involved in some way.
Pigs?
Out of a truck, if I remember last
in a
year seeing
truck?
the video.
All right.
There was someone had to kiss a pig or
Oh,
something
okay.
like
All right.
that in the end. And they
Whatever it takes.
bring a live pig to school. I mean, that's
What?
that is if that isn't Kent County Ag
I was
programs.
Delaware be Delaware, and with that one, I love it.
Yeah,
We got to ask here. Nancy's gonna talk here, hopefully,
Right.
to Mackenzie, one of the more popular edgers here on site. So I'd love to hear about that.
But really quickly, there's Megan Hicks, the special education coordinator at Lake Forest South, about to begin her descent as she has taken that first step over the edge. And then you see there in the mini box, there's Trista Jester finishing up her preps with the technical workers. And we shall soon have Nancy Johnson, Mackenzie Frail as again, we're looking at Trista Jester there at the top at the moment.
Fire that crowd up, Mackenzie. Fire them up.
And we'll go downstairs to Nancy Johnson.
Hey there. I like how you said, Sean, downstairs, because my feet are on the ground. I have to say, I have gone over the edge once before, and that was enough for me. But Mackenzie, this is what, year 4 for you?
Yeah, year 4.
Give it up for Mackenzie Frail. You have quite the cheering section here. Tell me, first of all, what organization are you here representing?
I'm here with the Meadowood Transition Program.
Woo! And what is it that you do there?
I'm a teacher.
A teacher. And what is the program all about?
It's for adults 18 to 22 with disabilities and teaching them life skills and learning independence.
Wonderful. So, I know, right? You're so excited for her. I just love this so much. So, I see this is year 4. Will there be a year 5?
Oh, yes. I have to bring my honey back.
Well, congratulations again, and thanks so much for doing what you do for such a wonderful community here in our organization, here in our community.
Thank you so much. Thank
Have
you.
a good one.
You too.
Congratulations.
And we thank Mackenzie Frail for going over the edge. And now our next two edgers at the top. That's, again, Trista Jester on the left and Megan Hicks on the right, both representing Lake Forest South Elementary. Let's learn a little bit about them. We'll start with Trista on the left. She says she doesn't have an affiliation with Special Olympics Delaware. Well, she does now. And she heard about it through her colleagues at the Lake Forest School District. And she'd like to thank Felton Hardware and the Lake Forest South families for helping her raise the $1,250, which go to help support the over 4,500 Special Olympics athletes in Delaware who get the opportunity to participate in our programs for free. And we're one of the few states in the country and areas in the country where the athletes can participate for free, because there's a lot of costs involved in special education families. And this is one way that we can keep the burden off and bring some fun into lives and just the competitions. If you've never had a chance to be at the summer games, if you've never had a chance to be at the basketball, it is just a wonderful experience, and the athletes have so much fun.
And everything's top notch, right? You know, the equipment, the events, the pomp and circumstance around the games, things like that. It's all big time feel, and and spare no expense type of thing to give them that opportunity. And that's again, that's another Delaware thing where everything needs to be top notch, and it's allowed to be through events like this, the plunge, and so on and so forth. And so that's it's good. Every dollar stays here for our athletes, Delaware's athletes. And if you ever want to see what that goes towards, there's a lot of really, really cool events throughout the year.
Indeed, the bowling championships, there's bocce, and then of course you talk about fundraisers. We've got the polar bear plunge, which I'll be doing my 22nd version of it coming up in February, because somewhere I lost my mind a long time ago and thought that was comfortable. But let's get to people that are being uncomfortable now, and that's on the right side here. Megan Hicks, a special education coordinator at Lake Forest South, overcoming that over the edge part. Now she begins that descent. And you might be able to see there on your screen at the top, that photographer. That is a cool photo. They're going to love that photo
Absolutely.
when they get it.
Yeah, that's that lean over. That's not to be
that's not
either.
You.
That's yeah, of course. But that's again kind of a disorienting vertigo type of feel. So to get that shot, you got to feel pretty good about heights and that. So that I've seen that shot plenty of times over the years. That's the one, because really after you get out of that focal length of that camera, it's kind of hard to get you.
Yeah, it's a real challenge there for about the next 150 feet until you're closer to the ground. Then you get a nice shot going up as well near the bottom.
Look at that impressive. Like there's scale
there it is.
for you. That is 17 stories. If 17 sounds like a small number, it is in certain instances, but stories, it's not.
222 feet. A basketball rim is 10 feet. So put 22 basketball rims on top of each other and tell me how tall that is.
Yeah, so if you think you can you dunk 22 times taller? No. So I think that this is the perfect building. We've heard, I said this just a minute ago, this is the perfect building because its height is not too high to where, I don't want to say that it's dangerous, but it's not too high to where it's tiresome or what have you, but it's not too short to where it's like, oh man, that's it. So it's kind of the perfect height that we've heard from the over the edge people over the years.
Well, let's meet Megan Hicks, again, the special education coordinator at Lake Forest South. She says she's involved as a Unified Champion State Banner School. They participate in so many SOD activities. We've seen them at the Polar Bear Plunge. She says she's going over the edge because of her many amazing students who participate in the Special Olympics events. This is my way of showing them that if they can take on big challenges, so can I. Plus, how often can you get the chance to rappel down a 17-story building? She says that she does the over the edge, and that she says the Polar Bear Plunge is one of the craziest things that she's ever done. And she wants to give a huge shout out to the Lake Forest South students, families, and staff for all of their amazing support, and also to Collins Mechanical and Harrington for their generous donation. And really, we've had so much buy-in from that southern Kent County region, so many businesses we've already heard from that have helped all of these Lake Forest administrators, teachers. I mean, there'll be 15 going over the edge, and these two very much working in concert here. Trista Jester on the left and Megan Hicks on the right. They are within earshot of each other. They're just close enough that if you want to have a conversation with the other person, you can. But hopefully they are just taking in the views here as they see the different levels and floors as they go down. Again, it looks black on the screen, but they can see through that window and into various office buildings as they make their way down towards the bottom, as they are both in the final, I'd say, quarter of the descent at this point. They're on a beautiful Thursday afternoon. The over the edge, which started back in 2011, as there's Trista making the turn, and now Megan turns as well. Let's see who gets to the bottom first. Oh, Megan's in a bit of a hurry to get to the bottom. Hicks has the lead. Now here comes Trista on the outside, and coming in for the landing first, Megan by about a body and a half. So they will now safely at the bottom. They'll be de-harnessed and then have the opportunity to catch up with Nancy Johnson from the WSTW Morning Show to talk about their experiences. And I want to send a special hello to all of you watching this at Lake Forest South. Hopefully you're proud of your teachers and what they're doing to help your schools, programs, and communities by participating here in the Over the Edge here in Wilmington, Delaware. They'll have a nice long ride back to Felton to talk about their experiences after they wrap things up. So it looks like there's Megan wrapping things up, getting the last of her harness there on our left. And she will head over to Nancy Johnson. Again, we're here at the 2025 Over the Edge event benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. And we're just awaiting, it's like Nancy is getting ready, and we'll get ready to head down. And we're getting the last preps with Nancy. Looks like Nancy is considering a double interview here. And there are the medals being awarded. And we will head downstairs after the medal ceremony to our Nancy Johnson.
Well, 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 man, you get 2 repellers for the price of 1, right? We have, let me see, Tristan Jester, this is your 3rd year, and Megan, this is your 3rd year too. This is Megan Hicks, and you guys are with Lake Forest?
Yes. Yes.
All right, and so what is it that you, I guess, what's so inspiring about an event like this to get you guys and such a huge team from Lake Forest to get involved?
We see some of our kids like struggle every day, just asking them to do hard things. And we want to show them how much they mean to us, and we're going to do hard things for them.
I would say going off the side of a building is a hard thing. That's right. Life is filled with hard things. And so what about the Special Olympics Delaware is so important to you, Megan?
So we have a unified sports team at our school, Lake Forest South. Shout out to Lake Forest South kiddos. Hey. And so it's really important to us. Special Olympics does a ton for our kids. We have a sports team. We have an inclusion team. We go to events. So they've really helped out our kiddos.
Oh, that's wonderful. So now both of you are year 3, right?
Correct.
Will there be a year 4?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, year 4. Way to go. Congratulations again, guys. And thank you.
And we thank the Lake Forest South community, although we're going to have more Lake Forest South coming up shortly, as next up at the top is going to be Stephanie Ball and Jessica Young, and both are there. You see the training process. Now, what happens at the top is first you get to do a practice 1-floor ascent. So another great thing about this building is that there's a 1-story attic at the top. So you actually get to do a 1-story practice rappel first, just to get a sense for what the feel is like. And then you do the big one, which is the 17-story. And if you're looking at that shot right there, in the background, that river, that's the Delaware River. On the other side, that's New Jersey. So you get a real sense for the view you get at the top of the building here at the 300 Delaware building. You get a nice view almost into the Pine Barrens of South Jersey from the top. And sometimes you can see some container ships heading down the Delaware River as well. So you get that little view at the top. And then as you begin to work your way down, of course, you can see all the different streets in Wilmington as well. But there are over the edge professional that you can hear the training that they're doing. This is simulating what they're going to be positioned at the top with their feet in that L position. And that's when they go, are you ready to go? Push off. And that is when you begin your 222 foot descent. And now we begin with our next 2 edgers going over as we leave the training and head to the start, where Stephanie Ball and Jessica Young are at the top. And we just saw that L position on the training. And we are going to wait for them to make that push off, and they will then be able to descend on down. So that last little bit of training they're doing with their instructors at the top, and they do a wonderful job, I can tell you firsthand, of trying to calm your nerves down just that little bit. If you're nervous here at the end, it looks like we're going to start to see one go down on the right. She took that first couple of steps, and now, and there is, she's got both hands off. Look at that. That's some confidence. And yep, now we're back into that hands-off position again. Again, this is the 2025 Over the Edge event benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. I'm Sean Green alongside Jimmy Smith, owner and president of the digital team who heads up today's live stream production. Our roof and ground reporters you'll hear throughout the day are Nick Allison-Drini, a sportscaster From 302 Sports, Nancy Johnson and Joe Allen from the WSTW Wake Up Crew on 93.7 WSTW. Mike Rossi, an air personality with the Vault Mornings. Mike Lang, sportscaster with 302 Sports, and Ben Lopresto from the Special Olympics staff. And anchoring, I'm Sean Green. We will hear again from John Busby, play-by-play announcer from Wilmington University basketball and co-host of the Delaware High School football podcast. And Alex Seymour, the former weatherman at WBOC in Salisbury and current Special Olympics staff member, will be joining us over the course of the afternoon. This 14th annual event is sponsored by TD Bank, the Brandywine Realty Trust, and Newcastle County Fire Service, and is taking place at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, Delaware. Supporting sponsors of the Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym. Participants each raised at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel 17 stories or 222 feet down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. Again, we are getting the opportunity here to see Stephanie Ball and Jessica Young make their way down. Let's have a chance to meet Jessica. Jessica defines herself as a supporter of Special Olympics. She heard about Over the Edge through co-workers and decided to join the team this year. In terms of crazy and daring things that she's done, she says, this is it. She's never done anything like this. She's not fond of heights, so I appreciate that. And should definitely be a fun and challenging experience. And she would also like to thank her family and friends who helped contribute to this great cause. As for the school counselor at Lake Forest South, Stephanie Ball, she's helped coach and volunteer for our school and the district Special Olympics Unified Sports Team. She has not done any crazy things either, but she says this is by far the craziest thing she's ever done twice. And she would love to thank all of her district team sponsors, as well as the businesses and individuals that specifically sponsored her for the event, including KA Photography, YHB CPAs and Consultants, JoJo's Express Georgetown, Reagan Watson Auctions, Takeover Lacrosse, and Gail Hopkins in memory of James B. Hopkins. So we got Stephanie Ball and Jessica Young making their way down towards the bottom. They are about halfway down this 222-foot building. And while we have an opportunity and Jessica and Stephanie are at the bottom, we'll head upstairs and catch up with Joe Allen.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, we're live from the roof. 17 stories up for Over the Edge Special Olympics DE. I'm here with Melissa from Lake Forest. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great.
It's great to have you here. So what do you do with Lake Forest?
I'm a special education teacher over at Lake Forest Central Elementary.
Okay, now I understand this is year number 4 for you going over the edge. What possesses you to do this year after year?
Well, the first year I wasn't too sure, but a group of us decided to raise funds and be able to participate in this awesome experience. And I loved it ever since. The whole day from arrival to departure is just pretty special. So I look forward to it every year.
I feel like your group grows every year, too. There's a lot of Lake Forest folks here today.
Yes, absolutely. Each year we're bringing different people. Our group is growing and we're becoming larger and helping to raise those funds for the program that we so dearly love.
Now, we're 17 stories up. We are literally on the roof here. Melissa's getting ready to go over shortly. Now that you're up here and you're looking around, I know it's year number 4, but how are you feeling as far as being nervous?
I feel really good. I enjoy it, and you get a different perspective up here. So I'm excited to go down again.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Absolutely. I'd like to give a shout out to my kids back at Lake Forest Central. I'm doing this outside the box. We ask you to do these things every day at school. I want you to keep it up. I want to thank my sponsors. I have some that have come back year after year, and they've been amazing. I'm doing the rappel this year in memory of one of my sponsors. And I've got my Tea Talia that I just adore. So a lot of people that I'm hoping to help, and they're rooting me on.
All right, Melissa, thank you so much. Good luck to you today. Awesome.
All right, and Trista and Jessica have made their way down to the bottom. And we'll have the opportunity here in just a minute to catch up with Nancy Johnson. Again, the safety crews do just a wonderful job at the top and the bottom, making sure our edgers are safe. This is going back to 2011, and we missed the COVID year, so the annual part's a little odd these days. But it's been a long time, and each one of these people raised at least $1,250. And you think about it, 15 different Lake Forest people involved. So we're talking about over $17,000 raised by Lake Forest for this. And really quickly, we're going to head up to the top, and Joe Allen, then we'll hear from those that just made it to the bottom.
But every once in a while, opens up to the media, and I've been asked.
Oops,
probably 2 more
I
times.
thought we were going to Joe Allen. I thought he was ready for something, but he wasn't. So
Exactly.
we will.
But I do the polar bear plunge every year.
And it looks like we will head to the bottom first, where Nancy Johnson is standing by. Although, nope. I'm just all discombobulated at the moment. Live television, ladies and gentlemen. This is a radio guy trying to do television, and let's see both. See, we've got down here at the bottom Nancy Johnson as we see the medal ceremonies taking place. Nope. And nope, they are perfectly content going to the bottom, and they are good to go. So
I'm sorry.
So we'll head up to the top.
Laura.
So we'll head up to the top where Joe Allen is a special guest.
Yes, I'm here with Lori right now, also from Lake Forest School District. So what do you do with Lake Forest?
I am a self-contained teacher at Lake Forest Central. I have 25 amazing fourth graders. Hi.
So what brings you here today? First of all, how many years have you done this now? Is this year number 1?
My first year doing this.
Very first year. So how on earth, what talks you into doing something like this?
I have a neighbor. Her name is Liliana Greenlee. She is my reason for doing this. She's my reason I get up every morning. She's my reason why I want to be a spec ed teacher and keep fighting for those kiddos out there.
My goodness, I ask everyone the same question because I've done this twice, by the way, and I said that was good enough. Like 2 years, I'm done. I'm going to take the elevator back down after this interview. How are you feeling on a scale from 1 to 10 as far as being nervous goes?
Honestly, I'm excited. I'm excited to do this. I'm not afraid of heights. This is a challenge. My husband's a volunteer firefighter. He's been one for 33 years. He looks danger in the face every day. And I'm proving a point to my 17-year-old. You can do hard things.
Have you done anything else that would even compare to this as far as being scared or terrified even?
Like the cat this morning, that's about it.
As a cat owner, I understand.
He's vicious.
Is there anybody you'd like to thank or shout out?
Honestly, I want to thank the Farmington Fire Company and the Ladies Auxiliary. They are why I'm here today. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You guys are truly the heroes in our town.
Laura, thank you so much. Good luck to you.
And we thank Joe Allen there. And well, you just hear all these great Southern Kent County businesses and organizations getting involved in helping Special Olympics Delaware. And we really could not get this done without their help and support. So thank you so much to those of you there in the Lake Forest area. And there's a look down at ground level at some of the spectators. You figure what a lunch break that is today. You're used to just going out, maybe grabbing a slice of pizza somewhere. And today you look up and see a whole bunch of people going down the side of the building. So a bit of a different day here in downtown Wilmington. And we thank everybody there. Hello, sir. We see you waving over there on screen. Yeah, we see you. So you are perfectly live. And there's a good look at our crowd. And now as we go back up to the top, that's Christy Boots on the left, a special education clerk at Lake Forest North Elementary. So we get Lake Forest North involved. And she will get ready to head back. And again, we mentioned earlier this L shape that you go in. If you're any bit nervous in this, that is such a tough moment. When your feet are on that last little bit, you see your toes are right on the edge of the building, and that's about it. Yeah, that is truly the hardest part of this whole thing. Because once you let go, then you can enjoy it. But if you have nerves, that is going to be the really tricky part. And on the right, we have Kim Thompson, who's a special education coordinator at Lake Forest North Elementary. So shout out to those of you at Lake Forest North who might be watching us right now. Watch your two special education staffers get ready to go over the edge here in this 2025 event. Both getting their final instructions from the professionals at the top. Let's have a chance to meet both of these before they head down. Christy Boots, a special education clerk. She says she's attended Special Olympics events with students from her school. She heard about it through other members of the school that have participated. She decided she wanted to support Special Olympics Delaware along with conquering her fear of heights. How about that? And that you're never too old to live life on the edge. And she's living life on the edge right now as Christy takes that step onto the side of the building. And there's Kim Thompson showing she's free as a bird over there on the right, showing total confidence. She spreads her arms out. Now we'll see Christy do the same thing. And back to Christy. What has she done daring or crazy? She's hiked to Devil's Bridge in Sedona, Arizona. Well, that's a bucket list item for me. Not really crazy, but it was a challenge in the hot heat of summer. Okay, I don't want to do that in a Phoenix summer out there in the desert. She says it's a beautiful place to visit and experience. She'd like to give a big shout out and thank you to her husband, Ken at KB's Plumbing Incorporated, Ed King from Agua Flow, Lisa Girardi from Girardi Wealth Management, and her menopause girlfriend group, all for helping her raise a generous amount of money for Special Olympics and giving me the opportunity to go over the edge. As for Kim Thompson on the right, she's a coach and supporter for Special Olympics, and boy, we could certainly use more coaches in our programs as well. She's been a supporter of Special Olympics even in school herself, but decided to step it up a notch last year in rappel, so she's a second-time customer. She's gone cliff diving in Jamaica twice off the 35-foot cliff. Whoa, what? She's parasailed, scuba dove, and also zip-lined. And she would like to thank her family and friends, the Lake Forest North staff, students and families, West Park LLC, My Natural Pet Supply, Horace Mann Insurance, Kathleen Simpler, Knight's Fine Jewelry, Atlantic Forest Products, William Austin Contracting, and the Tre Sorrel Dolce Ice Cream and Italian Ice. Well, that sounds tasty. As we see Christy Boots and Kim Thompson, that's Christy on your left and Kim on your right, making their way down this 222-foot building, 17 stories, heading in downtown Wilmington.
The only place to do this, the only show in town to rappel in the state of Delaware.
Yep, this fundraiser began back in 2011, not 2021, 2011. And everyone who does this raises at least $1,250. We mentioned the Lake Forest District with 15 people going over the edge, themselves raising over $17,000. And those are critical dollars to help get the rent for buildings, to help buy equipment to allow
basketballs,
the athletes to participate.
uniforms. Yeah, absolutely. Travel.
Yep. And everyone gets to participate for free. And that's such a unique thing here in Delaware. The beauty of a small state to a certain degree. And these athletes will be out there with the summer games coming up in just a little over a month at the University of Delaware. And they'll take over the Bob Carpenter Center and Bob Hanna Stadium for the baseball and the track as well. So they'll be out there in a month, and everyone who goes over the edge today and everyone who's supporting everyone who goes over the edge is helping them out to be out there and doing it. So there's Kim Thompson on the right. As you'll watch her right hand, that is the portion of the apparatus that controls how fast she goes down or how slow she goes down, as it does look like Kim and Christy are trying to stay side by side here. It's something to learn how to do this. If you've never rock climbed or anything like that, the learning curve on this, if you go in and really don't have a real good idea going in, you got to learn quickly.
Yeah, and you see there, Christy's doing like a little tippy toe approach. She's like tapping one against the window. Oh, get the flow back here.
Yeah, she wants to kick and make sure that everyone knows that she's going down. Go by that little vent there. Yep. It's like the Kentucky Derby. It's journalism and sovereignty going side by side here in the final quarter
You've been calling each one like a horse race. You've been getting the ones that are
I get the
close
side
here.
by side
Yeah,
ones
you
here.
can't not do it.
Yeah, I mean it's in my nature, although I've never called a horse race. But Kim Thompson again on our right, Christy Boots on the left, both representing Lake Forest North Elementary.
Oh, okay.
Had Lake Forest South earlier, so it's the North's turn. And Kim Thompson is getting closer, not too far down from there. The ledge will actually come out a little bit, so that becomes a little bit of a challenge in and of itself, as you've been going straight down for about 15 stories, and now you got to work around this last little edge to the over the edge. And there you can see the blocks there. That's that little part that sticks out, a little tough to tell from this angle. But there's the top of the bottom floor, and there's our ground level shot as Kim Thompson works her way down towards the bottom. Give her a nice round of applause as she makes her way towards the end of her 17-story descent. And again, she will go all the way down to her bum, and then the staffers will pick her up. And then there's Christy Boots on the left. Another safe and secure landing. A wonderful job by Kim and Christy from Lake Forest North. certainly thank them for going over the edge here to support Special Olympics Delaware. Oh, and Christy doing the celebratory dance afterwards, which is always important and appreciated. So clearly, Christy very comfortable with what just happened, as they will be de-harnessed by our crew. Yep, and our crew travels around the country doing these types of events. They'll go to Maryland, they'll go to Raleigh, they'll go to Honolulu. Why aren't we doing Honolulu? That feels like that's got to be a view out into the Pacific Ocean, but certainly the view here in downtown Wilmington and of the Delaware River is a beautiful one as well. As again, Christy and Kim continue to wrap up their final debriefing after they reach the bottom, and then they'll receive their medal, because when you go down 222 feet, you absolutely deserve a medal, and we'll see if they wish to be interviewed by Nancy Johnson from the WSTW Morning Show. As our fine Special Olympics volunteer places the medal on. And see the laughs and the smiles here as they wrap things up with the award ceremony. And they will head down towards the floor level. And in just a moment, we will send things down to WSTW's Nancy Johnson.
Thank you so much, Sean. I don't know if you've noticed this sea of teal T-shirts that have been coming down the building as you're watching the live stream. We have a very, very strong force here from Lake Forest. And we've got Kimberly Thompson and Christy Boots, who just came over the edge. Now, is this your first year? It is. Oh my gosh, it's Christy's first year. She says she doesn't want to be interviewed, so we're just going to give her the thumbs up. But Kimberly, were you instrumental in getting Christy to do it this year?
Kind of, I think so. Yeah.
And why is it that you do something so outrageous as to rappel down the side of a building?
It's all for the kids.
All for the kids. And what is it that you guys do at Lake Forest that kind of connects you to Special Olympics of Delaware?
So I am the special education coordinator, and Christy is our special education clerk. So we are all about special ed and Special Olympics.
Oh, that's so wonderful. Now, is there anybody you'd like to shout out to, for supporting your efforts to go over the edge?
My husband, my daughter, who are both here, all of our staff and our students and their families, and all of our sponsors.
Awesome. Now, will there be a year 3?
Absolutely.
Year 2? Yes. Okay. There you have it. Congratulations, guys. And thanks so much for everything you do for Over the Edge and Special Olympics.
Thank you.
That is what we like to hear. And we're going to do, through the magic of video, go 222 feet up to the top of the building. And Joe Allen. And unfortunately, we're having some technical difficulties there on the roof at the moment as we get the next person going across here. Actually, no, it's the staffers here from the Over the Edge doing a rope check here. So the Over the Edge staffers doing a rope check here just to make sure everything is safe. And the staffers will go down, just make sure everything is safe and everything is working properly. Again, 100% safety record over the years as they travel around the country doing this event. And this is part of how it works, is they just make sure everything is safe. They test the brake, because if you go down too fast, it makes you stop. So they're just testing everything to make sure everything is good to go, because we still have about half of the edgers scheduled for today to go as we head into the afternoon here in shortly. As the volunteers on the left and right continue to go here at the 300 building in Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. So again, each of these participants who go over the edge will raise at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel down these 17 stories or 222 feet to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, which does programs year-round, including the summer games coming up next month at the University of Delaware, which they will be all over Delaware, all over Delaware Stadium, all over the Bob Carpenter Center. They'll be at the football, or should be the basketball, or the baseball stadium, also the softball stadium in different events. So if you get an opportunity, it's usually 1 or 2 weeks after the students let out. Special Olympics takes over the University of Delaware, and that's a great time. Of course, the basketball competition takes place in March, right after March Madness, and you'll also see some different fundraising events over the course of the year. They do the Reindeer Run at Newark in late December, and of course, we invite you out to the Polar Bear Plunge coming up in February in Rehoboth Beach. Over 3,500 people will jump into the freezing cold Atlantic, and they've raised over $1 million for the last 7 or 8 years and well over $13 million overall to allow the 4,500 athletes of Special Olympics Delaware participate for free and taking that cost burden away from the families. And there's can be a lot of costs in that situation, but a lot of fun, a lot of life lessons can be learned for free from Special Olympics Delaware, and we could not do it without the support of the volunteers. And unfortunately, we lost the interviews. We'll get a chance to see the two edgers go over the edge here shortly as we continue in our bit of a holding pattern as the staffers work their way from the top to the bottom, just making sure the ropes are safe as we head into the afternoon session here at the over the edge. Some of the names that will be coming up in the next little while: Melissa Dalgowitz and Ashley Hastings. We're due to see Grace Dutton, Rebecca Gregg. We're running a little bit behind right now as Melissa Dalgowitz was scheduled to go at 11:30. We're at 11:50 right now, so we're about 20 minutes behind or so. Laura Ferriello from the Lake Forest School District, Jenny Satterfield, Heather Hitchens, Justina Ramdot, and Travis Moorman will wrap up our Lake Forest section here. So we've still got another 8 members of the Lake Forest School District community to go over the edges. We're only halfway done with Lake Forest at this point as we continue on. And then later on, as we move on, Lewis Elementary is scheduled for the 12:30, so it might be a little closer to 1 the way we're going. We'll have members from the Newcastle 100 Lions Club. Southern Elementary from the Colonial School District will be participating. We have a couple of Special Olympics athletes going over. AmVets Post 22 has 4. And how about this? Miss Milton's Team Delaware is going across at 2:30. Carly Favaroso. So we're not done with Southern Delaware by any means, as she'll go over later on today. Here from the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in Wilmington. Again, we are in the rope testing phase right now, as we've had a large group go over. Already had 32 go over the edge out of our scheduled 87. So we're not even halfway done, folks, as we'll be going through at least 5 o'clock today, continuing to raise money for Special Olympics Delaware in this 14th annual event. Sean Green here with you from ground level. Again, we want to welcome you here to this live internet stream of the 2025 Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. I'm alongside Jimmy Smith, the owner and president of the digital team, who heads up today's live stream production. Our roof and ground reporters who you'll hear from throughout the day are Nick Alessandrini, sportscaster with 302 Sports, Nancy Johnson, who's currently working the ground interviews for us, and Joe Allen up on the roof, who are with the 93.7 WSTW Wake Up crew. Mike Rossi, an air personality with the Vault Mornings. Mike Lang, sportscaster with 302 Sports, and Ben Lepresto from the Special Olympics Delaware staff. Here at the anchor chair, you heard from John Busby earlier. He'll be back, a play-by-play announcer for Wilmington University basketball and co-host of the Delaware High School Football Podcast. And Alex Seymour, former weatherman at WBOC and current Special Olympics staff member. And we're going to take a quick break.
In schools across Delaware, students are leading the way in creating inclusive communities through Unified Champion Schools. Through Unified Sports, inclusive leadership, and whole school engagement, students of all abilities are proving that inclusion isn't just an idea, it's a movement. A movement built on teamwork, friendship, and respect. Join the movement. Be a champion for inclusion with Special Olympics Delaware Unified Champion Schools. What if one moment of your time could change someone's life? With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware is where passion meets opportunity. Year-round, thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities train, compete, and shine in sports they love. It's more than a game. It's about pushing limits, building confidence, and achieving dreams. Special Olympics is a movement fueled by inclusion, passion, and the power of sports to transform lives. Be a part of something bigger. Volunteer, support, or compete, because together we can make a difference. When the holidays arrive, there's no better way to celebrate than with the reindeer run. Families, friends, and co-workers come together for a festive and fun 5K, all to support Special Olympics Delaware. Whether you're racing for a personal best or strolling for fun, every step makes an impact. Lace up, dress up, and be part of a holiday tradition that's about more than just running. It's about community, inclusion, and making a difference. Join us for the most festive 5K of the season. Sign up and make your miles matter. Are you ready to take the ultimate winter challenge? The Lewis Polar Bear Plunge benefiting Special Olympics Delaware is more than just a thrill. It's a way to change lives.
When you plunge, I play.
When you plunge, I play.
When you plunge, I play.
Every splash supports year-round sports and opportunities for thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities. Sign up, take the plunge, and make a difference. In schools across Delaware, students are leading the way in creating inclusive communities through Unified Champion Schools. Through unified sports, inclusive leadership, and whole school engagement, students of all abilities are proving that inclusion isn't just an idea, it's a movement. A movement built on teamwork, friendship, and respect. Join the movement. Be a champion for inclusion with Special Olympics Delaware Unified Champion Schools. What if one moment of your time could change someone's life? With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware is where passion meets opportunity. Year-round, thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities train, compete, and shine in sports they love. It's more than a game. It's about pushing limits, building confidence, and achieving dreams. Special Olympics is a movement fueled by inclusion, passion, and the power of sports to transform lives. Be a part of something bigger. Volunteer, support, or compete, because together we can make a difference. When the holidays arrive, there's no better way to celebrate than with the reindeer run. Families, friends, and co-workers come together for a festive and fun 5K, all to support Special Olympics Delaware. Whether you're racing for a personal best or strolling for fun, every step makes an impact. Lace up, dress up, and be part of a holiday tradition that's about more than just running. It's about community, inclusion, and making a difference. Join us for the most festive 5K of the season. Sign up and make your miles matter. Are you ready to take the ultimate winter challenge? The Lewis Polar Bear Plunge benefiting Special Olympics Delaware is more than just a thrill. It's a way to change lives.
When you plunge, I play.
When you plunge, I play.
When you plunge, I play.
Every splash supports year-round sports and opportunities for thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities. Sign up, take the plunge, and make a difference. In schools across Delaware, students are leading the way in creating inclusive communities through Unified Champion Schools. Through unified sports, inclusive leadership, and whole school engagement, students of all abilities are proving that inclusion isn't just an idea, it's a movement. A movement built on teamwork, friendship, and respect. Join the movement. Be a champion for inclusion with Special Olympics Delaware Unified Champion Schools. What if one moment of your time could change someone's life? With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware is where passion meets opportunity. Year-round, thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities train, compete, and shine in sports they love. It's more than a game. It's about pushing limits, building confidence, and achieving dreams. Special Olympics is a movement fueled by inclusion, passion, and the power of sports to transform lives. Be a part of something bigger. Volunteer, support, or compete, because together we can make a difference. When the holidays arrive, there's no better way to celebrate than with the reindeer run. Families, friends, and co-workers come together for a festive and fun 5K, all to support Special Olympics Delaware. Whether you're racing for a personal best or strolling for fun, every step makes an impact. Lace up, dress up, and be part of a holiday tradition that's about more than just running. It's about community, inclusion, and making a difference. Join us for the
When you plunge, I play. When you plunge, I play.
When you plunge, I play.
Every Splash supports year-round sports and opportunities for thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities. Sign up, take the plunge, and make a difference. In schools across Delaware, students are leading the way in creating inclusive communities through Unified Champion Schools. Through unified sports, inclusive leadership, and whole school engagement, students of all abilities are proving that inclusion isn't just an idea, it's a movement. A movement built on teamwork, friendship, and respect. Join the movement. Be a champion for inclusion with Special Olympics Delaware Unified Champion Schools. What if one moment of your time could change someone's life? With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware change someone's life. With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. Volunteer today with Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware is where passion meets opportunity. Year-round, thousands of athletes with intellectual disabilities train, compete, and shine in sports they love. It's more than a game. It's about pushing limits, building confidence, and achieving dreams. Special Olympics is a movement fueled by inclusion, passion, and the power of sports to transform lives. Be a part of something bigger. Volunteer, support, or compete, because together we can make a difference. When the holidays arrive, there's no better way to celebrate than with the rain.
ready on the roof whenever you are. Yeah, let's come over this way a little bit.
And we welcome you back here to the 2025 Over the Edge event as we are seeing Melissa Dalgowitz and Ashley Hastings from the Lake Forest School District work their way down towards the bottom. Let's head back up onto the roof and catch up with WSTW's Joe Allen.
Yes, we are rooftop here. It is a beautiful day to go over the edge of this building on a tiny rope for the first time ever. Isn't that the case for you?
That's what it sounds like. You know,
So you're with Lake Forest. Your name is Travis. What do you do there?
I'm the HR director.
Okay, so what got you involved in something like this?
Well, we've been involved. My family has been involved with Special Olympics for a while. But as far as the district goes, our coordinator, district-wide coordinator, Heather Hitchens, has been behind all these events. She's a key fundraiser. All of the employees that are here today contributed to that fundraising effort, and so I believe we hit over $25,000 worth of fundraising. And so she asked me if I would be willing to tag along, and I can't turn it down for all the hard work that she's put into it.
Have you done anything at all to prepare for today?
So I've done some like small scale rappelling, like on vacation, you know, on a portable rock wall.
Sure.
But nothing like 17 stories. So
How are you feeling about it at this moment? Now that you're up on the roof and you can look around and see the city of Wilmington.
I'm ready to go. We've got a few people ahead of us to go, and I think I'm good for now. It might be a little bit different when you kind of lean over that edge.
Belize. That sounds like a beautiful place for a vacation. Feels a little bit like Belize outside today. She wants to thank her supporters. This year she's rappelling in memory of a former student, Emma Grace Carey. She would also like to thank her sponsors, Callaway Farms LLC, for being a second-year sponsor, the Kitty Night House Restaurant, Maxine Hair Happenings, and Michelle Moyer with Pampered Chef. As for Melissa, she's a volunteer with Special Olympics Delaware. She said this is her fourth year going over the edge. She started with a few coworkers helping to raise some funds for Special Olympics and wanted to help the students directly in her school and all other students throughout the state who participate. What has she done crazy? Well, she's done this for 4 years. She's also been rock climbing a couple of times, but this opportunity is an amazing experience from start to finish. Melissa said she wanted to give all of her students a shout out back at Central Elementary, who's watching them tackle hard things as we ask them to do every day. We are also building perseverance, which makes it a bit easier to meet each new challenge and learn a little bit about ourselves. She also wants to give a huge shout out to her supporters, Don and Ella, for their year one. She also wants to give a big shout out to Dave Evans, who gave a generous donation in memory of his mother, who's been a lifelong supporter of Special Olympics. These amazing people are what keeps the program available and helps us share inclusive activities and experiences throughout Delaware. Lastly, Melissa says she wants to give a special thank you to an athlete near and dear to her heart, watching her live life to the fullest every day and enjoy these special in northern Delaware, as we have the Southern Kent County group here from Lake Forest, 15 strong, going over the edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. Everyone had to raise at least $1,250 to rappel these 17 stories, or 222 feet, in this 14th annual event that dates back to 2011. And it's just gotten bigger and stronger every year. And if you want to get involved next year, there's a link at our website, sode.org. You can become involved, raise that $1,250, and we'll see you here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building next year, as these edgers do just a wonderful job, and it is really a special thing. I did this back in 2011, and it is a very difficult thing to see, as it can be very nerve-wracking if you're a little nervous in how things work. And we're going to first head up to the roof, where we have Joe Allen with a couple of people that are getting ready to go.
All right, we got a couple more people here from Lake Forest School District. Like I said, you guys came here in droves this year. Like you're taking over the whole event. So you are Grace, and we've got Rebecca here. This is your first year, Grace.
Yes,
How are you feeling right now at this very moment?
I'm very excited.
Okay, has anyone tried to talk you out of this?
No.
I'm going to be the first person.
I did.
You've come this far, right? You've been up here for a while too, as they check the ropes and get ready to go over. Now that you're up here and you've gone through the test run that they do up here on the roof, are you feeling more nervous or less nervous?
I would say less nervous.
Okay,
Better understanding of
what's going to happen?
equipment. Yeah, there's a lot.
What's the first thing you're going to do when you get to the ground, you think?
Probably just yell.
What about you? This is year number 2 for you, Rebecca.
Yes.
What made you come back again?
I love the experience, and we ask our kids to do the hard thing every day, so I just want to do the hard thing for them.
Sure, why not? On a scale from 1 to 10, how nervous would you say you are?
Like a 4. It's starting, as I get closer to the edge, it's actually like starting to set in. Like I'm doing it again.
Realizing that this is really going to happen. It's going to be a thing. Is there anybody you ladies would like to shout out or say thank you to?
I would just like to shout out Chipman Middle School. Thank you for all of your support for this and for me to have the opportunity for this experience.
I'd like to shout out DEC, the Early Childhood Center at Lake, as well as my sponsor, Kersey Home Improvements.
I love they have the GoPros on up here too. So they're going to capture the whole thing, the whole descent down. So, well, hey, good luck to both of you. Thank you so much for being here today.
And we thank Joe Allen there from the top there. As again, we are taking a look at Melissa and Ashley. Melissa Dalgowitz on the right and Ashley Hastings on the left from the Lake Forest School District, going over the edge, and these teal shirts certainly showing the solidarity that the school district and that Southern Kent County district has done to support here in Special Olympics, and we are really grateful for how much support the schools and the students. If you're watching us back at Lake Forest Central Elementary, you're the one that's helping Melissa and Miss Dalgowitz go over the edge here today, along with Miss Hastings. As you see Melissa looking back, maybe get a little bit of a wave down to her supporters down at ground level. And speaking of ground level, we will head down to Nancy Johnson with a very special guest.
I know. This is an amazing, amazing guest we have today here at Over the Edge. I'm Nancy Johnson from 93.7 WSTW. I think probably most people that are watching this live stream know who you are, but I think you just need to tell everybody who you are and why an event like today is so important.
Oh my goodness. Today is important. My name is David Halley. I'm the president and CEO of Special Olympics Delaware. This event is one of our top fundraisers that we do for Special Olympics. And so if you're not familiar with Special Olympics, everything we do is completely free. So these fundraisers are so essential to be able to keep our programming free.
Oh, wonderful. So now how many folks have signed up for today?
Oh, okay. So we had 100. Now, this is very normal that day of. We get a few people that don't end up showing. We don't always know why. Maybe nerves, but I think a lot of them have legitimate stuff. Maybe they got sick, got called into work, you know.
Yeah.
Parents
and
said you
that's-
can't go.
And it's okay too, because you know the legwork of an event such as this is the fundraising, and then the payoff is going over the edge. Some of us might argue that being firmly planted on the ground is the better way to go,
I agree
like
with that.
myself.
Yes.
But there, you know, not everyone's like me. And, you know, for our thrill seekers and the ones that want to support our community, this is a wonderful way to kind of connect those two things.
That's right. We actually just had a volunteer sign up right now for next year, and they're a thrill seeker. I am not necessarily one of those people. So people walking by and see that go, this is amazing. How do I do it? We do have signups right here. But for the other people that like a different dynamic, you know what I love? You know this, the plunge.
Oh, yeah, the polar bear plunge. That happens every February.
That's right. You plunge too.
I plunge
correct?
every year.
Yes.
Every year. And I'm fine with that.
So
'cause
I
my
love
feet are
that.
still on the ground. It may be frigid water, but my feet are still on the ground. And we're doing something great for the community. And the most important part about all of this fundraising is because why?
Because I mentioned before, this is all free for Special Olympics. So in Special Olympics, just in Delaware, we have a little over 4,000 athletes that participate with us. And that's just amazing. So to be able to keep all those programs free throughout the state, we need events. We need people to come out and support events like this.
And where can anybody that's watching the live stream want to get more information about becoming involved with Special Olympics Delaware?
Right. All right. So 4 letters here. Pay attention to this. SODE. This stands for Special Olympics Delaware. So go to SODE.org and you'll be able to sign up right there now. It's live.
And we thank everyone there at ground level for their support. And
Thank you.
as we're continuing to watch Melissa Dalgowitz on the right and Ashley Hastings on the left, they're about maybe 2/3 of the way down. Still have quite a bit of a way to go, and you're seeing that reflection through the glass here now. Those looking at the building, they can't see the reflection. They're actually seeing inside to the room that is across. But having done this back in 2011, I can tell you that the first half of the descent, you can't see the ground. The second half, you do. And I know that's when I was trying to overcome my fear of heights doing this. That's when my one friend said, that's when you got quiet. Because I was trying to describe my way going down back in the day. Got really, really nervous. And then suddenly I went very, very quiet. So I apparently became very petrified as Jimmy Smith rejoins me here.
Yeah, I can't imagine that you got closer to the ground, you would get more scared. But I guess I don't. I mean,
I think I was faking it at the top. That I was showing a level of
adrenaline.
Yeah,
what
I
am
think it was. I
doing?
think when the line when I went over was 17 little stories, a small little walk, and then I saw the ground and what have I gotten myself into?
Nothing little about it, and here we
No.
are. Yeah.
No, so everybody goes over. I mean, even the daredevils. I mean, at some point they had to conquer some level of fear or appreciation of heights, and this is not an easy thing. We've seen so many of the messages here talking about having students do difficult things, asking them to do it, so the teachers are doing it themselves, and that's really the message that a lot of these Lake Forest teachers and administrators are doing as they go over the edge. And it does look like Melissa and Ashley, as we've seen in several of the pairings here in the last half hour or 45 minutes, are very much working next to each other. By the way, coming up next, Grace Dutton and Rebecca Gregg are due over. So we're running about 45 minutes behind. We had to stop for the rope testing, so that's where we ended up a little behind here. It's Melissa Dalgowitz. We go here. These are the final two stories. And now she's got that nice little side pose looking back at her fans as she finishes up, and she will go all the way down to the bottom, onto her bottom. Or will she try to stick the landing? Nope, they're going to have her go down, and then they'll help her back up. And a wonderful job by Melissa as she has once again made her way down. And then here on the near side, shortly, we will see Ashley Hastings pop into view any second now. At least looking at the way the supporters or the workers are looking up. You get a little sense for just how high it is, because these are 5-6 feet tall people. There's Ashley working her way down. Give us a smile, Ashley, as she's working her way through the last little bit. And she'll work her way down, and you see the applause. And Ashley is down with a very safe touchdown as two more of our Lake Forest edgers have gone over the edge to benefit Special Olympics Delaware, and we certainly thank them. Everyone raising at least $1,250 to take this 17-story, 222-foot trip down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. Again, our next group getting ready to take place, Grace Dutton and Rebecca Gregg are scheduled to head over. Once we get everyone off of the harnesses, we'll get reset and bring the next two down. Here on a beautiful Thursday afternoon, the 14th annual Over the Edge here. It dates back to 2011. One of Special Olympics Delaware's biggest fundraisers. We've talked about the Polar Bear Plunge, which will take place in February. As that is something that takes place and raises over about $1.2 million a year now in Rehoboth Beach. There'll be the law enforcement torch run. There's the law enforcement run over the bridge. There's the reindeer run in Newark that takes place every Christmas season. And it looks like we are just about ready down at ground level here as Nancy Johnson is doing the whole radio professional thing. 93.7 WSTW. She was a traffic watch reporter before I was a traffic watch reporter. And now we go down to the sideline and Nancy Johnson.
I think, did you just say something about how old I am, Sean Green?
You're more of a seasoned professional than I am.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I am happy to be here on the ground with Melissa Dalkowitz and Ashley Hastings, who've just gone over the edge 17 stories, all to help raise money for Special Olympics of Delaware. Now, I'm going to look at your name tag here. This is your fourth year. How is this? What year is this for you? Year two. All right, now how did it feel? Does it get easier now that this is your fourth time? Is it easier than say your first time?
I think so. I was telling the guys up top, it's like year 2. I feel like you know what you're getting into. So year 2 is a little different. Year 1, you're just trying to figure it all out. But I love it. So year 4, I'm just as excited as I was year 1.
All right, and this is a force to be reckoned with at Lake Forest. Everyone's in these teal T-shirts. Ashley, how was it for you? This is your second year. Would you agree it was a little easier than your first?
Yeah, I'd say it was a little easier than my first.
And then what is it that you, I guess, why do you guys come in such a force to support this wonderful organization? I mean, I feel like I know the answer is why, but why don't you kind of expand upon how many of you are involved and why?
Yeah, I want to say I think there's 16 of us this year that are doing this, and it's all across the district. And we really just want to continue to show how much we facilitate inclusion within our district.
Excellent, excellent. So let's give it up for the whole gang at Lake Forest that has gone over the edge so far. There's still many more to go, all to benefit Special Olympics of Delaware.
Yeah, raising over $17,000 just from the Lake Forest School District. What a wonderful help they have given to us. As now we head back 222 feet back to the top as Rebecca Gregg is on your left and Grace Dutton is on the right. And now here's a higher angle shot. So there's on the left, that is Rebecca Gregg. That's to our near side, and Grace Dutton to the far side as we see Rebecca do her last little bit to that L shape, that last little stretch that you do as you officially begin the over the edge. And Grace is standing tall there, and she's going to do that work from that tall standing position back into the spread eagle that you see Rebecca doing just a second ago. So Rebecca just a little bit ahead here in the process, but this is all part of when they first were on the small little training floor that you do before this. You practice this piece right here where you go over the edge, as you see right now, as they are now about vertical, or I should say parallel to the street in terms of how they are leaning right now. So you start to get that real sensation that you're going over the edge. So you're not just vertical as if you're standing on the building. And just like that, Rebecca is like, I am on my way. And Rebecca begins her descent. So let's meet Rebecca. She's a occupational therapist in the Lake Forest School District and also a coach. It's her second year going over the edge. And she's also done the polar bear plunge the last 2 years. So she's gotten 2 of the nice years in terms of the weather. A huge thank you to her fundraising sponsor, Kersey Home Improvement, and all of her friends and family who donated as well. And again, we've talked so much about the Southern Kent County community really stepping behind all of these Lake Forest staffers and helping them raise the money needed to do this. As now we see Grace Dutton's ready to go and takes those first big steps, and she will begin her descent down 222 feet. She's a teacher at Lake Forest Chipman Middle School. She's a supporter of Special Olympics. She's dual certified and wants to support the cause. Now, what has she done daring and crazy? This is a pretty good list, and quite frankly, where she's done it's pretty awesome as well. She's done zip lining in Wales, co-steering in Wales. I do not know what co-steering is. She's gone zorbing in New Zealand and Tennessee. Again, I have no clue what zorbing is. And done a canyon swing in New Zealand. So quite frankly, this is the idea that she's done Wales and New Zealand I found amazing. But then zip lining, co-steering, zorbing, and a canyon swing. So clearly Grace Dutton is an adventurous amongst our Lake Forest teachers and staffers that we've seen here as we head into the afternoon here at the 300 building in Wilmington. And Grace begins to work her way down. Again, a shout out. Hopefully there are some of you watching us from Chipman Middle School, having a chance to watch Miss Dutton work her way down this building. It does look like Grace and Rebecca are going to try to stay side by side, which has certainly been a trend. You do get that opportunity there. You see the volunteers at the top, that first about 10, 15 feet. You're close enough that you can still hear the volunteers. If you have any nervous tics, they can help you out there. Make sure you're comfortable with that hand brake that's being used to help you descend. When you're ready to move, you squeeze it. It loosens up the rope so you're able to go down. If you're uncomfortable for a minute, you can just hang in position. And really, you make the rappel your rappel. There's no time check on this. You can take as long or as short as you want. and get a chance to enjoy our beautiful views here in Wilmington. As we go back here, you get a little sense for just how far they have to go. Yes, those are 5 to 6 foot human beings on the side of that building right now, and they look a little small right now when you compare it to a 17-story building, but that is the challenge here for Over the Edge, and this is really an event that's been done throughout the area, throughout the country. We've talked about Special Olympics Maryland doing one. I know there's one in Pennsylvania as well, Massachusetts, Raleigh, Honolulu. It's something that's really picked up, and much as the Polar Bear Plunge is a big event around the country, the Over the Edge has become one as well to try to show Special Olympics athletes that volunteers can overcome hard challenges just like we know they do every day to compete on those basketball, bocce, bowling courts, and all the other sports that Special Olympics athletes get to do for free here in the first state. Again, my name is Sean Green, and this is the live internet stream of the 2025 Over the Edge benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. I'm alongside Jimmy Smith, the owner and president of the digital team who heads up today's live stream production. Our roof and ground reporters will hear throughout the day are Nick Allison-Drini, sportscaster with 302 Sports. Right now on the roof is Joe Allen, and on the ground is Nancy Johnson, both part of the 93.7 WSTW Wake Up crew. Mike Rossi, an on-air personality with the Vault Mornings. Make Lang is a sportscaster with 302 Sports, and Ben Lepresto from the Special Olympics Delaware staff. I'm at the anchor desk, Sean Green. You heard from John Busby earlier. He's the play-by-play announcer for Wilmington University's basketball live streams and the co-host of the Delaware High School Football Podcast, and was a Special Olympics employee for 35 years until he recently retired. And later on, you'll hear from Alex Seymour, the former weatherman at WBOC in Salisbury and a current Special Olympics staff member. This 14th annual event is sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and the Newcastle County Fire Service, and is taking place at the 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington, Delaware. Our supporting sponsors are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and Delaware Rock Gym. And participates each raised at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel 17 stories or 222 feet down the side of one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. And here's a wide shot. You can see probably 16 of those 17 stories right now, Jimmy.
I pulled that camera. It's a robotic camera, so we're actually managing it here from inside. But I was like, wow, the sky and the reflection. That's peak awesomeness right now. I mean, that just shows the scale. The scale, there we go, that's the word, the beauty of everything. I know that's not what they're seeing, but it's what we're seeing for them. They're pretty locked in on that glass and looking through it.
I mean, you certainly have the ability. You can look up, you can look down, you can look to the sides, but yeah, you're probably not looking up too much now as you see the volunteer workers at the top there with their heads over the top. They're getting that good look, making sure, trying to help the confidence of those that are going down, but yeah, for the most part, yeah, you're just looking forward. And again, if you look at that and you see, oh, well, I see that reflection of the building across the street there on the bottom part of your screen. They can't, you can kind of see it a little bit, but for the most part, when you're really close, you can actually see through that glass and inside the building. Now, one of the floors is where all the Special Olympics volunteers are, so you get a little bit of a wave around floor 10 or so. But for the most part, you're just going down and you're just seeing people going through their day-to-day lives on a random Thursday, May 8th here in Wilmington, trying to get big business deals done. And yes, every year they're used to this day in the early part of May where a bunch of people go down the side of the building. As again, that's Grace Dutton on the right and Rebecca Gregg on the left. Both work in the Lake Forest School District. Grace Dutton at W.T. Chipman, and Rebecca Gregg is the district's occupational therapist. As they work their way down, 2 of the 15 edgers involved with the Lake Forest School District. We want to thank our second-time edger, Teresa Zimmer, who will be going over a little after 1:30 today, raised over $7,000 for Special Olympics Delaware. So Teresa Zimmer is a second-time edger. And I've been told that in some breaking news, because of course I work at WDEL, so you got to break these things, white smoke has been seen at the Sistine Chapel, so we have 7 more weeks away. No, we have a new pope. So the new pope has been determined, so I'm sure we will be hearing a lot about that over the next coming days, and a second-day draft pick, so pretty high value. Okay, I'm a sports guy. What do you want out of
Way
me?
to roll that back in. That was
Too much of a
beautiful.
sports guy. What do you want out of me?
Adam Schefter of the Vatican here.
Yeah, it's not a green bomb, I'll tell you that much. But here again, Grace Dutton on the right and Rebecca Gregg on the left as they continue to work their way down. It does look like they're talking to each other. And yeah, you are close enough, about 7-8 feet apart. So if you're nervous in any way or you're looking to share the experience, if you have someone next to you, you can certainly do that. And it does look like they are taking advantage of that as they're holding on to the ropes to their left hand. Again, you can, with this bit of a tighter shot there, you can see the handbrake on the right, especially with Grace on the right-hand side, helping to control how quickly she goes down. Now, as she gets closer to the bottom, there's going to be a little outcrop that comes out, so you have to go around that in your final descent towards the bottom as they get inside the final 5 floors or so. And then you see the top of the bottom floor there, the look who's going over the edge sign, and that is the floor number 1. In just a minute here, you'll get a chance to see from the ground level just what Grace and Rebecca, how high they look to see. And there's a good look at Grace as she goes down through the final 2 floors. Down to the final floor, gets the round of applause, and Grace, the teacher from W.T. Chipman Middle School, has a touchdown. Here on the near side, Rebecca Gregg. There she comes into view. It goes through her final floor. Let's watch this perfect descent to the ground as she'll go all the way to her bottom. There is the touchdown, and her staffers will help her up. And a wonderful job there by Grace and Rebecca. They're going over the edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware. So a wonderful job by Grace and Rebecca as they support Special Olympics Delaware. Now we head back up top where our next group will get ready to go. Looks like it'll be Laura Ferriello and Jenny Satterfield will get set. Laura Blue, I am told. Laura's on the blue. Yeah, I'm Anchorman.
I'm sorry.
Just read the teleprompter. It said Lauren Blue. She is in the blue rope. So Laura is on the blue. So she will be on our left here. The teacher from Lake Forest Central Elementary School. And Jenny Satterfield is a school counselor at Lake Forest Central Elementary. She is on the right side of their screen as they get through their final debriefings, getting the final harnesses hooked up. The safety harness is so important to help everyone get down nice and safely, and you can just see how tight those ropes are. And you see their staffers there with their, it's amazing how small the cameras are that they use to be able to film people at the top nowadays. I forget the old days. I had like the television large cameras, and now we've got something that looks like a razor.
Yeah, that's just I guess a DJI Osmo.
Yep.
Those are cool. That's Alex from the from Special Olympics there. We're getting a little bit of content, as they call it, behind the scenes.
Yep, and he'll be anchoring on later on. The former weatherman at WBOC now works here at Special
Looking
Olympics.
comfy with the camera, right?
Yeah, I mean he's used a few of those over the years.
Did you hear me? I had him give a weather report earlier.
I did not hear
Yeah,
that.
I just had to. I mean, it was.
Did he say it would be mostly cloudy?
He was doing some hand gestures, like he really wanted to point at stuff that wasn't there, like they do professionally.
I'm very glad we don't have a green screen here. I
Listen, not much to point at. I mean, it's incredible outside. So he was talking about the temperatures but boy, this is
optimal weather. I mean, maybe a little humid, but that's about it in terms of any complaints you would
beggars and
have.
choosers. You know what they say.
Yeah, where it's not raining like it was the early part of the week.
Right.
And we will head downstairs where we catch up with Nancy Johnson.
Thank you so much, Sean. We've got Rebecca Gregg and Grace Dutton here this morning, also from Lake Forest, or this afternoon, I should say. And how does it feel to have your feet firmly on the ground?
It feels amazing.
Now, is this your first year?
Second for me.
Second for you, and what about you?
First year for me.
Oh my gosh, how did it feel?
I actually wasn't that scared at all. But we used the buddy system, so I stayed with her so we could do it together.
That's right. I also too did it once, and I would say to you, if this were my year, I'm like, show off. No. I was petrified, but I'm so glad you're back on the ground in one piece. Now, you guys did something interesting. You had GoPro cameras attached to your helmets.
Yes, so we have a morning announcements called Chipman Live. Anyone's more than welcome to join in the mornings. It's a great show, and so hopefully they can take some of this footage and show it for those who are able to miss today's live streaming.
Oh, that's awesome. And so will there be a return rappel for you, Grace?
Yes.
And what about you, Rebecca?
Probably. I mean, third time's the charm.
Third time is the charm. I just love always, being eye level with birds that are, flying. It makes you feel good, right? Well, thanks again to the team at Lake Forest for participating in today's event. And you guys did great. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And we thank Nancy Johnson from WSTW, who will continue to interview people. We have her morning show colleague, Joe Allen, up at the top. We couldn't get Mike Phillips out here for some reason, so they bring in the afternoon traffic watch guy to work with the morning crew at WSTW, and they'll be on the air from 5:30 to 10 tomorrow morning on 93.7 WSTW. Also be able to see them at the Wilmington Flower Market this weekend is another big event here in Wilmington going on, but right now we're here at the 2025 Over the Edge taking a look at Jenny Satterfield on the far side and Laura Ferriello here on the near side as Laura is standing up while Jenny is in that L position about ready to begin her descent as she goes there on the far side. And Jenny is a school counselor at Lake Forest Central Elementary School. And she said this is the first ever daring activity she's ever done. I don't know if I believe that, looking at how confidently she began her descent. But Jenny has begun her way down, and she wants to thank everyone who has supported Lake Forest Central Elementary. And now here on the near side, Laura Ferriello begins her descent. And she describes herself just as a supporter, learned about it through her school, and she wanted to thank the Farmington Volunteer Fire Company and the Ladies Auxiliary for helping her raise the $1,250 needed to watch them go over the edge. As Laura getting her final instructions there. As you want to hold your hands in a really specific position to be able to comfortably work your way down. And again, Jenny Satterfield just began her descent. As our volunteers do make sure that everyone is safe and comfortable, and you see the volunteer showing just how you work that rope through the apparatus, the brake, to help everyone go down safely. So there is certainly a learning curve that takes place, and now does look like we thought maybe Jenny had gone far. Now Jenny's just standing there waiting for Laura. So the buddy system we just heard about with the last pair, well, it looks like we're going to get another pair of buddies going down, and Jenny and Laura, Miss Satterfield and Miss Ferriello from Lake Forest Central Elementary School. And we certainly thank those of you watching us from Lake Forest Central Elementary School right now and supporting your teachers on their way down. As you see the clouds.
Is it me or are those darker?
Yeah, you did the one
Where's
shot.
Alex at?
And look at the reflection. The reflection looks like there's blue.
I know. Can we back that one out a little bit? Back that camera out, Tommy. Can you?
So
I don't know, right?
It has gotten much clouder. That cloud means business. But there's some blue. We see blue in the upper left. But yeah, that's a pretty dark cloud at the moment.
Cloud, go away.
Yeah, we don't want any. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe it's just a cloud. Just a cloud.
Okay.
There we go. That's
welcoming.
That
Story cloud. That's nobody's gonna hurt.
And why is there a giant branch in the sky?
That's a tree.
Oh, that's a tree.
It's a tree. It's to the left of the camera.
As we now will zoom back in, and there's Jenny Satterfield and Laura Ferriello, as they have now begun their descent. Again, it's a 17-story building, 222 feet. So if the average human is 6 feet tall, you are looking at well over 35 of them. As we take a brief look, a live look in there at the training floor, that everyone gets the opportunity to go down that one floor first before you go down the big 17-story descent, 222 feet. Laura and Jenny, part of 15 different edgers from Lake Forest School District that have been going really for about the last hour or so and have played a big role in the success of this 2025 Special Olympics Delaware Over the Edge. Don't forget that we have other fundraising events coming up. We've got the Reindeer Run coming up in December. The Law Enforcement Torch Run will be taking place, and of course, over the Polar Bear Plunge to take place on the first Sunday in February. It's no longer Super Bowl Sunday, so no excuse for you to not come down and enjoy a beautiful Sunday afternoon at the beach. It's really a special day, and that raises over $1.2 million So the over 4,000 athletes and families of Special Olympics Delaware do not have to pay to participate in the bowling, the bocce, the softball, the basketball, and all the other sports involved in Special Olympics Delaware. On the right-hand side, Jenny Satterfield. On the left is Laura Foriello, as they are about story number 2 or story number 3 of their way down this building. Both choosing the slow and steady method. You see their right hands holding on to the rope and also the brake to help control how slow or how fast they go down. If you do it right, it can be a smooth descent. Otherwise, it can be a bit of a herky-jerky situation, as we will head down to floor level where we're going to head to the roof and catch up with Joe Allen from the WSTW Morning Show.
202 feet, something like that. That makes it sound worse somehow. I'm with Kimberly Corbidge. Where are you from, Kimberly?
Lewis, Delaware, from Cape Henlopen School District.
This is your 3rd year now, right?
Yes.
What makes you come back? Like, you do it one time, you go down 17 stories, it's terrifying, and then you say, I'm going to do that 2 more times.
I don't know. We just all as a team decide to do it again.
Do you do anything else that you would compare to this? Like, anything else that's terrifying?
I compete in powerlifting. That can be terrifying, but not this terrifying.
Have you done anything to prepare for this today? I mean, obviously you've done it before, but do you do anything to get mentally ready?
No, I don't think about it.
Your neighbors don't catch you up on the roof, like looking over. Okay.
Scale any buildings.
You seem really cool and calm, though. Are you even a little bit nervous today? Or?
When I get to the edge and they tell me to back it off, back it off the building, then I'll be a little nervous.
That's the worst part. I don't think people realize that is when you're at the very top, you have to like lean back over the side of the building.
You don't hold on. And we're like, what am I have to hold. No, you don't hold on.
You want to grab all the ropes and bear hug them.
Everything, yes.
Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say thank you to?
All the students and staff at Lewis Elementary School for supporting us, and the parents and getting us here.
Kimberly, you got a perfect day for it. It's beautiful, right?
.30. Well, it's going to be a little while. Hope you'll settle in, grab a nice little lunch, and we'll be with them shortly as we're continuing to work our way down over the edge here, supporting Special Olympics Delaware. Right now, again, on the left is Laura Fariello. On the right is Jenny Satterfield from the Lake Forest Central Elementary School. Both about halfway down, and quite frankly, take your time on the way down. If you want to enjoy that view as we take another wide shot here, just get a sense for just how far down, but yet not how far down they are already. Of this 222-story building, they're probably about the 100-foot mark right now. So you're still probably another 9, 10 stories left to go. And every once in a while, we've seen some of the edgers look down, take a good gander of how far they have left to go. Certainly seen some people look up over to the right and the left, and there's a lot of great views in all directions. You get a view of Delaware Avenue, one of the busiest streets in downtown Wilmington. Of course, the ground is the ground, and looking up, the sky is the sky. And if you look over to the right, sometimes you can catch a glimpse of the Delaware River or even I-95 and the Brandywine River Bridge. For those of us who do traffic, I say that a whole lot. And how just a whole different way of looking at the city of Wilmington compared to what you're seeing on the ground. As we continue to see Laura and Jenny work their way towards the final edge of this. I want to thank our sponsors, the Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, Sheridan Suites Wilmington downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym for their support of this event. Each of the participants had to raise at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel these 17 stories, or 222 feet. As we've learned from some of the other Lake Forest edgers, the Southern Kent County area, the Farmington Volunteer Fire Company, Ladies Auxiliaries, and so many businesses have helped support these teachers in raising the $1,250, because that could be a daunting challenge in and of itself. But for Lake Forest to raise well over $17,000, and that money is going to go right into programs like the Special Olympics Summer Games coming up next month, to the bowling competition that took place recently in the state tournament, to the basketball championships in March, to the bocce tournaments, and some of the athletes travel and compete in national events. So Special Olympics Delaware does a whole lot for the over 4,000 athletes, and it's money raised in events like this that helps get that done. So if you're watching this and you want to get involved, you can go to SODE.org, become an edger next year. Certainly would invite you to the Polar Bear Plunge in early February. That is such a great celebration of winter. Quite frankly, it kind of feels like a summer day, too. Might be a little chilly, but I can tell you the French fries taste all the same in February that they do in August. If you're down in
You just got to eat them quicker because you don't like them when they're cold. So
no,
you gotta
no,
get after them a little.
there are less seagulls too, which is a nice change in February.
Pros and cons, right? Pros and cons.
Yeah, but it is a really special day. There's over 10,000 people there. In fact, there's legitimately traffic getting in and out of the town. It's like being on the 4th of July in a lot of ways for that hour that it's really packed. And then by 2 o'clock, it gets back to looking like we hope it does in the winter.
Yeah, such a cool because I had the opportunity to create content for Special Olympics Ohio, the Cleveland chapter. They have a couple different, but they do theirs at Lake Erie around the same time.
Oh, that sounds awful.
Yeah, but lower attendance, fewer people, and I don't think that's the body of water. I think that's more about Delaware than it is about Ohio.
No,
because the plunge, down there has just gotten it's unbelievable. It's got such a following.
No, it was 1,500 people when I first did it, and it's now nearly 4,000. So in 21 years, it has really become a bigger event. As now we go towards ground level, and there's Laura Ferriello making her final descent here. Finally, the blue rope getting a win here. It's been team yellow rope in the last 4 or 5 couples, but this time Ferriello here on the near side, riding the rail to victory as she goes down the final floor. And she will go all the way down to her backside just to make sure that she is on the ground safely. There's no stumble. There's no last-second fall. So it's all for the name of safety as she'll go parallel to the ground as Laura works her way down to the final foot. The final of the 222 feet, and their feet on the ground. And she is down and safe. And we will now see Jenny Satterfield on the right-hand side. She is about 6 feet left to go. There's a nice ISO shot of her as Jenny is nice and tight as she gets to that a little outcrop there. Give Jenny a nice round of applause as she works her way towards the final floor or so. And Jenny looks down at the ground. There's Joe Allen. Hi, Joe.
Hi, thank you very much, Sean. Yes, we are 17 stories up on the roof. I'm here with Kurt and Sharon. I'm going to assume that you guys are married, right?
Yes, we are.
This is year number 3 for you. Are you a little bit nervous as you stand up here facing your 3rd year?
No, not at all.
Not even a little bit. You guys are so confident. I always say, and like the good news is, should anything happen, should anything go awry, they gave us helmets, so you're going to be 100% okay with the helmet, right? It's just 17 stories. What got you into doing something this crazy?
Well, one of our friends did it, and I said, well, if she can do it, I can do it. And then Sharon said, well, if you're doing it, I'll do it.
That's all it took. You told me that you went rock climbing off the air. We talked a little while ago, and that kind of helped you build the confidence.
Yes. Yeah. It was the training that they offered before we did this. So we did that, had complete confidence in the equipment, and once we got up here, it was just a breeze.
Once you know that everything's going to be okay, it makes it a little bit easier. And who are you guys with?
We're with the Newcastle 100 Lions Club.
Okay, fantastic. Is there anybody you'd like to shout out or say thank you to?
Well, Barbara Spence, who's with the Special Olympics, we'd like to say a special shout out to her. She's a good friend of our club.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. You guys are absolutely lovely. Enjoy your time, and good luck to both of you, all right?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we look forward to see them go over the edge. So from the top of the building, we'll take a big look at the 222-story or 222-foot building as we will get ready in just a minute to get a chance to see our latest edgers after they went over the edge. So Joe Allen from 93.7 WSTW's Wake Up Crew. Now let's see his tag team partner, Nancy Johnson from the 93.7 WSTW Wake Up Crew down at ground level.
Hey there. Yeah, we are on ground level. I love how you keep saying that, Sean Green, that we are on ground level. Because we have 2 first-time rappellers here. Jenny Satterfield and Laura Ferriello. And how does it feel to have conquered something as magnificent as a 17-story rappel.
That was crazy.
Honestly, I say bring it 4th and 5th grade. We've got this.
Yeah.
And so you guys are with the Lake Forest team. And what was it this year that got you to participate versus maybe in years past, so you haven't done it?
Well, I've never had an opportunity.
Step right up to that microphone.
I've never had an opportunity in my old school district. But when they approached me, I was like, yes, absolutely.
Awesome. Were you so as enthusiastic?
Yeah, actually, it was kind of a random conversation. Heather Hitchens invited me to participate about a week ago, and I jokingly said yes, and then realized that I actually agreed. And so I'm so happy to be a part of this, and I'm so happy what the organization stands for. And it feels great to be included.
And will you be with us again next year?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, but this was this was great.
I appreciate.
This is my turtle. She's coming with me.
Yeah.
I appreciate your honesty. Well, thanks again, guys. Congratulations on your first rappel for Special Olympics and Over the Edge.
Thank you.
And you hear Heather Hitchens mentioned. Well, there's Heather Hitchens working her way, making that final testing there on the side of the building and officially going over the edge. You see her feet on the edge right there, literally over the edge is Heather Hitchens, and she will pull back and take that first big step of the 17 stories to go down the 300 building. There she goes as Heather Hitchens begins her way down. Getting the last little training instructions there is there is a lot to it that's a little trickier than you might think in terms of the way the harness works. And there's, look, Mom, no hands. So she's doing a freestyle, apparently. Yep, looks the other way. And then there on the other side is Justina Ramdat, both again from Lake Forest Central, or I should say Heather is from the Lake Forest Central Elementary. We just know that Justina is from Lake Forest School District. Heather Hitchens is the district-wide Special Olympics coordinator. In terms of daring and crazy activities, this is her 4th over the edge. She went whitewater rafting, hiking, and joined in the polar bear plunge. Heather wanted to thank her team that beyond exceeded their goal this year. She wanted to thank them for their hard work. Personally, she wanted to thank Love Bella, Kersey Home Improvement, Centerville Lodge number 37, Austin Arter, the Burrsville Raritan Club, Charity Lodge number 27, Rebecca Campbell, Martha Rebecca Lodge 21, a little something from Pam, Kim and Eric Marquis, Patterson and Schwartz Real Estate, Oriental Lodge number 12, Felton Lodge number 30, Grange Lodge, and Heather Beauchamp. Our team had over 48 sponsors and over $250. How about that? And they're incredibly grateful for that support. And she would like to thank our family and friends who donated and made this day possible to benefit our students. As for Justina Ramdat, she works with special education students daily in the Lake Forest School District. It's her 2nd year. She's gone ziplining before. This is her 2nd over the edge, which she says is crazy for her in and of itself. She wanted to thank her sponsors, the Texas Roadhouse in Camden, Taylor Messick, West Park, and along with her friends, Katie and Brandon. So that's Justina on the right and Heather on the left as they step off that first outcrop and now onto the glass of the building. And they will begin their 17-story descent down the 300 Delaware Avenue building here in this 14th annual Over the Edge, benefiting Special Olympics Delaware, to the over 4,000 athletes of Special Olympics that get the opportunity to use the funds raised for free sporting events, sports like bocce and basketball, and the upcoming summer games that will take place next month at the University of Delaware. And they are free to watch as well, become inspired, become a part of the Special Olympics Delaware community. And you can go to SODE.org to learn a whole lot more about volunteering and supporting the different programs. And, of course, fundraising opportunities coming up later in the year. We'll have the Reindeer Run at the Newark Etna Fire Company downtown in December. And we'll also have the Polar Bear Plunge coming up in February. And now, we've talked about the supporters at ground level. Well, how about let's see those supporters here at ground level, here at lunch hour. Hey, everybody, wave your hands. You're on video stream, and they're watching you back at Lake Forest. So a chance to wave to everybody back at Lake Forest Central. And you see all those teal shirts there, and that's been the connecting tissue of this Lake Forest group. 15 strong today going over the edge here, and we thank everybody for making. I know that's a tricky trip from Felton up towards here in Wilmington. It's a longer drive than you might think, an hour and a half. And what a wonderful way to spend a Thursday afternoon here in downtown Wilmington. A little bigger. You don't see 17-story buildings in Felton all that much. Maybe the town's water tower might be a little close, but that's about it. But certainly a little different than going over the tallest building in Felton. But hey, this makes this the bigger challenge, doesn't it? So, again, Heather Hitchens is on your left. Justina Ramdat is on your right. And they are taking the slow and steady method on their way down over the edge. But there's no time limit to this. You get down the way you want to get down. You have a little handbrake on the right-hand side that when you squeeze it in, it helps you go down. And if you're feeling a little nervous, you can leave in that lock position. You have to feed the rope through a little bit as well. So there is a little bit of user responsibility to this, but everything is nice and tight. If you go down too fast, there's actually a catch brake that will stop you. So it is completely safe for the edgers, whether you're a volunteer, a veteran rappeller, or if this is the first time you've ever done it. This is really set up to benefit everybody in every possible way. And you see those volunteer, and they travel around the country doing this event in places like Raleigh. They do it in Maryland. They do it in Phoenix. They do it in Honolulu. And they do it here in Wilmington today. And they have a 100% safety record in these events, many of which benefit Special Olympics in the various states. But Delaware, of course, extra special because everything that we raise here in Delaware stays in Delaware, and it makes it for free in terms of the cost for the Delaware families. Just one less cost burden they have to deal with for their athletes as they participate in events. So we're watching Justina and Heather work their way down ever so slightly on this day. About 70, 75 degrees here in downtown Wilmington, a humid day. We've seen the clouds, partly to mostly cloudy at the moment. And we're watching, you can see it's a little windy. You can see how quickly the clouds are moving. Actually see it on the reflections of the glass. Now, if you're wondering what they see themselves, now there's a little bit of a reflection off the glass, but for the most part, they can just see right through that glass and into office buildings, into storage areas. There's also the staging area they'll go past as well. So you get a wide variety of views as you go down these 17 stories of a fully functioning office building here in downtown Wilmington, one of the tallest in the city. And everyone who's doing this has raised at least $1,250 for the opportunity to do this 17-story or 222-foot drop to benefit Special Olympics Delaware.
What's that? I did it once, and that is it.
We gotta move Nancy away from that microphone. She's all good. Hey, coming up on the 1 o'clock hour, is that?
Yeah, I think
it's time for you, my
I
friend?
think I saw John Busby.
He's been pacing. I think he's ready.
I think he's ready to go. He's had enough of this traffic guy. Let's bring back in the professional.
Get him out of here. Sean, thank you so much for your time. Professional is always a very different gear of things that you're used to doing, but I heard the sports coming out of you, and it's so nice to have you and the other Delaware media people give back to this.
Jimmy, I'm so glad you come back every year from Cleveland and still find this to be a priority, and it's a real pleasure working with your crew. And I look forward to seeing you every year because I know I'm guaranteed to see you every year now that Wesley doesn't play in Cleveland anymore, or not even a school anymore.
Right.
I don't get to see you out there, so it's great when you come out here east.
Yeah. This is always something to pen in. We don't pencil it. So the second Thursday in May, we're always here. So yeah, if it's a good chance to catch up with people, so it is great to be back.
Well, I will turn things over now to John Busby, the play-by-play announcer for Wilmington University basketball and a former Special Olympics employee for 35 years. My name is Sean Green. You'll hear me do traffic watch on WDEL, WSTW, and WXCY coming up at 3 o'clock.
All right, well, we got to save that voice so he can get you home with the traffic and everything coming up here. Shortly, we'll turn it back over to John here in a second as we watch Heather and Justina make their way down on the yellow and blue ropes respectively. But this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both of them is hitting the about halfway point at this point.
Good luck.
As we cross over 1 o'clock and we approach the halfway point, we welcome back our fearless leader. It's John Busby.
Alrighty, want to thank Sean Green again, myself. It makes a huge difference to be able to broadcast for 2 hours, get a 2-hour break, and come back for 2 hours. After me will be Alex Seymour, which if you were tuned in early this morning, he was the roving reporter up north. And so he'll close you out here from 3 o'clock on. And so excited to get on here as Heather Hitchens is finishing up or maybe halfway down, along with Justina Roundot. Heather Hitchens is the reason the Lake Forest School District is involved at the level that they are. Not only do they have the most edgers of any district with 15 this year, but they participate year-round in the sports, in the majority of the fundraisers, including the Polar Bear Plunge, attending the truck convoy to cheer on the truckers, and she has just done a tremendous job at the Lake Forest School District. And so her efforts do not go unnoticed, but certainly deserve to be noticed and appreciated here as she descends the building and what they've been able to do and the fundraisers they've brought in. I'm going to rattle through them. Sean may have done that already, but just deserve a second shout out for the efforts that they do to raise the money for 15 people to be able to go over the edge, well over $30,000 in the quick math in my head. And so I want to go through the sponsors as they finish up about halfway down. Love Bella, Kersey Home Improvements, Centerville Lodge, number 37, Austin Ardor, Burrsville, Ruriton Club, Charity Lodge, number 27, Rebecca Campbell, Martha Rebecca Lodge, number 21, a little something from Pam, Kim and Eric Marquise, Patterson and Shorts Real Estate, Oriental Lodge, number 12, Felton Lodge, number 30, Grange Lodge, and Heather Beecham. Our team had over 48 sponsors, over $250. So amazing that they were able to get 48 people, groups, interviews to go $250 plus. And so as Heather finishes up on the left, this is her 4th trip down the side of the building. For Justina Roundot, her 2nd trip down the side of the building. And I know in a few minutes, Nancy Johnson from WSTW is going to be turning over the mic to Mike Rossi. And so Mike Rossi, if that name sounds familiar, he's been on 93.7 WSTW. He's been on 99.5 WJBR up here in Newcastle County. He's now in the Vault in the mornings on the Vault Mornings Rock downstate. He'll be taking over for Nancy, and we appreciate Nancy Johnson being here. I'm not sure if that changeover has happened, but even if it hasn't happened yet, can you put your hands together for Nancy Johnson and for being here with us for the last 2 hours? She gets up a little bit earlier than most and put in 4 hours on the radio before she got here, so we appreciate her coming. Her co-host Joe Allen, he is up on the roof, so put your hands together for him as well. He'll be finishing up there. And so I understand Joe is on his way down, so maybe when you see him pop out of the building, you could give him a round of applause. They have been part of this live stream ever since we started having people interview both upstairs and on the ground, and so we appreciate them being part of that. Heather Hitchens on your left, Justina Roundot on your right, finishing up the rappels. 2 of 15 people from the Lake Forest School District. And again, if you're just tuning in on the live stream, I understand we're about 40 minutes behind schedule. So the good news is you haven't missed the person coming over. I can tell you that we have, if you're tuned in to see the Lake Forest School District folks, they're going to be going here. There's a couple more people, I believe. I'm looking at my list here. And actually, I believe these are the final 2 from Lake Forest. So Heather has landed. I hear the applause from outside. And again, we can't thank Heather enough for what she does for Special Olympics Delaware. keeping in mind that all of these teachers, administrators, etc., who have Special Olympics in their building, they do not get paid extra for that. They do it because of their passion for the organization, and they've seen firsthand how their students benefit from being able to train together, compete together, involve unified partners who are people without disabilities, and just mix everyone in the school together. It's the ultimate way to have inclusion in the schools. If you're watching this broadcast, even if you're not from the state of Delaware, if you're watching this broadcast, they have Special Olympics in every state. They have unified sports in every state, and they have it in schools in every state. And so, as I always post on my Facebook page after a Special Olympics school event, ask if your school has the Unified Champion School program in it. And if they don't, ask the question, why?
Just make sure when you do speak right really close.
And I think we're getting ready for an interview outside. We are ready. We'll head outside.
All right. Well, hey, I'm still happy to be outside and on the ground. I'm Nancy Johnson from 93.7 WSTW, and I have Justina Ramdat and Heather Hitchens just went over the edge for Special Olympics of Delaware. I other than maybe a little hot, how does it feel?
I'm glad it's over. That's for sure.
Now, is this your first year?
No, this is my second.
Second year. All right. And what about yourself?
This is my fourth.
Fourth. All right. And so were you instrumental in getting our second year edger over the edge again?
Oh dear God, no! I needed her as much as she needed me.
So again, with the Lake Forest community, what is it that you is inspiring to you? Like, why would you do something as, insane as to go over the side of a building to raise money for Special Olympics? Like, what does it mean for you?
Oh, our kids are amazing. They're awesome kids. They go through so much every day, and to be able to see them participate in like bocce or soccer or other activities like that, it really means the world.
And that's why and fundraising events like this is so important, because participation for the athletes is absolutely free.
For sure.
All right. So will there be a next year?
Debatable.
Debatable.
I mean, look at Lake. We rocked it out. Thank you, Lake Forest School District, for supporting our kids. So I'm sure you'll see Lake next year.
All right, great. Congratulations, guys. You did great.
Thank you.
All righty. Thank you, Nancy Johnson. And up on the ropes, we have Travis Mormon on your left as you're looking at the screen. If you're outside, he's on your right if you're looking up. And we have Stacy Muzzy on your left as you're looking at the screen and looking up. Stacy's employed at the University of Delaware. Travis is another member of the Lake Forest School District. He works in the district office. He and his wife have been involved in Special Olympics for years in one way
Your time could change someone's life. With Special Olympics Delaware, it can. Every event, every game, every celebration is powered by volunteers like you. Whether you're coaching, officiating, or supporting, you make inclusion a reality. Give your time, share your passion, be part of something bigger. In schools across Delaware, students are leading the way in creating inclusive
As Connie Callahan makes her way the rest of the way, it looks like she has locked up because she was going so rapidly down the side of the building with so much confidence. It's a safety feature. And waving to the crowd there, she'll get herself unlocked and continue her way the rest of the way. She says that this is one of the last things that she has not done for Special Olympics. She's been a polar bear for 14 years, plunging into the frigid Atlantic Ocean on the first Sunday of February. She wanted to thank her fundraising supporters, Peggy Sue Taylor, Brian Dawson, Fred Dawson, Stacy Matatia, Beth and J.R. Biddison, Parkway Liquors, and Birdie's Links. Connie and her husband, Mike, have been long-time volunteers for Special Olympics. Their son competed in Special Olympics years ago. And so Connie appears to have gotten herself unlocked and making her way back down. And Steph DeMartine will be coming down on the right. All right, put your hands together for Connie Callahan as she makes her way down. Again, as you watch Connie Callahan make her way down, this is part of the safety procedures for this event that makes it 100% safe. Is if you get moving a little bit too quickly, your rope locks up on you, and Connie is in communication with people at the top of the building. Part of the training process is to how to unlock yourself. But as you can imagine, if you're dangling on the side of a building and you lock up, you may have forgotten what that process is. And so the experts from over the edge are talking her through it. You can see she is making her descent a little bit slower than she was, but at the same time, making a descent nonetheless. This is Connie's first time going over the edge. And again, she is the area director for the Newark Dragons. There are 5 areas in Delaware: Wilmington, Newark, MOT, Kent, and Sussex. So if you are watching the broadcast and want to get involved, you can go to the Special Olympics website at sode.org, click on the volunteer link. And there are lots of different ways you can get involved, whether it's a commitment to coach for 8 to 10 weeks or work at an event. in a variety of capacities, a one-day opportunity. And even those one-day opportunities have shifts that are split up into 2, 4, 6, or 8 hours in a lot of situations. So Connie making her final way over that final lip. Let's put your hands together for Connie if you're outside there. If you're just tuning in, about 30 minutes behind schedule, the Southern Elementary crew is on deck. Jessica Burkholder, Emily Cooper, and Elise Sharp. And we are going to send it upstairs to Ben. A couple people who are finished training, getting ready to go over the edge.
See how she reacts here.
And Connie is finished with her first rappel over the edge. And we'll see in a second whether she is willing and interested to talk about her experience. There you see the festivities going on outside. The Over the Edge Festival sponsored by TD Bank. Pretty good crowd there in the bleachers. We appreciate all of you coming out. If you wonder why the weather is so spectacular, it's because it's over the edge, and it's supposed to be. And honestly, this is the 14th year that we have been here. And I cannot remember better weather conditions. There's off and on sun, which is nice for the people, especially on the roof. There's a slight breeze, which is probably keeping it cooler than it would be otherwise. There's absolutely no rain and no storms in the forecast, which means there will be no delays. And so we are happy about that, and we know those participating are just as happy as well. There in the background, you can see Connie getting her medal and a hug from one of the Special Olympics athlete leaders. It's always a momentous occasion when you finish rappelling 17 stories, even more so when it is your first rappel down the side of the building. And Connie there getting some pictures with our athlete leaders who are here on hand to greet our edgers and thank them for being part of this experience to raise money for Special Olympics Delaware.
Excellent. I'll ask you to.
And I believe Mike Rossi is going to visit with Connie. Mike, we'll send it out to you.
Thank you, John Busby. Appreciate that. She got such a welcome when she finally touched down. Connie Callahan, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, so you have been a polar bear plunger for years and years and years, but this is the very first time you've gone over the edge, huh?
Yes.
You've checked that box.
Yes. There
Will
was
you
one
check it
last
again?
box.
Will you check it again? What do you
I'm
think?
going to say today,
Okay.
no.
All right, that's the immediate reaction, and that's why we're having the interview as you finally touch down, because that's tough stuff. It's one thing when your feet can touch the building on the way down, but then when you separate to get past this ledge right here, it gets a little tricky, doesn't it?
Yes, it did. And then when you start swinging,
Oh.
was not in the game plan.
But safety is very, very important to us all, of course, and they took good care of you, the crew,
They
didn't
absolutely did. Never once did I feel that I was in danger. I was just a little out of my element, but
Yep, understand. You're the area director for the Newark Dragons.
Yes,
Tell
I
us
am.
about that role.
I am, what do you say? I am in charge of all of the sport directors who then are in charge of all the coaches of all of the sports that we have in the Newark Dragons. So I'm
that's-
providing the liaison between the Newark area and the Special Olympics office.
Excellent, very good. And Newark Dragons very active, right?
Yes, oh yes, very active. I've got a lot of my Dragons, they're here.
I
actually.
see you huddled
They're
up with
helping.
them right after you got down,
Yeah,
which
they
was
were there
wonderful.
for me.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, you want to thank anyone else while you're finally down here on terra firma?
I couldn't even begin to start thanking everyone for all the support. It's amazing.
It's and just the love you get from the participants
Oh,
speaks for
absolutely,
itself.
absolutely. And my partner, Steph DiMartini, I'm not sure she's going to make it, but she had it in her heart to come down. So
Excellent,
we'll see.
very good. We'll see if Steph can make it down. We'll count on you next year, even though you say no right this moment. Oh, she's not saying.
I'm not
All right,
saying.
Connie, thank you
Thank
for
you.
stepping aside here and saying hi to us. Now she's going to go back and get some more congratulations from the Newark Dragons. That's it from downstairs. Let's go 10 floors up where John Busby is now.
Alrighty, thank you, Mike Rossi. And if you are looking at the screen, on the left is Jessica Burkholder, a special education teacher from Southern Elementary. And on the right is Emily Cooper, a student advisor at Southern Elementary. If you are here live and in person and you are looking up, you see Jessica Burkholder on your right and Emily Cooper on your left. And I imagine there are some classrooms back at Southern Elementary watching Miss Burkholder and Miss Cooper go over the edge. And again, now both on the screen and in the bleachers, that is Emily Cooper on the left and Jessica Burkholder on the right. Southern Elementary, where both of these teachers are employed, brought over 100 people to the soccer event that occurred last week. Special Olympics hosted 4 soccer events for schools, and it was a combination of soccer games and some fun sports-related skills and activity stations for those who did not compete in the soccer event. And we had the largest school event ever in the history of Special Olympics Delaware, with more than 1,100 students participating at the event, elementary schools at Kirkwood Soccer. And so a milestone for the Unified Champion School program. And then we had 2 other events, a secondary event at Kirkwood Soccer and a secondary event at Polytech High School. Unfortunately, the elementary event scheduled for Milford High School was rained out, and schools are making alternate plans to help ensure that their athletes get that experience, whether it be at their own school or somewhere in their district. Just the unfortunate situation of a weather-related cancellation. But Southern Elementary has been involved in Special Olympics for at least 15 years. Mrs. Kate Bolton has headed up that effort at the school. She herself has gone over the edge, and Southern has sent at least one person, if not more, over the edge over the last several years. Emily has been skydiving before, so it will be interested to hear maybe when she gets on the ground which she considers more daring, the skydiving or going over the edge. And Jessica, ironically, has also jumped out of an airplane, also known as skydiving. And she would like to thank the Delaware City Community Park District, her students, friends, and colleagues for helping her raise the $1,250 to go over the edge.
Here in the middle of a run of the longest run of first-timers, and then you're mentioning what they've done. They're not really first-timers, I guess, technically, yes, but not in the craziness factor, I guess. So although they are getting their bearings here, as you could see, this, in my opinion, not one of the more frightening things that they've done.
And we've discussed, Jimmy, this morning, we always enjoy, and I said this to somebody when I was upstairs during my break, that one of my favorite questions is what other daring or crazy activities have you participated in, because it's fun for us to talk about whether we would do that or not. I have gone over the edge one time. You have not. And I say that just so people understand that one of us has and one hasn't, but neither one of us has any interest in jumping out of an airplane.
Correct. Yeah.
You didn't hesitate.
Yeah, and yeah, I don't know that I'll ever get to do this. You know, I got other things going on here today, so I don't know that I'll ever do it. And so this, I don't know what the craziest, what will go down as the craziest thing I've ever done. I mean, I've scuba dived in like a controlled area at a resort in Mexico. So, I mean, like, I can't say with sharks, you know, like some other people have been able to. I'm sure they were there. I just didn't see
Right.
them. So I'm not even going to claim it. But to me, commercial flight, and that's not necessarily a shot or a joke of its current state, but commercial flight it seems to me enthralling and scary enough. So
I have no problem getting on an airplane that is termed a jet airplane. And speaking of airplanes, we are going to go up top in a minute for an interview. We've got a couple people who are getting ready to go over the edge. We'll send it up there when they're ready. And here we go. Take it away. Take it away, Ben.
We are live 17 floors up here for our Over the Edge event. I'm here with Mary again. Mary, tell me, is this your first time going over the edge today?
It is my first time, yes.
How are you feeling about that?
Pretty nervous, scared, but excited.
Very cool. And what is your affiliation with Special Olympics Delaware?
So I'm a board member, and I'm also a nurse practitioner with Christiana Care, and a lot of my patients that we see for primary care participate in Special Olympics.
Very nice. So is there anyone that you want to thank or any donors that helped you out today?
So I have a lot of people who help support us, family, friends, and I think are hopefully watching live stream here. So I just appreciate all of their support and kind words.
Now, have you done anything like this before?
So the only thing I've ever done like this was like the Go Apes course at Lum's Pond. Certainly a little not as high, but something similar.
Something similar. We're excited to have you here. Thanks. So have so much fun today. All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
All righty. Thank you, Ben. Again, Emily Cooper on the left, Jessica Burkholder on the right. Staff members at Southern Elementary School in the Colonial School District. 40 total people from schools have gone over the edge today. Just under half of the total amount of edgers who will have rappelled by the end of the day. Lake Forest School District with 15, Caesar Rodney with 9. We're the leading schools. If you're watching this and your school district's not part of it, you can certainly contact Special Olympics Delaware. Just go to the website, sode.org, and someone can talk to you about getting your school involved. And typically how it has happened is somebody has seen this event, decided there's no reason our school can't be doing this event, and they take it under the wings, and it goes from there. And they find creative ways to raise money. Any of you that are parents of elementary students especially know that schools come up with crazy ways to raise money, whether it's hat day or put a penny in a jar and the teacher that gets the most pennies has to go over the edge. Those types of things. Special Olympics is entrenched in over 170 schools statewide in one way or another, helping educate students about the wonderful aspects of inclusion of all. Jessica and Emily making their final descent. Hello to all the Southern Elementary students and staff watching back there at school.
what a day in school. You know, towards the end of the year. You know, remember back in the day where they rolled out those video carts and we were all excited to watch a movie or whatever? Well, now you just pull down that screen and you watch your teacher, principal, or other staff member rappel down a building. It's beautiful.
It was reel to reel video movie machines when I was there, Jimmy.
I didn't go back far enough with technology.
Speaking of back, let's go back upstairs for an interview. Ben, take it away.
Thank you very much, John. We are live up top on the rooftop, 17 floors up for our Over the Edge event. I'm here with Tommy Fields, one of our athletes here at Special Olympics. Tommy, tell us about some of the sports you participate in with Special Olympics Delaware.
Well, me and my wife's been there for 30 years, and I did sports, powerlifting, shot put, track and field, speed skating, bowling, powerlifting, swimming, and softball. So that's about
That's about it. Sounds like you've done a lot with us. Have you ever gone over the edge before?
That is my very first time. I'm so excited. I got tears in my eyes.
That's awesome. What made you want to go over the edge today?
My good friend Amy Hayward asked me if I go over, she'll go over with me.
And how do you feel? You nervous?
Nah, I'm not nervous. My wife's more nervous than I am.
Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate everything you do and have a great time today. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Tommy Fields getting ready to go over the edge, one of two Special Olympics athletes who will go over the edge before the day's over. If you're just tuning in, on deck is Elise Sharp, Teresa Zimmer, Dave Diana, Jim Diana, Marianne Gant, and Amy Haywood. We are running about 40 minutes behind schedule.
This is Elise on the blue. She'll be on, so as you're looking at the screen here, there on the left, it will flip when we flip the other way. And then Teresa is on the yellow rope, the near side rope to this camera angle, as they go down edgers 57 and 58.
Elise is the third and final member of the Southern Elementary faculty and staff. If you're looking at the screen, she is on your right. If you're looking from below, she is on your left. And Teresa Zimmer is the other person in the screen. Teresa is a general manager at J.D. Shuckers. And she is the proud parent of X-Man, who I'm going to think is a Special Olympics athlete nickname. And we're going to send it outside, downstairs to Mike Rossi.
All right, thank you. We have some first-year over-the-edgers from Southern Elementary School. It's Emily and Jessica. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
So, first time around, it looked like you were paired up pretty nicely, the two of you. Were you talking to each other on the way down?
She was telling me how far we had to go. Yeah, I was trying to let her know, but not scare her. She's a good coach and a good liar.
We need coaching every step of the way in Special Olympics. Can you tell us about why you chose to get involved?
I am a special education teacher, and I did it 100% for my students.
That is incredible. I'm sure they're cheering for you. Emily?
I also work at Southern. We have a large special education population that participates in Special Olympics, so I was excited to fundraise to support our students.
Fantastic. I would imagine you are the Sharks, the Southern Sharks. I see by the sign over here. Go Sharks, it says. So congratulations. So you were showboating a little bit at the end of this, Emily. I saw that.
What?
Yeah, waving to the crowd.
Yeah, cheering for the school. Go Sharks. Excited to represent.
Excellent. And what do you think? Will it be a second year?
You know what? I'm going to pray on that one for you.
All right. I'm going to guess Emily is ready to do the yellow rope next year. You did the blue, now you got to do the yellow.
Yeah, I'm ready to go right now.
All right. Well, okay. We've got one E and one absolutely. So that's it from the ground. Let's go back up to John Busby.
Okay, everyone's more nervous already. Just get it.
All right, and I believe we are going upstairs to Ben.
All right, thank you very much, John. I am here with Stephen Turner, another athlete for Special Olympics Delaware. Stephen, tell me, what sports do you do at Special Olympics Delaware?
I do track and field and long distance running.
Brandon, and you told me you're a coach now. What do you coach?
I coach track and field.
And for what area do you represent?
The Dragons.
Newark Dragons. A lot of representation from the Newark Dragons today. Is this your first time going over the edge?
No, this is my second.
Second time. And what made you want to come back and do it again?
I just had fun last time, and I wanted to do it more and just have a more fun, definitely an experience.
Absolutely, it's a great experience. And what does Special Olympics mean to you?
It means a lot. It means that I can get to know a lot of people, get to know more coaches, more athletes, and just help them throughout what they need help with.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here. Have a great time, and hopefully you'll be here next year.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, and back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks, Ben. Stephen is one of two Special Olympics athletes who will go over the edge. Tommy Fields, the other, who will be going over for his first time. So I'm sure Stephen is providing Tommy with some tips on the screen and from here live. If you look up, on the left is Teresa Zimmer. On the right is Elise Sharp. And Teresa Zimmer is a general manager at J.D. Shuckers, and she wanted to thank the customers and the Bay Point neighbors for helping her raise the $1,250 that it takes to be eligible to go down the side of the building. This is the only way you can legally rappel down the side of a building in Wilmington, and quite frankly, the only way you would want to, as it is 100% guaranteed safe for you to do so. Teresa got coaxed into doing this by a customer who is a sibling of a former Special Olympics athlete who dared her to participate in this bike ride. She's done a couple other adventurous things, including a 24-hour mountain bike race and a Warriors race. She says she'll do anything that sounds fun, and certainly counts this as one of those things. So she is inching her way down the left side of the building here. This is her second rappel. And Elise Sharp, who is on the right, this is her first rappel. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust, the host of the event, Newcastle County Fire Service, the rope sponsor, TD Bank, the festival sponsor, and our supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics, which is a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality to raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics. Sheraton Suites Wilmington, right next door here to the 300 Delaware Avenue building. They provide discounted lodging for the over-the-edge staff, and the Delaware Rock Gym down in Bear provides opportunities for the edgers to practice rappelling before they come and have to do it 17 stories. If you're sharing your photos, your experiences, etc. on Facebook, please use hashtag SODelaware and tag us to your post so that we can repost it. And if you've watched this event here in person or on the live stream and you've decided you're in for next year's event, which will be the second Thursday in May, you can go to the website sode.org and click on the upcoming events link at the bottom, and that will send you to choose Over the Edge 2026. Over the Edge does events all over North America. They've done more than 1,400 events in 500 plus buildings, had nearly 120,000 participants, and they've raised over $150 million at these events. Many of them are Special Olympics events. They've done 306 of them around the country, 14 of them here in Delaware. Hawaii has hosted 16, as has Raleigh, North Carolina. Special Olympics, and Special Olympics Massachusetts has held 15. So Delaware ranks 4th with that number. And again, on the yellow rope on the left, you see Teresa Zimmer coming down, and on the right for the blue rope is Elise Sharp. And on deck would be Dave Diana and Jim Diana, along with Marianne Gant and Amy Haywood. And as we watch Teresa and Elise come down, we're going to send it up top to Ben, who's going to chat with somebody getting ready to make the rappel.
Thank you very much, John. Up here with Jonathan Packard. Jonathan, tell us what you do for a living.
I'm a captain with the Delaware State Police.
Ernest, and what is your involvement with Special Olympics Delaware?
My involvement started when I was in the academy, when we started with a polar bear plunge, went to the torch run every year. I was designated the shift runner by our sergeant for a while. Fast forward, I was fortunate enough to be brought on to the law enforcement committee. So I help with fundraising in Newcastle County, and been a huge advocate and fan of the organization.
Well, we really appreciate your support. So what year is this for you going over the edge?
This is year 3.
Very nice. A little nervous. I get it. That's perfectly fine. What makes you keep coming back each year?
The athletes, the inspiration. How can you not be inspired? Being brave, right? Just in my attempt. So this is something in a job before I climbed water towers. So this is something that I'm pretty comfortable with, heights, and just what a better way to raise funds for such an amazing organization.
Well, thank you very much.
Alrighty, thank you, Ben.
Back to you guys live in the studio.
And there at the base is Teresa Zimmer. And Elise Sharp continues to make her way down as well, the final member of the Southern Elementary team. Toe tapping her way down. Once again, if you're just tuning into the live stream, this is the 2025 Over the Edge event to benefit Special Olympics Delaware. We've had hundreds of people tune in, and we know it's even been more than that because of the number of schools that have entire classrooms, and in some cases entire schools, tuning in to the broadcast. So the actual objective numbers we know are just a small portion of the number of people who have tuned in today. I want to thank Jimmy Smith, the owner and president of the digital team, who helps make today's live stream possible. He's got a strong crew of people who have been here from the onset, working the cameras, the audio, the production, and making sure that we are able to provide you with up close and personal feel for being at this event. There on the screen, you can see Jim Diana on your right.
Have fun. Steven, go get him.
And on the left on your screen would be Dave Diana. And on the blue rope to your right, if you are looking up here live, that would be Dave Diana. And if you're watching the live stream at home, Dave Diana is on your left. Don't know for sure that these are brothers, but kind of making the assumption that they are. Jim Diana is making his second rappel, and Dave Diana his first.
We're about ready. I think we can. Elise, I'm sorry. Come on over here.
And while we get ready for Dave Diana and Jim Diana to get into that lean back position, we're going to go down to the ground and turn it over to Mike Rossi.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Here with Elise and Teresa. And Elise is the third member of the Southern Sharks and another special education teacher there at Southern. Tell us about your involvement here with Over the Edge.
Oh, it was a great experience. I had fun. Got a little nervous there partway down, but I made it down. But it was great. I had fun.
And you're raising funds for some very special people in a great effort, right?
Yes, it was amazing. Thank you.
And tell you what, it illustrates just what a small state Delaware is. Teresa, we're about 100 miles away from J.D. Shuckers down there on Route 24. And to tell you the honest to goodness truth, and she didn't know that, but I recognized her from last night because my wife and I enjoyed prime rib special there. What do you know? It was delicious, by the way.
Awesome.
All right. How was this event for you?
Over the Edge is my second year. It's always fun. It's pretty easy. I think it's easy the way you are in the harness, and it comes down compared to what all the athletes have to do and struggle and come over each and every day just for their daily tasks. So anything really for Special Olympics, I'm there.
Excellent. You supporting Team X-Man. Tell us about that.
So Team X-Man is just one-man team. He's Xavier Zimmer, and he's the coolest kid around. Happy birthday. He's going to be 15 on Monday. He is our son. He participates in Special Olympics since he was 6 years old. Every sport possible and imaginable, and within a close enough distance to drive to, we are part of.
Excellent. Very good. Elise, thanks for supporting the Southern Elementary effort today.
Thank you.
All right. And how about you? You coming back down?
I will be back down.
All right. Very good. Teresa, thank you so much. All right. So 2 more over the edgers coming from downstate Delaware to raise funds for Special Olympics Delaware. John, back to you.
All righty. Thank you very much. Mike, on the right, on the blue rope, is Dave Diana, a member of the Delaware State Police. We appreciate all he does for the community and, of course, what he is doing today for Over the Edge. On the left is Jim Diana, and Jim is a lieutenant for the Delaware Division of Alcohol and Tobacco Enforcement. Jim is a member of the Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics and has been on the executive committee for several years. Also a member of the Summer Games Committee. Summer Games are coming up June 13th and 14th at the University of Delaware. Volunteers are needed on both days. Athletes compete in 5 or 6 sports throughout the 2 days. They stay overnight in the dorms. Big opening ceremony on Friday, late afternoon. For more information, visit SODE.org to find out how you can volunteer for one of about 60 sports-related events that Special Olympics does throughout the year, but the one that has been the hallmark event for the organization since its inception almost 55 years ago. Summer Games was the original sports event that was offered. It's now expanded to several more of all sizes.
And that's just such a nice show of I don't want to say power, but a class of like how, you know, the money that's raised today, how it's spent and what it goes towards. It's a first class events now, as you mentioned, throughout the year. So, you know, the fundraising opportunities between the plunge and the ride and this and all that are all very well done. And then where that money is then subsequently used is first class as well.
And a lot of people don't realize this, Jimmy, but it is a fact that Delaware is the only state in the country where the athletes participate completely for free. So regardless of your family's income or status in the community, it's completely free.
And I know people will be like, oh, it's Delaware's the smallest one. Blah, blah, blah. Well, no, I think that may be partially true. I don't know I don't have it in front of me, the percentage of attendees or athletes to their actual population. But I think that's just, again, Delaware doing Delaware things. Delaware supporting things that matter.
Well, and the bottom line is it costs the same for an athlete to participate in Delaware as it does in Hawaii, as
Absolutely.
it does in New York
Absolutely.
City. And so it's the fact that
It's what's important, and that's prioritizing what's important.
and it's this event and events like it, the Polar Bear Plunge, the Truck Convoy, the Ride of the Tide, that make it possible for the athletes to participate and compete completely for free. Because inevitably, I'm just going to throw a number, 80% of the athletes would probably still be able to afford to participate if there was a fee like there is for every other youth sports organization. But the fact is that 20% that wouldn't now gets the opportunity to do so. And so that's why the organization proudly boasts.
And maybe those families that could then find it or feel it right to then support in other ways like this, which then their payment is a donation.
Exactly.
Through something like this or the plunge
Yep.
or just other donations. So, again, that's community supporting community and making these things happen. For Special Olympics too, we talked about this prior. This is not just children. This is not just up till high school. This is lifelong opportunity. So somebody could be involved in this. What's the longest, on top of your head, who's the longest tenured, and what is that length?
We have an athlete, Larry Zucker, who just celebrated his 50th year in Special Olympics Delaware a couple years ago.
Incredible.
Yep.
That's what we're talking about. 50 years, not 10, 50.
And he didn't start till he was 8 because back then you couldn't. Now you can start at the age of 2 in our young athletes programs. And so eventually we're going to have somebody who's been in this organization for 70 years because they're going to be playing bocce and bowling and doing those events that people that age do. So you can see the Dianas have landed. Jim for the second time, and Dave for the first.
There you go.
And I'm pretty confident that they will be willing to chat with Mike Rossi there at the bottom.
Mike's very persuasive, so yeah, I could see it.
And he's got that Hawaiian shirt on, so you can't miss him.
Yeah, right.
You can't miss him.
It's got to be a mandatory thing.
So we appreciate Mike Rossi being here. He was a member of the WSTW on-air talent for years, and then stopped in at WJBR on his way to the Vault Mornings rock show downstate. And so we'll wait for him to talk to the Dianas. And
Mike feels like a classic rock guy.
And you can see the next two people up top if you're watching on the live stream. We'll get you those names as soon as we get them. Make sure we have the right ones on the right rope.
Clearly, you've done some things before. So I'm going to ask you this.
You got a medal.
Thank you.
I love the little medal opportunity there. As you see in the bottom corner, you see the Diana's. Well, I'm sorry, I'm looking at Can you push it for me?
Okay, we're set here.
Thank you. As they get their medal and shake hands and try to walk away from the interview. They're trying. They're trying.
You guys work this mic and work it as close as I'm.
And there we go. And out to you, Mike. Mike, out to you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you so much. We're down here with the Diana brothers. There's Jim and Dave. Congratulations representing the Delaware law enforcement community and Special Olympics Delaware. I got to ask you guys, being brothers, I know I'm one of 5. This had to be a competition, didn't it?
No, actually, it was a confidence-building
okay.
exercise. Yeah.
Oh, tell us about that, then, Dave.
I think about a year ago, Jim did it the first time and then proposed the challenge. Let's do it together. So, out of a bit of shaming, I agreed. And here we are.
All right. Well, that's a couple of good brothers, no doubt about it. So, tell us about your experience first time over the edge of that.
Like a cat, I was kind of clawing against the wall for a while, hanging on for dear life. But I think thanks to the team here, honestly, they built like a sense of confidence for me. I felt real comfortable with this group.
Now tell me, as you're coming down, you're fairly close to those windows and you're passing floor after floor, many of them with workers in there. Were any of them encouraging you on the way down, or were you not even noticing? Now, Jim, I see a lot of people in the crowd supporting you. I'll tell you what, that's pretty good. Look, you even got the big heads, the big head cutouts.
I wasn't ready for that. But no.
So it's your second year. You encouraged your brother to do it this year. Tell us about your 2 experiences over the edge.
I think the first time was 2017.
Oh, all right.
But I mean, like this is the 14th year, but I volunteered for the event. 13 out of the 14, being able to be on the roof and checking everybody in and just talking to them, calming them down and stuff like that. But like David said, the people up on the roof, the whole organization over the edge, it's just a top-notch organization. All the volunteers that come in, they're very calming when we're up there, and they just talk you through it. And second time was the best.
I can't help but to make the joke. I mean, you got a lot of big head posters of you out there, and they're very flat, but thank goodness you're okay here after you did the over the edge. Congratulations, and thanks for your help.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Special Olympics Delaware. The Diana brothers have done it. They have gone over the edge together.
It's all about fundraising for the world's greatest athletes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jim. All right, there you have it. From downstairs, back up to John Busby.
All righty. Thank you, Mike. That's Amy Haywood coming down on the blue rope. To your right, if you're looking at the screen or looking up from the bleachers, Tommy Fields, Special Olympics athlete and former board member for Special Olympics Delaware, will be coming down on the left in just a minute. We're going to send it upstairs to Ben.
Thank you very much, John. We are live on the 17th floor rooftop at our Over the Edge event. I'm here with Carly Favreau. So, Carly, tell me, why are you here today?
Well, my name's Carly Favaroso, and I hold a title of Miss Milton's Teen, and my community service initiative is called SHINE, Strive to Help Include, Not Exclude. So my mission is to spread inclusion all throughout the state of Delaware, and I've been involved with being Unified Partner and Special Olympics Riptide. So when I found out that I could go over the edge, my answer was immediately yes.
That's awesome. So how are you feeling? Have you done anything crazy like this before?
Well, I've gone over the edge twice. This is my third time, but I love roller coasters, and I love parasailing and just all the crazy, scary things that you can possibly do. So this just sounded like a really cool opportunity for such a great cause.
That's very exciting. So also here you have some special friends watching you today. Tell me about that.
So I intern at a first grade classroom at Lewis Elementary School, which is part of the Cape Henlopen School District. So hi, Miss Riley's class. I hope you're all watching and having a good school day.
Hi, Miss Riley's class. Carly's going to do great. So thank you so much for being here. Have a great time, and thank you so much. Thank you. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Ben. Another example of the Unified Champions School Program that takes place in every single school district in the state of Delaware. Cape Henlopen School District, one of the strongest. Amy Haywood making her way down. This is her third time, and she looks like she's done it before. She's a computer teacher for the Department of Correction, also a board member for law enforcement for Special Olympics, and she decided to rappel, she says, for a second time. And I have it down as the third time. Maybe one of those times was just an unforgettable experience. And so we're going to say 3 times, but she's a board member, and she decided to do it again, to do it alongside Tommy Fields, who is a dear friend of hers and also a Special Olympics athlete who is on top waiting to come down. She wanted to thank all her Over the Edge supporters. She says, without you, this would not be possible. Put your hands together for Amy Haywood.
We've got dear friends leaving dear friends on the side of buildings. We got husbands and wives getting separated on the sides of buildings. Nobody's staying together today. She looks up and realizes how far Tommy is away.
And Tommy is about on floor 16. We always say it's never a race, and there's never a time limit for how people go up and down the building, and Tommy is making his way. This is his first rappel. He is a Special Olympics athlete. He has served on the board of directors. He's been part of the athlete leadership group since its inception more than 15 years ago. He is employed by Bank of America Support Services. Been doing that for almost 25 years. And he says that someone from TD Bank encouraged him to do it, but it's been on his bucket list since 2011, and he's about 10 stories away from checking that off his bucket list. And he says, what other daring or crazy activities has he participated in? He used to do speed skating. He's done the polar bear plunge in the icy waters. And he wants to thank law enforcement and everyone who has supported him along the way. And so Tommy Fields looks like a pro coming down there, making his way. Bouncing off the building like a superhero.
That was a good little run right there.
Tommy's at a point where if you cheer real loud for him from the bottom, he can probably hear you.
No louder.
Come on now. All right.
That was the face of somebody who could hear them, but
I saw
thinking about other things.
I saw Tommy's wife, Tina, I know, is in the audience, and he said she was more worried about him than he was worried about himself coming down. And Tina, he's getting ready to land. Put your hands together for Tommy Fields.
I haven't been up here all day.
Tommy, the second Special Olympics athlete to go over the edge today. Stephen Turner is going to be the other. And he's going to be in the next group, I believe.
Come in for the interview on the ground.
And there, again, if you're watching the live stream, you can see the training that goes on up top. And every single person, whether they've done this 14 times, 10 times, or it's their first time, goes through this training just to ensure that they remember what they're doing right there. You can see she's working that lever on the left, which is how she keeps herself moving.
How you feeling? You all right?
And you can see the outstanding over the edge crew. We've talked about them throughout the broadcast, about the excellent job they do to make people feel comfortable going over the edge.
Doing our lives.
So this is Jonathan Packard. I just got this information.
And Jonathan is a captain of the Delaware State Police, so another contribution by law enforcement for Special Olympics here in the state of Delaware. And he is inching his way down. This is going to be his third rappel down the side of the building.
Do you think we can get a lot of people in a shot here?
And he has climbed and worked on water towers, which is probably a little bit different than this, but of all the things...
Well, they're being paid.
Yeah, they're being
So
paid
that's
to do
a
that.
huge difference.
But of all the things we've heard people say, Jimmy, that's one of the ones I think that is closest to
I
this.
can't even watch the videos. I know fully where I am when I'm watching this video. I'm lying in bed. Of the guys who work on like cell towers.
Tommy?
Yep.
Have you ever seen those?
There you go.
Like where they're
Yeah,
wearing,
yeah.
they're wearing, you know, like either the meta glasses or a GoPro, whatever. Like I am lying down. I am as safe as can be.
Yep.
And I am horrifically having problems with that.
And with that, we're going to send it to the top of the
What a
roof.
great transition.
Ben, take it
All right.
away.
Thank you, John. We are live again on the rooftop here, 17 floors up, and I have a group with me here. Please tell me your name and who are you representing today?
I'm Robert LaRue. I'm the commander of Post 22, and we're representing Post 22, Long Neck, in Long Neck. And we have 5 of us, and Carly. Carly's new on our group. She's the young girl. So the rest of us, we're just tagging along.
Thank you so much for being here. And tell us your name and why are you here today?
Kathy Savosky to support Special Olympics and show if you have fear, you got to just jump to it or lapel to it and do it.
That's a better way to say it. Awesome thing. And what is your name and have you done this before?
Lori Mauger, no, I have not done this before. This is my first time, but I'm into thrills.
There you go. Thank you so much.
Special Olympics, no better reason than that.
We appreciate it. And sir, what is your name and tell us why you're here today?
Faye. I'm here from Post 22. The reason I'm doing it, I just can't say no to anything.
Well, we love it. Well, thank you so much for being here. Have a great time, and hopefully we'll see you next year also, right?
I'll be here. This is my 3rd year, and I'll be here next year.
Thank you very much. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Ben. As Jonathan Packard is easily making his way down. We mentioned this is his 3rd time. And we are ready to go outside to Mike Rossi.
Thank you, John Busby. Appreciate that. We are here with Amy and Tommy. Tommy, one of our Special Olympics Delaware athletes, his first time down. And a big shout from the crowd. Tommy, how was it?
It was good, exciting, fantastic.
Fantastic. You were telling me about adjusting your footwork at the very top, right?
Yeah, because my left side is shorter than my right side. So I was repelling off the wall and let my left foot slide down when my right foot was doing all the work. Coming down.
So you made the adjustment, you got it done, and you came down 300 feet off the side of a building. What do you think?
Cool.
Yeah, it is. It's cool, no question about it.
Myself up, stay cool, stay calm. Got a little worried when I bounced off that one wall window. I said, let me turn around, composure, and bam, so that's what I did.
So while Tommy was staying cool, Amy said, I'm hot.
It's very hot up there. It's very hot. It was cooler as we got down, and it doesn't matter how many times you go down. You're just as nervous as it is your first time. And if I could give anyone some words of advice, hold the right rope very loosely. If you don't, it hurts your hands.
All right. Let me see your hands. Are you okay? Well, you got gloves on, which is not bad. And you also have your other hand right around Tommy. What's it mean to go down side by side with him?
It means everything. I wouldn't have gone down for a third time if it wasn't for Tommy. I asked him to go down. I didn't really think he would say yes, and he did. So then, then I had to do it because he's like my best friend.
But what happened is, me and my wife met Amy. They had a program at their prison. So me and my wife got elected for a Special Olympics athlete office. Asked if they'd like to go into the prison and raise money for Special Olympics. Go meet some of the prisoners and stuff. So Amy walked us through it. We had a background check, and my wife and her hit it off instantly. So it was more for my wife in there than I was staying behind in the shadows. But I loved every minute of it too.
Well, you've emerged from the shadows and you've come down 17 floors, Tommy, for the first time. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And Amy, thanks for your support. All right. Very, very great job there, and a great story of that pair coming over the edge. John?
Alrighty, thank you, Mike. If you're looking up here or looking at the screen, on your left is Mary Gant. She's going to be joined by Stephen Turner. You'll see him lean over the edge in just a couple minutes. And Jonathan Packard has landed. He wanted to thank everyone who has supported him, but most likely wanted to thank the athletes for their inspiration and the opportunity to support them. And so you can see Mary Gant making her way down. She is employed at Christiana Care, and while she begins to make her way down,
Jonathan,
we are going to send it out to Mike Rossi.
And hello again, here with Captain John Packard, right? How you doing, Jonathan?
Well.
How'd it go?
Outstanding, as always. Third year, and I'll be back next year.
Oh, that's awesome. So tell us how you first got involved then.
I started with Special Olympics when I started in the academy with the polar bear plunge, and I've been a part of the torch run, tip-a-cop, polar bear plunge, over the edge on the law enforcement committee, and I can't do enough to help such an amazing organization.
Very rewarding work, isn't it?
Absolutely. Rewarding, inspiring. You can go on forever.
And how was the ask when you go to people asking to raise funds for this? How's that go?
Well, luckily, I don't have a big social media footprint, but my wife does. so
All
so
right.
thank you, Julie, for putting that on there. But it's easy. Whatever I don't receive, I have no problem giving myself. And so everybody is happy to donate. They love the cause, and they love what it goes to.
Excellent. And let's talk about the actual over the edge today. How'd it go for you?
Outstanding. How about Tommy? The inspiration of Tommy Fields before I came down here. I don't know if you could hear us cheering him on. And my friend Dave Diana that went down before Tommy did. But just seeing Tommy, this was his first year. Just glad to see him get down there and, just be happy and just thankful. But it was a beautiful day.
Yes.
And it was a good day. Go over the edge.
I see Tommy still basking in the glow and
He
getting
is.
a lot of support.
He is, as
I'm
he should
sure you could join that party if you'd like.
Yeah,
Jonathan,
absolutely.
congratulations. And
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yeah, I appreciate
All
it.
right. Back upstairs to John Busby.
All right, Mike Rossi, we're going to say goodbye to Mike Rossi from the Vault Mornings Rock. If we can give him a big round of applause for being out here with us. He drove all the way up from downstate, like the WSTW morning crew this morning. And I believe Mike Rossi, he probably got out of bed around 4 a.m. and was fortunate for us, willing to drive up here. He was here with us last year. We hope he is next year. But first and foremost, we are glad he was with us today. And Mike, thank you for volunteering your talent to interview the people as they finished up one of the most daring things they've done in their lives. Stepping in for Mike is going to be Nick Alessandrini, the sportscaster for Delaware Live Sports and 302 Sports. And we appreciate him taking time out of his busy day to come in and anchor the final couple of hours here at the Over the Edge event. And I myself am going to say goodbye after 2 shifts at the anchor. We're fortunate enough to have Alex Seymour, who you heard from on the roof this morning. He's going to step in, a former weatherman for WBOC and Coast TV, who is now a full-time staff member with Special Olympics Delaware, so appreciate him jumping in. And Jimmy, as always, our annual get-together.
Yes.
I don't get to the Sean Locke event usually because of the plunge, but now that I'm retired, I may be able to get there on that Saturday and would love to see you there. I can't thank you enough. 12 years running now, we have determined that, and you still continuously offer your services to us to come back and manage the broadcast of this event. And it's not because you have to, it's because you want to, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate that.
I appreciate the opportunity. I know how important it is. It's kind of integral to the event, right? It's become such a thing that they get to watch, and so, you know, we take this very seriously. It seems like it should just be so simple, just, you know, one camera. But no, we've really kind of found ways to make this interesting and more. And kudos to you guys for getting more people involved and being more creative and allowing more people to you know, be featured in this event. So it's always great seeing you. I'm so excited for what you're getting to do tonight. You're headed to a volleyball match. So, you know, you're celebrating the finality of one of your son's high school careers. That's super awesome. And so thank you for making time for us today. And I guess I'll see you next year.
All right, Jimmy, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alex, and we continue with Over the Edge 2025.
So as we get Mary back down to earth, we welcome in for our final segment here today, Alex.
Yeah, it's great to be
Yeah.
here. I was up on the roof earlier today, so definitely a bit of a different experience down here in the regular booth rather than up there on the roof. And I can definitely feel for all those propellers today. It's pretty high up there. 17 stories is
There's a lot more screens down here. It's
Yeah.
a lot sunnier and scarier up top.
Yeah, for sure. And thankfully, we've had some great weather for all the propellers to get down the building for this great cause for Over the Edge and for Special Olympics Delaware. So, as we've been mentioning all day long today, Special Olympics Delaware, we provide those sports completely free of charge for all our athletes. So all the funds that we're raising today and for all of our events throughout the year goes right towards our athletes and making sure that they have the ability to compete in all our events. Speaking of those events, we actually do have our pretty big one, our biggest event of the season, coming up in just about a month here, June 13th and 14th. The Summer Games, Special Olympics Summer Games at the University of Delaware will be happening. So we're really excited and looking forward to that. If you have the opportunity, June 13th and 14th, you're free. We're looking for volunteers, so be sure to go to SODE.org and sign up there. Right now, I believe it's Stephen Turner. He is an athlete, been an athlete for 14 years. He's heading down the building right there on the blue rope on the right. So an athlete for 14 years. He coaches long distance running. Actually won the 2022 Special Olympics U.S. Games gold medal in the 1,500 meters. So it's fantastic having a second athlete. I believe when I was speaking to some other employees earlier in the week that this is the first time that we've actually had two athletes rappel down 300 Delaware Avenue here in Wilmington. So it's been fantastic to be able to have more and more athletes sign up. We try to have at least one of them go over the edge every single year. Stephen has actually, unlike Tommy, has gone over the edge before. All right, so now we're going to actually toss it down to the interview that is going on down on the ground level.
Nick Alessandrini, take it away, my friend.
What's up, everyone? Nick Alessandrini here with Mary Gant. Just made the trip down here. Mary, how are you feeling coming down and finally being able, on the ground now, talking with me here down in the lobby?
Feeling really awesome. This was excellent.
So is this your first time, second time, third time?
First time.
First time,
Not
so
last.
even better.
I'm going to do this again.
So was there any surprises for you? When you get up there, you kind of see what you're about to get into there. What was your first thoughts when you were up there looking over, and then when you were, as you were proceeding your way down the building today?
So I had all the confidence in the world of those people up there. They're awesome. So I didn't look down. I just kept looking straight ahead. So that's the tip.
That's what they tell you, right? That's what they tell you. So you have anybody in mind that maybe you're thinking about bringing back with you next year now that you've got one in the books? Who you bringing with you?
I got my husband here, my brother, my sister-in-law, all my team.
Oh, right
from
there.
the
There
Center
we
for
go.
Special
Yeah,
Healthcare
let's make some noise out here. There we go.
So I work with the best people in the world, and I have the best family and friends, and they're all here to support me. So, and we take care of so many athletes at the Center for Special Healthcare Needs at Wilmington Hospital, and we just love all our Special Olympics athletes.
Well, thank you so much for being here today, doing it. And like you said, we will see you again next year. Mary Gant, one in the books, two coming the second week of May in 2026.
All right. Thanks so much.
So very appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so here's Stephen Turner about to touch down on the ground. So he is right there where they pull away from the building, and he does the final descent and touchdown. So let's hear those big cheers for Stephen, our second Special Olympics Delaware athlete to go over the edge today. So fantastic to be able to have two of those athletes. And then we're going to be, so Stephen Turner, there he goes, touching down. He'll be unhooking from all the gear. So we're going to be getting an interview with him and in just a few minutes, but
which is the yellow rope as he comes over. We don't have a name yet for the blue rope, so don't want to get that incorrect.
Yeah.
But it
so
could be any number of people. I don't want to say anything.
it could
we'll
be
get that in a second.
Any number of people. We have a lot of people going over. I believe 90 people today have gone over the edge or will be going over the edge in total. And already we've had 4 people sign up for the 2026 Over the Edge event. I just got those numbers. So Over the Edge, if you want to do it next year, you can already sign up. No, we've got 4 so far, but
I heard 4, and I was writing something down. And I went 40.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Maybe.
If we had 40.
Day's not over yet,
Yeah,
Alex.
the day's not over. So if you're watching the live stream today, or if you're out in front of the building watching the people coming down 300 Delaware Avenue, the TD Bank building, and you're like, oh, I want to do that, or that looks really cool, or maybe you did it today and you want to go back over next year, sign up. We're taking those sign-ups already. So Over the Edge 2026 already has 4 people. We're going to be aiming for that 90 to 100 number again next year. This year we've had 90 going over.
I'm ready to rock.
Yeah, so
all right. Well, Nick Alessandrini has got an interview ready for us outside. Let's go back outside to Nick Alessandrini.
Thank you, guys. Nick Alessandrini now here with Stephen Turner. Stephen, you made your way down. Here we are on the ground. What a day it's been. How's it feel to have the feet touch the ground here? And not your first time, right? But how was it here in 2025 going back over the edge?
It was good. It was a different experience, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it seemed like it. And you've been an athlete now for 14 years, right? And
yes.
You've got, this isn't the only medal you're going to be wearing that you have at home. You've got a gold medal as well. So kind of talk a little bit about that and what the difference is between, overcoming those challenges and then doing something like this here today.
Well, the first of this is just going over the edge, but the gold medal it wasn't just fun. It was an experience. It was a accomplishment, and it was different. It was a lot of fun to see everyone that I knew, like family, friends, and people to support me and see how I got through when I went to the Olympics.
Yeah, that's right. 1,500-meter gold medalist. So you've got that in the bag. You've been able to do this today, accomplishing so many things. Any words for everybody out there watching and tuning in here today that just saw you go over the edge? Any words of encouragement?
That just, if you want to do it, just try to have fun.
That's
and
right.
Make
That's what
it
it's all about.
The best of it.
It is, and you certainly did that, Stephen. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Again, 1,500-meter gold medalist, and now over the edge ×2. So really appreciate it, Stephen. Thank you very much. We'll send it back inside.
Thank you, Nick, and thank you, Stephen. And as you heard from Stephen, if you want to go over the edge, be sure to do it. It's a lot of fun. We've already got 4 signed up for 2026, and we're going to be hoping for even more to sign up throughout the remainder of the day. So as we're looking up along the building here at 300 Delaware Avenue, on the left on that yellow rope, we've got Thomas Fahey. He's an employee at Lowe's, and he actually heard about Over the Edge through the Long Neck AMVETS Post 22. He said the other craziest thing that he's ever done, he parachuted in the 1980s. So maybe when he gets down on the ground, we can ask him, what's more difficult, parachuting or going over the edge? It sure seems like a lot of fun. Everybody's been having a lot of fun all day long going over the edge. And who we're also going to about to see leaning back today on the blue rope, which is on the right, we've got Lori Mauger, but we're zooming in now to the yellow rope with Thomas Fahey, who is working his way down the building. sometimes that's what you want to do. You do the tiptoes right down the building, smile for all the people that are inside the building working, and show the exhilarating fun that they're having as they're working their way down. And we've got a lot of people going over, 90 people today going over, and we're always looking for those numbers to go up. And this is actually our second biggest fundraiser now for Special Olympics Delaware. Polar Bear Plunge is #1, but Over the Edge has now become our #2 fundraising event. So always looking for more people to sign up, more sponsors. This year's sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust, who's the host site sponsor. They own 300 Delaware Avenue, which is the building that all our Over the Edge repellers are going down today. We've also got Newcastle County Fire Service, who is the rope sponsor, and TD Bank, who is based right here in the 300 Delaware Avenue building. They are our festival sponsor, with all the people gathered on the bleachers cheering on the people going over the edge this afternoon. We also had the Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. They have a year-round effort by officers. They just raise money. They are our biggest fundraising group that raises money for Special Olympics and raises awareness for Special Olympics. Also, Sheridan Suites in Wilmington, they provided discount lodging for our Over the Edge staff. They come from all over the country to come here to Delaware to help run this event. I believe they arrived 2 days ago, and they're working all the way through this evening. And also, Delaware Rock Gym in Bear, they provide opportunities for our edgers to practice leading up to today. And also, they're working the ropes along with that Over the Edge staff. So we're about to watch Thomas Fahey come down to the ground. He gets pulled away from the building, and then they just kind of relax, let the rope loose, and then they slowly float down to the ground after going over 200 feet from the top of the building down to the ground. It's a long way down, and we've got Thomas Fahey there touching down this afternoon. We're going to grab an interview with him, I'm sure. It's going to be a fantastic event today. And so we've Over the Edge. Over the Edge holds these events. This is I believe our 14th year of Over the Edge. And there we go. We're going back to the cam along the building. We have Lori Mauger, who is on that blue rope on her way down. She's from L&S Delivery Company. She's a big supporter of Special Olympics Delaware, part of the AMVETS 22. Another thing that she's also done some pretty daring things. She skydived before, so once she gets down to the ground, we'll also have to ask her, what, skydiving or Over the Edge? Which one's the harder thing? So yeah, there she comes down to the ground. Lori's about to touch down on the ground there on the blue rope, and then she's got to be disconnected. She just kind of relaxes. Finally reached the ground, 17 stories, a pretty far way down. I was up there on the roof earlier today. Haven't gone over the edge myself, but just looking down the side of the building, it's pretty high up there. So it's an exhilarating experience. So there we go. We're zooming in on Lori, who is getting disconnected from her rope. All right. And then, so again, we've had a lot of people, about 90 edgers going over today, and we still have several more going over the next. We're going until about 5 o'clock this evening. It's 3:17, so almost 2 hours remaining for people to go over the edge here at 300 Delaware Avenue building in Wilmington. So it's been a fantastic event all day, and I hope you guys stay tuned for the next 2 hours to continue cheering on all our supporters of Special Olympics Delaware and this Over the Edge event. So Over the Edge, it benefits Special Olympics Delaware. And Special Olympics Delaware, if you don't know all about us, Special Olympics Delaware provides sports training and competition opportunities for thousands of children and adults with intellectual disabilities throughout Delaware. And now we're going to pass over to Nick Alessandrini with our next interview. I believe this was Thomas Fahey, who just made his way down the building. So there you go, Nick.
Thanks, guys. Nick now with Thomas Fahey. Thomas, you just got down here to the floor level. How was it, your first trip here to Over the Edge? Describe it for all of us here.
It's scary as hell.
So what were kind of your thoughts coming in, or what did you know to expect? Did you talk to anybody that might have done it before?
yeah,
Did they give you any tips? What did they tell you?
Just rely on what they tell you, rely on your gear and everything. Just go down slow. All right?
That's right. And again, fantastic job going all the way down. And again, you work at Lowe's, correct?
Yeah, I'm supposed.
Is there anything that you do over there at Lowe's that competes with anything you're doing here today?
Not a bit. I just want to thank everybody who sponsored me, and AJ and Ava, I made it.
That's right. Thomas has made it. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. We'll see you next year.
We'll see.
All right. That's right. Lori, how you doing? All
right.
I'm good.
All right. Ben LaPressa here live on the rooftop. We are 17 floors up at our Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm here with Carol. Carol, tell me, why are you here today?
I am here to support Special Olympics and my students at school.
What school are you with?
I am with Meadowood, and we are located at McCain High School.
Very nice. And is this your first time going over the edge?
Number 8.
Number 8. What makes you keep coming back?
The students, and it's fun.
Very nice. So you're going to do year 9, year 10. You're going to get anyone else to join you next year?
We shall see.
Have you done anything like this before?
No?
Just going over the edge. You just like coming back. Awesome. Well, thank you so much. How are you feeling for year 8?
Doing good. The weather is holding out, so that's the most important right now.
Very nice. Well, thank you so much for being here. Have a great time. And back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're looking as the next round of rappellers getting ready to go over the edge. I believe we have another interview down on the ground level, so I'm going to pass it back over to Nick with the next interview.
Thanks, guys. Back here now with Lori Mauger. Lori, your first time as well coming over the edge here in Wilmington in 2025. Describe it for me in one word, if you could.
Exciting.
Exciting. Fantastic. Yes. So kind of describe now, what was it like when you got up there for the first time and kind of saw what you were getting yourself into?
It really was no big deal.
See, there you have it, everybody at home. It's no big deal. It's really not, you know. It's all for fun.
I'm into roller coasters. I jumped out of a plane already. Hey,
Jumped out of a plane already. Talk a little bit about that.
Oh, I'm doing skydiving.
There you go. Skydiving. This is nothing if you go skydiving. Well, we appreciate you taking your thrill-seeking attitude here to Over the Edge in 2025. Any words?
Come back again.
That's right. That's what it's all about. So we'll see you again next year. That's right. Any words of encouragement for out there? Any tips for anyone that's maybe on the fence or thinking about doing it?
Don't be afraid.
There you go. Don't be afraid. From Lori herself, appreciate it. Year 1 in the books. Again, nothing new for Lori.
All right, so we're looking at the edge as the next round of rappellers is Kathy Savolsky from AMVET's Post 22 and Douglas Kinsey. They are preparing for going over the edge themselves. I believe on the blue rope is Douglas Kinsey and Kathy Savolsky is on the yellow rope, which right now on the screen is on the left. That yellow is Kathy Savolsky, Douglas Kinsey on the right.
Speaking of preparing, let's send it back up to Ben, who's got someone else preparing.
Thank you very much. We're live here at Donna Du Bois. Donna, what brings you out here today?
I am here representing the Old State Elementary School in Appoquinimink School District. So staff and students, it's good to see you, and also the MOT Tiger athletes and all their amazing parents.
Very nice. So what do you do with the MOT Tigers?
I am a parent, supporting parent for my son, Scott. And at Appoquinimink at Old State, I am a 5th grade teacher for the Chinese immersion program and special education.
Very nice. And is this your first year going over the edge?
First year.
And how do you feel about that?
I'm excited. I'm really excited about it.
Good. Is there anyone you want to say hi to or thank before you go over the edge?
Just want to thank all my family and friends for supporting me. And hi to Old State Elementary staff and students and all the MOT Tigers and their families.
Hi, everybody. Well, thank you so much. Have a great time. And back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So right now we're watching our next round of rappellers heading down 300 Delaware Avenue. On the left on that yellow rope is Kathy Savolsky from AMVET's Post 22. It says, I believe, this is her second time going over the edge. And then we also have Douglas Kinsey On the blue rope on the right, he's gone over one time. It's pretty incredible, these people that head over the edge. It takes, they have to earn about $1,250 just to have the opportunity to rappel over the edge here. 17 stories or 222 feet down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue, which is one of Wilmington's tallest buildings. So a pretty incredible opportunity that these rappellers are given to head over the edge. And this is one of our biggest events, our second biggest fundraising event here. We're actually going to toss it back up to the roof for our next interview. Toss it over there to Ben.
All right, we're live here on the rooftop for our Over the Edge event. I'm here with Katie Sweetman. Katie, tell us, what do you do for a living?
I am a third grade teacher at Lord Baltimore Elementary.
And who do you want to say hi to before they get on the bus?
I want to give a huge shout out to my third graders who are hopefully watching me right now, and my daughter Olivia.
Awesome. And how many years have you done the Over the Edge event?
This is my second year, and I'm very nervous.
Well, thank you so much. I know you want to say hi to your students. Hope you guys had a great day. Katie, thank you so much. Have a great time.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, so that's fantastic. It's always great seeing all these people going over the edge. We've got a lot of first-timers, a lot of repeat people going over the edge. I believe 61% of the participants today, they're repeat edgers. So you can see it's a pretty exhilarating event, pretty fantastic opportunity that they have to go over the edge, and they're really excited. So here we go, watching on the yellow rope, Kathy Savosky. She is about to touch down on the ground. This is the part where they just get pulled away from the building. The rope volunteers pull her away from the building, and she just kind of floats back down to the ground and touches down after that 222-foot descent. So let's give her a big cheer as she finally touches back down on the blue rope on the side of the building. We also have Douglas Kinsey. But there we go, Kathy Savosky. She looks pretty happy to be on the ground. A pretty exhilarating time there for her. So as we were saying, she's a repeat edger. 61% of the rappellers today are repeat rappellers, and 39% are first-timers. So a lot of first-timers, but also a lot of people that are doing this not for the first time, not for the second time, but multiple times. I believe we had earlier today a few people that have done it every single event. We've done this for 14 years. This is the 14th annual event here in Wilmington. Again, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and the Newcastle County Fire Service. That's taking place at 300 Delaware Avenue. It's one of the tallest buildings in Wilmington. So a pretty great experience that all these people that sign up and raise all these funds for Special Olympics Delaware are able to compete in. So we are, I believe, actually going to toss it down to the ground to Nick. Oh, we're going to toss it up to the rooftop to Ben for another interview.
All right, we are live on the rooftop, 17 floors up for our Over the Edge event for Special Olympics Delaware. I'm here with Katie Urbanski. Katie, tell us, what is your affiliation with Special Olympics Delaware?
Oh, it starts with my son, who started very long ago. He's 20, so brought him to be an athlete at a youth program in a basketball gym a long time ago, and now I'm also an assistant coach. So I got into the vortex.
Very nice. What area are you representing?
Wilmington Wizards. You can't see it, but yeah, the Wilmington Wizards.
Go Wizards. And is this your first time going over the edge?
It is.
And how are you feeling right now?
I'm good if I follow directions.
If everyone can take notes, follow directions, everybody. Well, thank you so much for being here, and have a great time.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
That's good words to live by, of course. Follow directions. This no different than pretty much every instance where you should follow directions.
I feel like when you're going down 222 feet, it's perfect time to follow directions. Yeah. If there's any time to follow them, it's now.
And the rappellers, the edgers, have a walkie-talkie. So if they forget directions, they can ask. They can ask about it. They have the manual, if you will, right there on them.
There's a lot of safety precautions, and that we're actually seeing one of those on the blue rope as they're working their way back down. Their rope appeared to have locked up, but it seems like they're going back down. But now we're actually going to toss it down to the ground level for our next interview with Nick. So to you.
Thanks, guys. I'm here now with Kathy Savosky. How are you doing? How you are? You're on the ground. You've got your medal. How you feeling?
I feel pretty good. This is my second time doing it. A lot easier this time than it was the first time.
So talk a little bit about that. What was the biggest difference, in your opinion, from year one into year number two?
This year you knew what to expect. You weren't like blind and not knowing what to do. So I enjoyed it this time.
Awesome. And then talk a little bit about the organization you're representing there. You were a Special Olympics reporter there, Long Neck Post 22. Talk a little bit about your group.
It's an ANVETS group. I'm a member of the ladies. I'm an officer of the ladies. So it's just was our president is the leader of that got us all into it, and each day our group gets bigger and bigger. So.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. And again, year 2 in the books for Kathy. Year 3 coming up next year.
Yeah,
all right, perfect. Well, thanks for joining me here on the floor. We'll see Kathy next year. Back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, that's what we love to hear. All those people that decide they made the descent down. They want to continue to do it. As I was talking about, we have 61% of our rappellers today. They are repeaters, so they're going back over the edge. We've already had 4 people sign up for next year, so we're already taking those sign-ups. So we've only got limited spots, so sign up as early as you can. Sign up today for next year. It's a fantastic experience. And we've got a couple more people about to do that lean back, which when I was up on the roof earlier, I was hearing tends to be the hardest part of the descent is that lean back, where you kind of just lean backwards and let the ropes hold you, and once you've done that, you're going over the edge. So you're prepared to go that 222 feet down. So there on that yellow rope is Robert LaRue, another AMVETS Post 22. This is his 3rd time going over the edge. And now we're actually going to toss it back up to the top for an interview with Ben.
Thank you very much, Alex. We are on the rooftop, 17 floors up. I am here with Emma Hawthorne. Emma, tell us, why are you here today?
Hi, I'm just here to support Special Olympics Delaware.
And what does Special Olympics mean to you?
Very important. My brother actually is a Special Olympics Pennsylvania athlete, and so you can see firsthand how the organization provides such a community for all the athletes and for their families, and it's a really positive thing.
And is this your first year doing this?
No, this is my 2nd year.
Very nice. So why coming back?
We raised a lot of money last year. It was really fun, and so I thought, why not do it again?
All right, so that means you're going to be back next year and the year after that?
I think so.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Have a great time today. All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, so we actually seeing one person go down the edge on the yellow rope, Robert LaRue, but now as we watch him descend down 300 Delaware Avenue, we're actually going to toss it back down to the ground for another interview with one of those people that just finished going over the edge.
Thank you very much. And, of course, that person is Douglas Kinsey. Douglas, appreciate your time here this afternoon or this evening now as you made your way down. How are you feeling right now? Walk us through your emotions.
Right now I'm feeling really good. First time ever doing this, and it was very enjoyable. I liked it a lot. You know.
So what did you kind of expect coming in? Did you hear some things from some other people? How'd you get involved? Obviously, you're with Post 22.
Post 22, yeah. And I have friends that did it last year, and I was here and watched them come down last year. And so I thought, well, I'll give it a try if I have a chance to do it. And so I did, yeah. And I'm glad I did. It was exciting. You know?
Well, we're very glad that you were able to do it. So now describe it. We got some people out here checking out all the action. How would you describe it to them? They saw you come down, so what was it like if you had to put together maybe a sentence about it?
It was a little harder to control the ropes than I thought it would be. But you know, once I got onto it a little bit better, then it seemed to be really easy. It's easy, and it's a good experience. Anybody out there, I would say to use it. Yeah,
there you
go.
Yeah. That's right. A great experience is for a great cause. You can't beat it, Douglas. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, and thanks for coming over the edge.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, so we can see Robert LaRue going over the edge there, heading down the building here at 300 Delaware Avenue. He appears to be having a little bit of difficulty, but there's a lot of safety protocols in place, so
I was going to say
he'll be fine. They're talking to him. He's got a mic pack connected to him, so over the edge.
Great idea.
And
Thank you, sir.
all our rope volunteers are talking to him, talking his way through the descent down 300 Delaware Avenue. Again, it's 222 feet down, so once you go over the edge, it makes sense that you forget a few of the rules as you're going over the edge. But it's a fantastic event. This is actually our 14th year here at 300 Delaware Avenue. We've raised a lot of money. This is our 14th year. We're one of the top Special Olympics organizations in the country for doing Over the Edge. Special Olympics Honolulu's done it 16 years. Special Olympics Raleigh's done it 16. Massachusetts 15. And Delaware, this is their 14th event. Our Special Olympics Delaware 14th event. So we are actually a part of the Over the Edge Champions Club, which means that we've raised over $1 million since the start 14 years ago for Over the Edge and for Special Olympics Delaware. And all the funds that we raise for Special Olympics Delaware comes back into the organization and helps our athletes be able to compete and do training for sporting competitions throughout the year, completely free of charge. So we're actually the only Special Olympics organization in the country that provides that sports training and competition opportunity throughout the year, completely free of charge. So it's been fantastic. This is our second biggest fundraising event, so it's a pretty important fundraising event here for Special Olympics Delaware. All the participants have to raise at least $250, I should say, to rappel that 17 stories down. So they've taken a lot of effort to be able to have this opportunity to rappel down 300 Delaware Avenue, and we thank all our rappellers for supporting Special Olympics Delaware and supporting our athletes. And there we go. We've got Robert LaRue, who's now touching down there on the bottom. He's on that yellow rope, and he's finally touching down. He feels good. He's made that descent down down 300 Delaware Avenue. Again, 222 feet, 17 stories. So pretty incredible.
And you were talking about the 14 years earlier. There's two edgers here today that have been over each time, Marianne Evans and Danny Hall. They went about 10 o'clock. There was a run on very seasoned veterans and alums. Really anybody that was over 9 years, which is still a lot of years, was done by, 11 o'clock. And there was only one, and they actually are about to go, in Carol Percy. There's another with Oneka Taff. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read lines here. Joseph Hayes are the remaining two with more than 4 years of experience, 5 years of experience. So a fairly younger group here, especially on the back half on this afternoon. So I guess if you know, go it early and get it over with, right? And enjoy the rest of your day is what we kind of noticed from those that have done it for years and years. So here's Carly, who is doing this for the third time.
Yeah, so Carly, who's on that blue rope, is a student at Cape Henlopen High School. She's a volunteer and a peer partner for all our athletes here in Special Olympics Delaware. She's been involved with Special Olympics Delaware since she was in 3rd grade, so she's always trying to find new ways to volunteer and impact communities. So we thank her for joining us here for Over the Edge. This is her third time going over the edge. She said this along with parasailing, snorkeling, and feeding sharks and going on some pretty big roller coasters are some of her biggest things that she's done, craziest things that she's done. So she's also part of the Miss Delaware Scholarship Organization. She supports, she has a mission SHINE, which is strive to help include, not exclude. So she is Miss Milton's Teen 2025. So we thank her for joining us today for Over the Edge here in Wilmington. And now we are actually going to toss it down to the ground level to Nick Alessandrini for our next interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Bob LaRue and a special guest as well as wife as we are hanging out here. Bob just got to the bottom. Bob, year number 3, correct?
Yes, this is my third time.
So how would you explain this one or describe this one as compared to the previous 2? What was different about this year?
Well, I had a red shirt on this year.
There you go, post 22.
And
right?
we came with 6 people this year instead of 2. So.
There you go. That's an increase. We love to see that. And I know you guys have been phenomenal down here on the ground, cheering everybody on, bringing the energy out here on a Thursday evening. So what has that been like for you guys just to be here supporting throughout the entire day or for most of the day today?
Well, to me, I come here every year because I think it's a great cause for Special Olympics. I have a grandson that is Special Olympics, and we have a friend of ours, Connor, who he's the one who we started doing this for. So we've been doing it now this is gonna, next year will be my 4th year over the edge.
And we're getting ready this year. We're going to start registering early.
There you
And our
go.
goal is to have now at least 8 going over the edge. I call you guys jumpers, but
There you go.
No, everything was, I would do this all the time for Special Olympics. I'm going to do the polar plunge this year, too.
All right.
So,
There we go. Well,
and we just want to thank everyone who has donated, not just for us, but for all the teams, all the individuals, because this is the most special cause. This is part of our future.
And again, if you're out there and you have a business, a company, friends, again, Post 22 started with just 2 years ago, right? And we've gone up 4 now, then 4 years, then 6, and then they're looking for 8 next year. So increasing each and every year. Thank you guys so much.
And they told her when to wait.
Thank you.
Thank you guys. And now back to you in studio.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And as you heard, they're going to register early for next year's Over the Edge. We already have 4 people signed up for next year. So as you can see, registration is open. So if you're out there on the bleachers today, or you're watching our live stream on Facebook and on our social media accounts or on YouTube, and you decide, oh, that looks fun, I want to go 222 feet down one of the tallest buildings in Wilmington, sign up. We're open. We're ready for you to sign up today. We do have a $1,250 fundraising total that you have to raise to be able to do this event, so start early. It'll be a lot easier to raise those funds, and we really thank all the people that are raising the money for Special Olympics Delaware. It goes all back to our athletes. And here, as we're looking at the camera there along the side of the building, we have Katie Urbanski, who is heading down the building. She's a family support provider and navigator for Autism Delaware. She's also a parent of an athlete and also a Wilmington Wizards flag football coach, a basketball assistant coach, a tennis coach, and also people that have helped her decide to go over the edge. Emma Hawthorne, she convinced her to go over the edge, and she's been going over the edge with Emma. I believe she's going over the edge with Emma this year, and her son has been a big reason that she decided to go over the edge, as he had the courage to Special Olympics Delaware at his first basketball clinic, and keeps finding that courage every season in every sport that he participates in, and that's really what it's all about, our athletes and raising money for them. So we're actually gonna
say, while we watch Katie come down, let's throw it back out to Nick Alessandrini. I see a sign.
That's right.
For
That's
Carly.
right. That's right. We've got signs. We've got cheerleaders for Carly Fabuloso here. There you go. You can hear it. Carly from Cape Henlopen High School. So here on a Thursday evening, going over the edge. And you see, got some great sign work here. Families here to support you. Just talk a little bit about this year's Over the Edge. How was it?
It was so much fun. This was my 3rd year to go over the edge, and I loved it.
Yeah. So talk a little bit about the signs. You got your family out here supporting you. So step in here. How does it feel to be here supporting Carly today?
It's great being on the ground.
That's what I like to say too. You know,
That's
I got
right.
the good assignment down here.
I want my feet on the ground.
And that's right. So Carly, you've been involved in Special Olympics since 3rd grade. Is that right?
Yes.
So how did you get involved?
In 3rd grade, I was asked to be a unified partner, so I've done soccer, basketball, bocce ball. I've done various different sports, and throughout the years, I've tried to find more opportunities within the Special Olympics organization. So I've recently been involved with Sussex Riptide and the Polar Bear Plunge, just anything I can get myself involved with.
There we go.
With my local title of Miss Milton's Teen, and my community service initiative is called SHINE, Strive to Help Include, Not Exclude. So I'm always trying to find different events to support those with intellectual and developmental disabilities.
Wow, very well said. Well done from Carly there. And again, got a lot of people watching. Anybody from Cape Henlopen check you out today or try to see you go over the edge?
So my 1st grade class that I have my senior internship for, Miss Riley's class, they're watching right now. So hi, guys. I wasn't at my internship today, but I was here and they're watching. So I hope you guys had a good school day.
There you go. So shout out to the 1st grade class there. And Carly, any words of encouragement if somebody's maybe on the fence, somebody that hasn't done over the edge before, how do you get them to come out and do it?
You don't know unless you try, and I think the best way to face fear is to just take it head on and just do it, and just go over the edge, just conquer the fear. So just go
There
with
you
it.
have it. Carly over the edge yet again. She's got the family. She's got the support. And again, you can check it out right there. Shine. Again, Carly, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, so we actually had back-to-back Katie's going down, so I want to correct something. I said Katie Urbanski's going down on that yellow rope. It's actually Katie Sweetman. She's a teacher at Lord Baltimore Elementary, part of the Indian River School District. She says Special Olympics is an organization very close to her heart, so she decided to participate in Over the Edge because she loves that opportunity to raise funds and awareness for the incredible athletes of Special Olympics Delaware. And yeah, as we've been talking about, all the funds raised here today, it takes $1,250, at least $1,250 for the opportunity to rappel these 17 stories down 300 Delaware Avenue. Go back to our athletes, and that's really what it is all about, raising money for our athletes. We are the only Special Olympics organization in the country that provides that sports training and competition ability for all our athletes completely free of charge. And speaking of that, we actually have one of our biggest events, actually our biggest event coming up in just a few weeks, just about a month from now, June 13th and 14th at the University of Delaware, our summer games. So everybody's looking forward to that. We're still looking for volunteers, so if you go to sode.org, you'll actually be able to see those volunteer opportunities and sign up to volunteer for our summer games. And we're also not just for summer games looking for those volunteers. We're looking for volunteers for events and coaching throughout the year. You don't need any background in coaching. You can start as an assistant, work with one of those head coaches, and work your way up. We just need those volunteers that are enthusiastic to work with our athletes. So we ask anybody that has that enthusiasm to join us. Help us out throughout the year. We have sporting opportunities in every single season. We actually have sign-ups going on now for our sports, which is bowling, we've got golf, and we've got cycling going on in the summer following our summer games, which is involving all our spring sports. So we've got a lot of sporting opportunities. 15 sports our athletes are able to participate in. And here we go. We're looking on the edge of the building. On that blue rope is Donna Du Bois. She's a 5th grade Chinese immersion special education teacher. She's also a parent of one of our athletes, our MOT Tigers athlete, Scott Brown. So she's doing this, going over the edge for them. And she's also learned about how to go over the edge through other teachers that she works with who have also gone over the edge. Other daring or crazy activities she's participated in: whitewater rafting. She also says camping. Perfect. I feel like over the edge is probably a little more daring than camping. So any volunteers, fundraisers, supporters, she wants to thank all those MOT Tigers, family and friends, as well as Old State Elementary students, staff, and families. And now we actually have an interview going on down on the ground level, so we're going to pass it back over to Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, guys. Catherine Sweetman, year number 2 for Catherine here in 2025. She's got a special guest. They're representing a special group here for themselves. So, Catherine, talk a little bit about who's you got with you and what you're representing here today.
So I have my daughter, Olivia, here with me today, and we are very excited to be here supporting Special Olympics and the athletes.
So how was it your second time down? Was it a lot easier than last year?
No, because you know what to expect. It's just as terrifying when you get up to the top, but it's all worth it. It's for an amazing, amazing fundraiser.
Now, is this something maybe you're thinking about down the line, maybe 10 years from now? Yeah, all right. So you're getting the young generation involved early. That's what it's all about. Catherine, any final words here to everybody at home or words of encouragement as we wrap up almost our Over the Edge day here today?
I just want to say thank you so much to all my family and friends who helped share everything about Over the Edge and who helped donate for this.
Catherine Sweetman, year 2. We'll see her back for year 3.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So they make you go all the way down the first
Thank you.
Yeah, so as you're watching there on the side of the building, working their way down 300 Delaware Avenue, that's Donna Du Bois. Again, she's a 5th grade Chinese immersion and special education teacher. And she also a parent of one of our athletes, MOT Tigers athlete, Scott Brown. So she's getting to the point where she gets pulled away from the building. The rope volunteers start to pull her away, and she makes that final descent down to the ground after working 222 feet down the side of the building. So it's a fantastic experience. And you really don't understand that experience until you get to the top of the building and you really look down and see just how high 222 feet is.
Right, you can see
So again, we want to thank our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust. They're the host site sponsor. They own 300 Delaware Avenue. the Newcastle County Fire Service, who is one of our rope sponsors, TD Bank, a festival sponsor, and of course our year-round sponsor, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. They are our biggest fundraising effort of law enforcement personnel throughout the state of Delaware. They raise funds for us and also volunteer at events and coach several of our teams throughout the year. And also Sheridan Suites in Wilmington, they provide a discounted lodging for our over-the-edge staff, along with Delaware Rock Gym and Bear, who provided opportunities for our edgers to practice leading up to this event. And also a lot of those employees from the Delaware Rock Gym are here today helping out the over-the-edge staff for those rope volunteers. And I believe we have another interview ready there on the ground level, so now we're going to toss it back out to the outdoors for Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, guys. I have a special guest here, the property manager and lease manager here of the building that we are currently going over the edge, Denise Ross. I really appreciate your time here chatting with us here this afternoon. So how's this whole experience been for you, from the outside looking in here and, helping us out complete everything we're doing today? It's been such a phenomenal day, and we really appreciate all that you've been able to do.
Yeah, sure. So Brandywine Realty Trust, we own this building, and Larry Meister, who was on your board, on the Delaware Special Olympics board, was the one who decided, I guess, to bring this event here. And we want to thank Larry for that. We're still going strong. I think this is year 15, but for COVID, it's actually now year 14 because we had to skip the COVID year. And so it's really been a cool event. I joined Brandywine in 2013, and it's the first year I missed it because my husband had a kidney stone. But I've been here every year since, and I have to say, like, the Over the Edge people, amazing. Delaware Special Olympics, Lisa Smith, unreal, always has, everything ready for me. They make it really easy, both Over the Edge and Delaware Special Olympics. So for us, it's really not a whole lot of work. I will thank Mike Majeski, he's our building engineer, and Eddie Majeski. They're the ones who go through the 10th floor space to make sure that's all cleaned up and ready to go for everybody, and they direct all the vendors when they get here. So big props to them for their support. And yeah, we just love the event. It's always a lot of fun, and I'm just so in awe of these athletes and regular people who do this, because I could not do that. But
you took the question right out of my mouth. Yeah. That was going to be my next one. I know you've got a lot going on. I know that, but maybe next year we'll have to maybe get you up there.
Yeah, I we'll see.
That's good enough. We'll settle for we'll see tonight.
Right. Yeah. But thanks everyone for all this event. It went great today. So.
Denise Ross, thank you so much. Denise, appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for lending your building out to everybody. And we'll see you again next year, maybe with you up on that 17th floor.
Never say never. All right, thanks, Nick.
All right, so we're looking along the edge of the building again on that yellow rope there on the left. We've got Carol Percy. She's a paraeducator in the Meadowwood program. They are a big part of our UCS program. They participate in events all throughout the year for our Unified Champion Schools program. If your school is not a part of our Unified Champion Schools program, John Busby, the great John Busby, always has a great saying. If your school's not a part of it, just ask why. We've got a lot of schools in pretty much every school district throughout the state of Delaware that are participating in our UCS events, so it's fantastic that we get all this support from all these school systems throughout the state. And we actually have, out of our edgers today, we have about 90 edgers. 40 of them are affiliated with our schools program or affiliated with our schools. So it's fantastic to have that support from our schools for Special Olympics Delaware. Special Olympics Delaware, again, the Over the Edge benefits Special Olympics Delaware and helps provide sports training and competition for our thousands of athletes as they participate in sporting events throughout the year. So this is our second biggest fundraising event. So it's a pretty important event. It takes $1,250 to actually be able to participate. And talking about that, we have a participant ready for our next interview down on the ground. So I'm going to actually pass it back over to Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, guys. I'm now here with Donna DuBois. And Donna, year one in the books. We were talking before we got here on camera, and you said it might be addicting.
Yes.
Is that the case?
Yeah. My son told me it would be addicting, and I think he was right.
And talk a little bit about who you got with you here as well.
This is my son, Scott. He is an athlete for MOT Tigers.
All right, there we go. MOT Tigers. Go Tigers.
Absolutely.
So, again, this is your year one. So you said it would be addicting. That's what you were told. What was
Yes.
kind of walk us through your emotions when you got up there, right? You take the elevator up, you get all suited up. It's a nice little process to get you going. So what were you kind of feeling? What was the emotions as you were getting right to the edge there?
There are times when you're starting to question your life's choices as you're making that walk. But the more I walk, the more excited I got really about it.
So you said addicting. That means we'll see you both here back next year?
I think so.
There you have
Glad to
it.
do
Donna
again.
will be back next year. And, of course, go Tigers. There we go,
Have to
guys.
bring some more
Appreciate
people
it.
from Old State Elementary with me, I think.
There you go. Give a shout out. Tell them we'll see you next year, right?
Yeah, Old State Elementary staff and students. I think we're going to have to get some more Old State Elementary folks to come up here and do this with me.
That's right. Your time is coming, 2026. We'll see you next year, Donna. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Appreciate it. Great to see you guys, and have a good rest of your day. Back to
you.
you guys.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's what it's all about, our athletes and raising funds for our athletes. Here we go. We've got, I believe, Carol Percy, who's about to touch down following her 222-foot descent. I was actually talking to an over-the-edge staff member earlier today when I was up on the roof reporting. We've got a pretty good event here in Delaware for Over the Edge. Perfect height, 222 feet. He was talking about how some of the events, you get a lot more tired. This one's kind of the perfect amount. You touch down to the ground, you're not too tired. You just exhilarate it from the descent. There's other events throughout the country that they're descending as much as over 500 feet, which is double the height of our building here in Delaware. But I was up there on that 17th floor earlier today. 17 floors is plenty. I can't even imagine going double that. So there we go. On the blue rope, we actually have Katie Urbanski. We already mentioned her earlier when we got that little mix-up with the different Katies that were going over the edge. She's a family support provider and a navigator for Autism Delaware. She's a parent of an athlete for the Wilmington Wizards, and she's also Wilmington Wizards flag football coach, a basketball assistant coach, and a tennis coach. So she really supports Special Olympics Delaware at our sporting events all throughout the year. So we thank her for doing that, and we thank her for raising all these funds to go over the edge. She says she'd like to thank her biggest supporter and husband, John Urbanski. Her and him have been coaching Special Olympics flag football and basketball for Wilmington Wizards teams together, and he's been going over the edge. He would be going over the edge with her if he wasn't afraid of heights. So she's hoping that maybe she can convince John to go over next year. She also says she's going to be having her kids, Alexa and Johnny, going over the edge eventually also. And she also wants to give a big shout out to Kara Pollock for donating all the way from Colorado, and also her parents, her grands, Bob and Chris Nirotka, for donating and watching live in town today, and also a big thanks to her father-in-law Joe Urbanski for supporting. So enormous love and gratitude also to the Ursuline Academy alums. Just a long list of supporters there for Katie Urbanski, and we're actually going to pass it up to Ben up top for another interview for one of those edgers that are preparing.
All right, thank you very much, Alex. We are live on the rooftop, 17 floors up. I'm here with the mother-daughter combo. I'm here with Sam and Taylor Gardner. Sam, tell us what you do for Special Olympics.
I am the director of volunteers for Special Olympics.
And is this your first time going over the edge?
It is. I'm very excited.
And how are you feeling, honestly?
No, honestly, I'm feeling good. Her, on the other hand, she's a little bit more nervous than I am, but no, I'm feeling pretty good. I slept great last night, so.
Taylor, did Mom make you do this?
100%. Yes, 100%.
Are you excited to be doing this with Mom?
I'm very excited to go down with her. I am 100% frightened, but I get to do it next to her, so I'm excited to do that.
So, Sam, tell us, what does Special Olympics mean to you?
Special Olympics to me means helping individuals that otherwise wouldn't get the opportunities that we're offering them. We are a nonprofit, so it's a great opportunity for us to fundraise, to help put those athletes out on the field and on the court and let them participate in sports year-round. So.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. If you are inspired by Sam and Taylor and you want to volunteer, definitely reach out to Sam. We'd love to have you help. Thank you so much. Have fun. And back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, Ben. And we actually have another interview down at the ground level with one of our rappellers, Carol Percy, who just finished rappelling down the building.
Carol, we're chatting with everybody here as we're getting ready. Carol just completed Over the Edge 2025. You're a paraeducator in the Meadowood program. We were just talking that you were up there waiting before you were ready to go over, and there were some other teachers up there waiting for you. You got to meet some new friends up there.
Definitely. I think teachers enjoy going over because we work with so many different students.
Now, it says on your pin here, year 8.
Correct.
So talk a little bit about 8 years now. Does it get easier every year, or how has it been now going through this 8 times?
Still enjoyable. It is easier in that you know what's going to happen. But other than that, it's still fun. It's still get your heart going.
That's right. So you are a seasoned veteran, like you said, 8 times. Any words of advice to any of the newbies out there that are maybe going over the edge for the first time today, or maybe contemplating doing it in the future?
Definitely do it and slow down and enjoy it.
There you go. Soak it all in. It is a great day, a great event for an even better cause. Carol, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, and we'll see you year 9 coming up. Back to you guys.
Yeah, you heard her. Soak it all in, and also just do it. If you haven't done it yet, do it next year. We've already got several people that have signed up for Over the Edge 2026, and registration's already open, so be sure to sign up next year. It does take at least $1,250 to have that opportunity to rappel down 300 Delaware Avenue, but it's an incredible opportunity, and you're fundraising for a fantastic organization.
Something else you can do is you can scientifically study people's speech patterns before they rappel, as you hear their interviews before, and then after. I don't know the science. There's probably science there.
Yeah,
but
I'm sure there is.
I think you hear the difference, the weight off your shoulders, the success, the appreciation for the ground, whatever it may be. But it's cool to hear them before and after talk about things.
They're definitely feeling less stressed when they reach that ground.
Sure, yeah,
a
there's
bit more
of,
happy.
There's more of, I'll do it again. Why won't you do it? Where are you at? And when they're up top, they're like, oh, I don't know about this.
Yeah, at the top,
all together.
At the top, they're I don't even know if I want to go over right now,
Yeah,
let
yeah,
alone
yeah.
next
Yeah,
year. But it's different feeling once you touch the ground. So I believe we still have Kate Urbanski coming down on that blue rope down the building. So she's working her way down, and then soon we're going to be having Emma Hawthorne on the yellow rope. That's going to be on our left, but right now on the blue rope is Katie Urbanski, who is working her way down. It's a long way down, 222 feet or 17 stories. So this event is our 14th annual Over the Edge event, sponsored by TD Bank, Brandywine Realty Trust, and the Newcastle County Fire Service. Sporting sponsors for this event are Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics Delaware, the Sheraton Suites, Wilmington Downtown, and the Delaware Rock Gym. So we appreciate all our sponsors and all our supporters for helping us put on this event today. So again, if you want to sign up for next year's Over the Edge, you can head over to our website, sode.org, and also while you're there signing up for Over the Edge for next year, maybe sign up to volunteer to help us out here at Special Olympics Delaware. We need volunteers throughout the year to coach, to help with medical needs at our events. We hold those sporting events, 50 different sports. And every single season throughout the year, we've got a variety of sports. Our spring sports season is actually our biggest sports season, and it all leads up to our biggest event, one of our biggest events, which is our summer games, which is held this year, June 13th and 14th. That is a Friday and Saturday at the University of Delaware. Fantastic event. We participate in several different sporting events, about 1,000 athletes. So with all those athletes, we also need a lot of volunteers. We have dozens and dozens and dozens of volunteer opportunities available, and they are open now on our website. So be sure to head over to sode.org to sign up to volunteer for summer games and maybe to coach or volunteer at different events throughout the year. So here we go. Coming down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue on the blue rope is Katie Urbanski, and on the yellow rope, which is the left side of the screen, is Emma Hawthorne. It is her second time going over the edge, so another repeat edger. 61% of today's edgers have actually done it before. I believe Katie Urbanski is also a repeat. No, this is Katie Urbanski's first time going over the edge. So we've got a first-timer and a second-timer. So certainly probably getting a little bit of different experiences. As you can see, Emma's working her way down a little bit quicker than Katie. She's probably a little more seasoned with working her way down the buildings. But overall, a fantastic event for all our edgers. So Over the Edge, it's not just done here in Delaware. It's done throughout the country with various Special Olympics organizations. Over the Edge has actually held over 300 events for Special Olympics. They've had almost over 11,000 participants and have raised over $26 million. Special Olympics Delaware itself, well, it's been competing for the 4th longest time, 14 years, and we've raised over $1 million through Over the Edge. And I believe we actually have another interview set up, so we're going to send it back up to the rooftop with Ben for our next interview.
Thank you very much, Alex. I'm here with Joe Hayes. Joe, tell me, is this your first time going Over the Edge?
No, it's the 8th.
8th time, very cool. And what keeps you coming back?
Just a challenge, helping out the Special Olympics, for the donation and all that. And people keep telling me, why don't you keep coming back? So as long as I can still walk, I'll do it.
Very nice. And what is your involvement with Special Olympics?
Off and on, I referee the soccer during the Fall Fest as a volunteer. So.
Very nice. Now, I couldn't help but notice you brought a friend with you. Can you tell us about your friend?
This is Oswald, the Lucky Rabbit. A couple weeks ago, I was a little short on my thing, so got lucky, got more, so I thought I'd bring a Lucky Charm with me.
All right, so we got Joe and Oswald, the Lucky Rabbit. Thank you so much. Have a great time. Back to you guys in the studio.
That's fantastic. I love it. Sometimes you need those Lucky Charms to get down the building. It is 17 stories up, 222 feet up, and you can see our current edgers. They are working their way. They're at the point where they get pulled away from the building. There's a little bit of a lift there as they make their way down to the ground and get ready to touch down. That's Emma Hawthorne there on the left on that yellow rope, and on the blue rope is Katie Urbanski. They are touching down and finally have made the final descent down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. Again, that's 222 feet they just descended, so a pretty big descent down the edge of the building here in Wilmington. So a fantastic event, 14th annual event here for Special Olympics Delaware. Again, we are the Special Olympics organization that has done it for the 4th longest. Special Olympics Honolulu's done it 16 years. Special Olympics Raleigh's done it 16 years. Massachusetts 15. In Delaware, we've done it 14 years. We're actually one of Over the Edge's Champions Clubs, raising over $1 million through Over the Edge. And with raising $1 million, of course, it's one of our bigger fundraisers. It is our 2nd biggest fundraising event, only behind the Polar Bear Plunge, which is held every February in Rehoboth Beach, where people would jump into that icy Atlantic. So maybe you're thinking about that. Be sure to sign up next year to hop into the Atlantic and then head on over a few months later for a different experience going down a building 222 feet. So 2 different experiences, 2 exhilarating experiences, but all for the same great cause, helping us out here at Special Olympics. Providing
that's
that
the one thing
free
I'll say
content.
too. You're really leaning in on the full state experience. You're up here north, high in a building. You're down south, right at sea level there in the ocean. You're riding bikes, and you kind of have an offering for everyone. I think that makes it so much more approachable. It's not one kind of event for one kind of person. It's not necessarily thrill seekers. It's anybody, everywhere, all year long. And so, big props to you guys for creating those opportunities to be, just as your mission, inclusive to everybody.
That's all we're trying to do, trying to be inclusive. We've got our UCS events that happen in schools throughout the state, bocce events, soccer events. We just wrapped up our spring soccer events. A few of them are still ongoing due to a bit of a rain delay for some of the elementary schools downstate, but those are still being worked on. But we also have many fundraising events with the Polar Bear Plunge in Rehoboth Beach, the truck convoy in October, where truckers come together to the Delaware State Fair, do a parade through Kent County, raising funds for Special Olympics. We've got the torch run coming up, leading up to the summer games, where law enforcement personnel throughout the state carry the flame of hope to the summer games, which is coming up on June 13th and 14th. And of course, we've got the summer games in the summer and various sporting activities throughout the year. We've got another interview, so we're actually going to head it back down to the ground level for our next interview with one of the people that just wrapped up their rappel.
Thank you, guys. I am here live with Katie Urbanski and a special guest. What's up? That's right. We are joined by Johnny and Katie. Katie, you just went over the edge. You got here to the ground. Johnny was able to give you your medal when you got here. Yeah. Just talk a little bit about your day overall and how's it feel to finally get over the edge, land 2 feet, and then have Johnny here to meet you when you got back.
For our first time, this experience has been from the beginning of registration, like online, to today, just now. I can't thank any more people at this moment. It takes a village to do this event, and I am so thankful for this. It's been an amazing experience.
So tell everybody year 1, year 2.
Year 1, first
there
time.
There we go, first time. There we go.
Yeah.
So being a first timer there, what were you kind of expecting going in? And you talked a little bit about it there, but what was the kind of the difference, what you expected to when you were actually doing it?
You know what, the safety component of this was really great because I wasn't sure, because I was like, I got trained, but you know, you go to the rock gym and they're amazing at the rock gym, so I was prepared, but even just the next training again, it's been bar none the greatest detailed experience.
And Johnny, I'm going to ask you a question here, but again, you were here, you were able to give her the medal when she got here down. What was this experience like for you and your family?
I love to work in a bakery.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, one day. Yeah, that's
right.
what Special Olympics does. They definitely give you enough confidence to answer those types of questions, for sure.
Exactly right. Again, any words for anybody at home checking out?
No, I really do want to thank everyone. I work at Autism Delaware, and everyone that actually donated to this cause for me. I appreciate all of you and everyone else. My Ursuline Girls alum, went to high school down the road. Family and friends, thank you so much. It's been really awesome, so thanks.
Awesome. Well, again, congratulations. Year 1 in the books. Katie and Johnny here hanging out with me. And again, we'll see you guys next year. Back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, we want to thank all of those edgers that have gone over the edge today, or the edgers that will be going over the next hour or so. They are a part of our second biggest fundraiser of the year, so we really appreciate all the support that they are providing to Special Olympics Delaware, and it's pretty fun to be able to raise money, to be able to have the opportunity to go down 17 stories here in the state of Delaware. It's probably one of the highest points in the state, obviously. So here we go back to the camera view looking up at the roof. So on that yellow rope there on the left, we have Jackie Lukashevitz. She's a parent and a Special Olympics Delaware coach and volunteer. She's done this before. I believe this is her 5th time going over the edge. So there we go. We've got a lot of repeat edgers. We aren't seeing a lot of first-timers here in the final hours of our over the edge event, but she's got 5 rappels under her belt, and she's about to have another one. So again, we've had 61% of the participants today who are repeat edgers, so clearly they must like something about this event that they want to keep coming back year after year. So we hope that the ones that came this year come back again next year, and we continue to make this a fantastic event. This is our 2nd largest fundraising event here in the state. So there we go. On the camera there, we've got on the larger box on the yellow rope, that is Jackie Lukashevitz, and then on that smaller box in the bottom right corner of your screen on the blue rope, we've got Carlotta Klein. She's a retired school teacher. She's a supporter, and for Special Olympics Delaware, she heard about Over the Edge through her church. She says the other daring or crazy activities that she's participating in is fox hunting and driving on I-95 weekly, and making the commute on I-95 today. I certainly agree with the last couple of days. It can be a little crazy sometimes, but maybe going over the building is a little crazier.
Totally agree. I arrived yesterday and was quickly reminded. I was 70. What is it outside where I would go through Villanova? What's that highway? I wasn't on 95, but I was on one of the outer belts of Philly, and I was quickly reminded.
Yeah.
The traffic
the
that
traffic,
you guys
the traffic
got
is
going
rough
on
around here. So
yeah, and I never made it. I was on 95 for a moment as I came in that way, but yeah, that I forgot about that after my 6 years here.
I'd certainly count it as a crazy activity.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, that's daring, but I would do it.
Yeah,
because
I would
I'm
do
in
it.
control because I'm driving and I feel in control.
Yeah, I'm not sure I do this, but maybe one year I'll go over the edge. So here we go. We've got on the ropes Jackie Lukashevitz, and that is on the left on that yellow rope, and then on the right Carlotta Klein on the blue rope. They are working their way over the edge and making that 222-foot descent. So over the edge. Benefit Special Olympics Delaware. We've got a lot of sponsors for this event, and we're always looking for new sponsors and additional sponsors for this event. So our sponsors today, Brandywine Realty Trust. They're the host site sponsor. They own the 300 Delaware Avenue building. We've got Newcastle County Fire Service. They're sponsoring the ropes. TD Bank. They are this festival sponsor here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. It's not just the people going over the edge, but on the ground level, we've got people cheering on the people going over the edge. We've got bleachers set up. We've got tents set up. We've got athletes, Special Olympics Delaware athletes here greeting our edgers and cheering on their coaches, their volunteers that assist them throughout the year. So we've got a lot of people here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building. Additional sponsors and supporters, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. They are, of course, a year-round sponsor. They are our biggest supporter. They raise the most funds. It consists of law enforcement organizations throughout the state that are part of the Law Enforcement for Special Olympics Delaware. They also have coming up one of their biggest events, that is the Torch Run, statewide Torch Run. That statewide Torch Run happens, I believe it's June 11th through 13th, leading up to the Summer Games. We've got activities going on at the Rehoboth Beach Bandstand. We've got activities going on here in Wilmington, in Dover, with all the law enforcement personnel who are participating in that statewide Torch Run event. Also, another sponsor, Sheraton Suites in Wilmington. They provide discount lodging for our Over the Edge staff in the Delaware Rock Gym. That's where they're all able to train leading up to this Over the Edge event. So here we go. On that blue rope, Carlotta Klein. She is making that final descent down to the ground. So let's give Carlotta a big round of applause as she makes her way to the ground. Fantastic event here, and I'm sure she's happy to have her feet touch down there on the concrete after making that long descent down to the ground. And they begin to unclip her from the rope, and then a few minutes from now, I'm sure we'll get an interview there with Carlotta. So also here there we go on the camera, Carlotta. She's getting unhooked there. She is just one of 90 participants today for our Special Olympics Delaware Over the Edge event. There on that yellow, we're back up to the edge of the building. That is Jacqueline Lukashevitz, who's working her way down the building, and you can see her waving. I'm sure she's waving to some of those people working in the 300 Delaware Avenue building. I'm sure it's a pretty interesting day at work watching 90 people passing your window throughout the day, waving to you. Not used to that. Typically, you've got the view of the Wilmington skyline. Today, you've got a view of somebody 200 feet up in the air waving to you. So certainly a fun event, an interesting event, and we're always wanting new people to join us. We've got 39% of our participants today. They are first-timers for our Over the Edge event. So maybe if you haven't done it this year, you're on the bleachers outside, you're watching our live stream on YouTube, on Facebook, be sure to sign up. We've got our sign-ups ready.
And if you're looking for a more immediate and simple and free way to help, there's nearly 70 people watching right now. There have been hundreds of people watching throughout the day, thousands of people watching throughout the day. Just like the video. It helps all of the content for Special Olympics Delaware here on YouTube to be seen, which only is helpful. So, there's only 39 likes right now. There have been thousands of people throughout the day. Do your part right now and hit that thumbs up and help expose others to the great work being done here by Special Olympics Delaware.
Yeah, so of course, like our video, continue to watch it. We've still got several edgers to go over the edge, but now we're actually going to toss it back down to the ground level to Nick Alessandrini, who's got our next interview.
Thanks, guys. I am joined now here by Carlotta Klein. Carlotta, year one?
Yes, first
That's
year.
right. First year for Carlotta here at 2025. Let's give it up for her. Yeah. So, how was it?
Easier than I thought. I didn't like it when my short legs came away from the building, but other than that, because then I felt out of control. But other than that, it was perfectly easy. Good.
And you are a retired school teacher, correct?
I'm a retired school teacher.
So do you think maybe you're going to do a lot of these in your spare time, maybe going forward?
I don't know. I did it for the fun of it. So we'll have to see.
That's right.
But everybody was lovely.
That's great. Again, any words for out there? You've got it done now. Anybody that's thinking about doing it, what would you say to those people to get them out here for a great cause?
Well, I'm 80. I'll be turning 81 in June.
How about that?
So
Carla?
that,
80, getting it done. Well done.
So if it's something you want to try and do, it's certainly worth it.
Absolutely, Carlotta. Year 1 in the books. We will see you next year, most likely, hopefully.
Thank you. Hopefully.
And just doing great things here. Back to you guys.
Yeah, that's incredible. 81 years old, going 222 feet down the side of the building. So clearly, Carlotta proving that it doesn't matter what age you are, you can participate here in that Over the Edge event. We do have a age limit for the bottom end of the age, so you do have to believe 16 years of age to participate in Over the Edge. But 16 to all the way up to, hey, Carlotta's 81 years old. Be sure to sign up for Over the Edge. You don't have the opportunity this year, but you do have the opportunity next year. We have that 2026 Over the Edge sign up already available. Be sure to go to SODE.org to sign up for Over the Edge 2026 right here in Wilmington, 300 Delaware Avenue building. It will again be in May, the month of May. So also, while you're there on our website, SODE.org to sign up to go Over the Edge, maybe sign up to volunteer for some of our events. We've got one of our biggest events of the year coming up in just about a month. June 13th and 14th, we've got our summer games going on at the University of Delaware. We've got 1,000 athletes, over 1,000 athletes that participate in summer games. So be sure, sign up, volunteer. We need a lot of volunteers for that event, so make sure it runs smoothly. Also, we don't just need volunteers for our summer games. We need volunteers year-round. Special Olympics Delaware is a year-round event. We have year-round sports training and competition opportunities throughout the year for thousands of athletes. So be sure to volunteer at any time of the year. If you've got free time, if you've got the spirit to participate and help us out, be sure to volunteer. So I believe we actually have got another interview down at the ground level, so I'm going to pass it back out to Nick Alessandrini for our next interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Jacqueline Lukashevitz. Correct. And Jacqueline and I actually know each other from different 94.7 WDSD events around Delaware. I've seen her at all kinds of different things here up and down the state. And what a coincidence. I get a chance to see her here at one of my favorite events of the year, Over the Edge. So how was it, Jacqueline, here as you made your way down?
I did. You know, this is my 5th year going Over the Edge, but I will tell you I was a little nervous up top today. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, just a little bit. But once I got over that, the guys on the rope were great. Big shout out to everybody on the roof, and got over the edge and just enjoyed the ride down.
And you've done some other things, some thrill-seeking events in your past as well. You want to tell everybody what you've been up to there?
Let's see. I've done bungee jumping, and I did some cliff diving in Aruba.
Wow.
So I have another big thing planned here soon. So we'll talk about that next time we meet.
That's
right.
right.
This I'll keep doing year over year. I am a parent and with a Special Olympic athlete, and I'm also a coach. So.
Oh, that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
That's great. It was great to see you again here at Special Olympics Over the Edge. And words of encouragement to anyone at home out there that might think about doing it.
Just do it. You can do it.
Just do it. There you go. Nike said it best. Just do it. Jacqueline, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. That's right. Back to you guys.
All right, fantastic. We're back looking to the side of the building. It looks like we've got Joe Hayes here. He has made it halfway down the 222-foot descent here at the 300 Delaware Avenue TD Bank building. Joe is a naturalist too for DENREC, and he's also a volunteer soccer referee for Special Olympics Delaware. So he's a big supporter of Special Olympics Delaware, also a repeat rappeller. And he wants to shout out Marion Scott, his brother Jim, and his sister Jane, who have helped him raise the funds today. You have to raise $1,250 to have this opportunity to rappel those 17 stories down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. And here we go. We can see there he's being pulled away from the building. That is that final descent. They get pulled away from the final lip of the building. The ropes volunteers pull him away, and then he just kind of slowly glides down the remaining and touches down, following that long descent down 222 feet. So pretty exhilarating event. There he goes. Ropes volunteer staff help him back up, and they start to unclip him, and they start to work to send the rope back up and get ready for our next edger. And here we go. On the yellow rope is Annika Taff from TD Bank. This is her first year going over the edge, so we've got a lot of first timers here going over the edge. Joe was actually, that was his 8th year, but Annika, his first year, so a little bit of different experience here back to back. So again, Special Olympics Delaware and Over the Edge. This is our 14th year doing Over the Edge. Special Olympics Delaware doing Over the Edge, and we've raised over $1 million for Special Olympics Delaware through this event. So a fantastic event, and we're happy that everybody is out today or watching the live stream, giving us likes on our YouTube channel for the live stream and supporting us. It's a fantastic event to support, and we're happy. All of us here at Special Olympics Delaware are happy that you're supporting us, and the Rappellers are supporting us as they're raising all these funds to keep Special Olympics Delaware going and allow Special Olympics Delaware to be able to provide the sports training and competition opportunities for all our thousands of athletes completely free of charge. We are the only Special Olympics organization in the country that allows our athletes to participate and has our athletes participate completely free of charge. This is actually our second biggest fundraising event. It's growing year by year, and we're hoping to continue to raise more money each year and have more people go over the edge year over year. We had about 90 people go over the edge today. We've already got several people signed up for next year, so be sure to sign up again next year. So Over the Edge, again, sponsored by Brandywine Realty Trust, the Newcastle County Fire Service, and TD Bank. And we're just going to take a moment, watch, I believe Annika's still working her way down the side of the building there on the yellow rope, and we've got our next edger getting set up to go over the edge. So we've got a few more edgers to go. I believe we wrap up right around 5 o'clock, but yeah, so we've got Ryan Olson, that is who's on the bottom corner of the screen, the bottom right corner of the screen. Ryan Olson is about to go over the edge. He's a paralegal. He doesn't have any affiliation with Special Olympics Delaware, but he does now. He supported us here at today's events for Over the Edge. His employer really got him to decide to participate in Over the Edge, and also he wants to thank his wife, Patty, who helped support him and help raise these funds for him to be able to go over the edge. So again, we've got Annika Taff going over on that yellow rope, and on that blue rope, setting up on that bottom right corner is Ryan Olson, who is preparing to go over the edge. So we've got one interview down on the ground level, so we're going to pass it back over to Nick Alessandrini for the next interview.
Thanks, guys. Back out here on the ground level with Joe Hayes. Joe completing for the 8th time in his career. So talk a little bit about from year 1 to year 8. What have you learned now that you're a veteran?
Year 1, very nervous. Took me quite a bit to come down. Since then, just trust everything and enjoy it a little bit as you're coming down. Look around. So, and still a little nervous, but don't let it bother me anymore.
That's right. You got it all. It's all in the rearview mirror now. 8 years. You're feeling real good. Talk a little bit about kind of the energy that we've had here today. A great crowd hanging out here, checking out, cheering you on your way down. What's it like to be able to do that in front of a crowd like this?
It's nice. With a few people that I knew would come out, but that's okay.
Now's your chance. Tell them right now. Who say you need to see them talking about? Who needs to come out here for you next year, Joe?
Well, quite a few people that told me that they'd be willing to do it. So maybe I can talk them into it next year and be better for them than me.
Oh, there you have it. Joe Hayes, again, an official. So my grandfather is an official, so thank you for your time there on the fields, and we really appreciate it. We'll see you next year.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. Thanks to you guys. See, just headsets.
Yeah, so we're just going to take a moment just to enjoy the view here at 300 Delaware Avenue as we continue to make that descent. It appears at Annika Taft. She's made it about a quarter to halfway down that descent. That is 222 feet down. Ryan Olson, he is working his way down too. He's probably made it about 1 or 2 stories down. It's a 17-story building, so he's still got a bit to go. So we're just gonna enjoy the view as they work their way down and settle in to going over the edge. This is Annika's first time, and I believe it's Ryan's first time also. So we have a couple of first-timers going over the edge. So again, if you haven't signed up for Over the Edge, you haven't done Over the Edge before, but you're watching our live stream today, or maybe you're sitting out there on the bleachers, you've been walking by, you work in the city of Wilmington, and you saw this event going on today, sign up next year. Go to SODE.org to sign up. So we're gonna actually just watch for a little bit, give a few seconds as they work their way down the building and enjoy the view. All right, so we can see that just popped up on the bottom right corner. We actually have a law enforcement officer. That's Angie Dolan. She's one of the only, she's going over actually in her uniform. She's with the Newcastle County Division of Police. She's going over the edge completely, fully uniformed officer going to go over the edge. So she's getting her training there. They go through a complete training activity before they go over, make sure they understand the different mechanisms, the different safety devices that are set up to help them go over the edge. And there we go. There on that blue rope is Ryan Olson. He is touching down. First time doing it. Maybe he'll do it again. And we've got an Annika Taft, who's also still in the building. It's her first time. Angie, actually, who we saw on that bottom right-hand corner, this would actually be her second time. But there we go on the bottom right-hand corner. That is Annika Taft. She's with TD Bank, and TD Bank is based right here in this 300 Delaware Avenue building. So we've been hearing some cheers. We believe those cheers are coming from some of her coworkers. So if we can hear those cheers again for Annika as she works her way down the building. First time doing it.
Hey, she can't hear you out there. Let her know you're down here.
So she's making that descent down the side of that 300 Delaware Avenue building. A building she typically just works in. She's now walking on the outside of it. So it's pretty fantastic to have that opportunity. And you can see there on the bottom right-hand corner some of her coworkers cheering her on. So let's hear those applause as she makes that final descent and starts to believe she's almost to the point where she's going to be pulled away from the building and slowly work her way down that final descent. She's going to cross her legs, or try to cross her legs, and work her way down as her coworkers cheer her on. Maybe next year she'll convince those coworkers who are cheering on the ground to join her up there on the roof and go over the edge next year. So fantastic. We're happy to have Annika support us, support Special Olympics Delaware, and it's great to see all her coworkers out there supporting her as she makes that final descent. Yeah, so first timer, she touched down. All her coworkers cheering her on. I'll be curious whether she's going to do it next year, or maybe she convinces her coworkers to go along with her. So you heard those applause all the way down the side of the building as she worked her way down. Typically the building she works in, she's now can say she's walked on the outside of it. So pretty cool experience. All right, and now I believe we're going to toss it. So on the bottom right-hand corner, we can actually see our next edgers preparing to go over the edge. We've got on the rooftop, on the blue and yellow rope. They're sitting on the side of the building. They're going to get ready to prepare to take that descent backwards. I believe, actually, I recognize who that is. So we've got Sam Gardner and her daughter Taylor Gardner, who are setting up to go over the edge together. So mother-daughter duo up there on the top. But first, before they make their descent, we're going to pass it back down to Nick Alessandrini for another interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Ryan Olson, who just made his way down here to the ground level. Ryan, how are we feeling? Your first year. So how you feel now?
I feel good. It went faster than I was expecting. I would definitely do it again. I'll be back next year.
There you go. That's what it's all about, coming back next year. So how did you kind of get involved? Well, what was the starting point for you here for Over the Edge?
My boss actually did it his first year last year, and he's gotten the firm involved. So I signed up as soon as I heard about it, and yeah. So.
Awesome, Ryan. Well, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Congratulations. We'll see you next year, like you said.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, and there we go. We've got Sam on the left-hand side in that salmon-colored shirt. That Sam Gardner. She is our Director of Volunteers here at Special Olympics Delaware. She's our one staff member that is going over the edge today. And on the right, getting set up to go over the edge, is her daughter, Taylor Gardner. She's a junior at Arcadia University, and her mom had to convince her. And I've heard all day long that she's been pretty nervous. Her mom, not so much. Her mom seemed to be pretty happy and excited to go over the edge. And the only thing I've heard from Taylor, though, is why she's nervous. She's happy to be here with her mom and doing it. So she's our Director of Volunteers, Sam Gardner is. She moved to Delaware from Maine 2 years ago. She also has participated in things similar to the Delaware Polar Bear Plunge. She participated in the Special Olympics Ice Plunge in Maine. In Maine, they do it a little different. It's not running into the icy Atlantic Ocean. It's running into a lake where they have to actually cut out a square of ice so they can actually jump into the lake, and it's a lot colder up there, so I'd say that's pretty daring up there. She wants to thank all her family and friends for their support, and also the SODE staff for all of their support and encouragement. She also wants to thank her husband, Jeff, and that Taylor also wants to thank her dad, Jeff, for all the support as they begin to go over the edge. So there we go. As we look over the edge, we've got Sam. Now she's done the lean back. But before we watch them make that descent, we've got another interview down on the ground.
All right, thanks, guys. I am down here with Onika Taff. And, Onika, you had quite the cheering section on your way down, probably the best that I've seen so far this evening. What was that like to get that kind of praise on the way down and cheering you on? And how does it feel to have those 2 feet hit the ground?
Well, the cheering section, I appreciated so much because midway down, I was laughing at one point. So that helped a lot. And to touch the ground, it feels heavenly.
So, guys, talk a little bit about it. What were you expecting out of Onika there today? And did she live up to the hype? Or did she do a great job today, guys?
She did an awesome job. She did take her time coming down, but we knew that was expected. I'm just glad she touched the ground and she's here still.
That's right. That's the goal.
That was super fantastic. Love seeing her come down.
Go.
I can't wait for her to do it again next year.
That's right. They've already signed you up for year 2, so we'll see you at Onika next year. Can you say on camera you're signed up for next year? That sounds good.
I, Onika Taff, am signed up for next year.
There we go. All right. Thank you, Onika. Appreciate it. Congratulations. Thank you all. And back to you guys in studio.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And hopefully Onika can get those coworkers that are standing beside her to also sign up next year. All right, now we've got that view on the edge of the building. Sam has made it past that first lip where she's actually made it to the glass on the side of the edge of 300 Delaware Avenue, and her daughter is now taking the steps back where she's also going to join her mom as they begin that descent down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. And Sam, she's, of course, the Director of Volunteers here for Special Olympics Delaware. So with that, I've got the perfect opportunity to make a pitch to volunteer for us. I know Sam would certainly want us to make this pitch. We need volunteers for all our events. We do events throughout the year, fundraising events, sporting events, and we actually have one of our biggest events of the year coming up in just about a month, June 13th and 14th at the University of Delaware. That is a Friday and Saturday. We've got over 1,000 athletes that participate in our summer games. It's a 2-day event. It's a long event, so we, of course, need a lot of volunteers, dozens of volunteers. Be sure to head on over to SODE.org to sign up to volunteer for Summer Games, again, on June 13th and 14th at the University of Delaware. And also, if you don't have, maybe you're away, it's vacation time, maybe you're getting out of school, you're heading off to vacation, so you don't have time for Summer Games, we've got events all year long, so be sure to sign up for them. We also need coaches all year round. You don't need experience. Our head coaches need experience, but if you can always sign up, be an assistant coach, work your way up to that head coach position. So there's no reason not to help us out, not to join us, not to volunteer. It's a fantastic opportunity. We've got those opportunities going on year round. We have 4 sports seasons. We do winter sports, we do spring sports, which is what's leading up to Summer Games, our spring sports, aquatics, powerlifting. We've got softball going on, tennis going on, bocce going on. Bocce is actually takes up 2 seasons of the year. We've got bocce going on in the fall also, and also it happens in our schools, UCS schools, which is our Unified Champion schools. That happens throughout the state, and that is a fall sporting event for our UCS events. And we've also got summer events going on, summer sports going on. And speaking of that, we've got summer sports sign-ups. So if you know an athlete or who needs to sign up for those summer events, they are available. Go to SODE.org and you sign up for our summer sports. That is, again, bowling, that is golf, that is biking, that is going on during the summer once we get Summer Games over with. So you got a lot of opportunities to participate. Again, we're going to look on the side of the building. We've got Sam Gardner and we've got Taylor Gardner heading on down. We heard the cheers from Monica, so let's hopefully hear those cheers for Sam. She's an employee here for Special Olympics Delaware. Cheer her on as she heads on down the building. We've got a lot of staff here. We've got a lot of volunteers here who certainly, I'm sure, talk with Sam all the time, work their way down. So hopefully we hear those cheers as they work their way down as I believe they're about halfway down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. Certainly, it looks like they're trying to stay side by side. They're taking it seriously, making sure that they go down together. Taylor said that she was a little nervous about going down. Sam, a little less nervous. She seemed pretty excited for this event as she begins to go over the edge and work her way down. All right, and there we go in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. We've got our next round of edgers. So in the big screen, we've got Taylor and Samantha Gardner. In the bottom right corner, we've got our next group of edgers, which includes Angie Dolan, who's actually a police officer for the Newcastle County. She's actually going over in her uniform today, so a pretty exciting thing that's about to go on. This is her second time going over the edge. Will be Angie's second time going over the edge. Her first rappel was actually at the inaugural event all the way back in 2011. So 14 years later, she's going over the edge again. So there we go. Sam and Taylor working their way over the edge. So let's hear those cheers down on the ground level. All those athletes, all our volunteers, all our staff members down there at the ground at that festival going on that TD Bank is sponsoring there at the ground level. Cheer her on as she makes that final descent, and she works her way down the side of the TD Bank building here in Wilmington.
So these 2 plus 7 more, including Sierra Cheyenne and Holly Fissler, Tom Dyson, we've mentioned Angie a couple times. We also have Gwyneth and Jessica to round us out. And I think we're going to be closing up shop here in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Here as the Gardners finish there, and they're starting to pull away from the building and are nearly at the bottom.
Yeah, so let's hear those cheers as they make that final descent. They're almost about to touch down on the ground. We can hear them outside. Hear those cheers outside as they make that final descent. It looks like they're going to touch down at the exact same time, so they probably took a little bit of effort to make sure that they stayed side by side that whole descent down. So big cheers for Sam and Taylor as they make it down to the ground. It's fantastic. It was incredible watching them. We typically have one Special Olympics staff member go down each year, and Sam was the guinea pig this year going down the side of the building, and she brought her daughter along with her, who all day has been a little nervous. I wonder how those nerves feel now. I wonder how excited she is about touching down and being on the ground now. So they've just touched down, so we're going to be waiting for our next edgers to begin to set up shop and begin to work their way down. So again, Sam is the director of volunteers here at Special Olympics Delaware, and that's her daughter that came down along with her. So there we go. Back up to the roof. We've got our next edgers that are setting up to make their descent down to the ground. So we've got just a few more to go. So we've got Holly on the blue rope that is on the left-hand side, and Cheyenne on the yellow rope, which is on the right-hand side. Holly, this is her 5th time going over the edge, and I believe Cheyenne, this is her 1st time. So we've got a seasoned vet and a first-timer. So a couple of different experiences as they get set to go over the edge.
Might as well. We did it together up top.
Oh, there you go, right?
Right?
Thank you.
Hi, go have a step up here.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back, and we're going to be, as we're looking at the rooftop, we're going to be passing it down to the ground level for our next interview. Nick Alessandrini is standing by.
Thanks, guys. I'm out here on the ground level with Taylor and Samantha Gardner for year 1 of their Over the Edge, but a lot of experience with Special Olympics Delaware for yourself.
Yes. Yep.
So talk a little bit about, for everybody there listening and watching at home, what you do for Special Olympics Delaware.
So I am the director of volunteers for Special Olympics Delaware.
And year 1 for you guys, so I'm going to ask you now, Taylor, how was it? And then I'll get to you too, Samantha, but how was it here year 1?
It was absolutely terrifying, but I had, it was so scary, but I had the best time, especially going down with her, so.
So what was kind of the motivating force for you guys this year to get out and go over the edge here for the first time in 2025?
I would say that would be me. We usually have a staff member go over the edge, and this year was my year, so
all right.
Go Sodi.
So kind of walk us through your emotions now. You talked a little bit about it. Year 1 for you. It's your year, your turn. So how was it there on the way down? What was going through your head as you were halfway up that building?
I was more concerned with her, honestly. I was not scared. I thought I would be because I'm not really a heights person, but I think knowing what we were doing this for and the whole purpose of why we're going over the edge for our athletes, I mean, driving point, it just made it that much easier to just do it. Take the leap.
Absolutely. And Taylor, will you be back for year number 2 as well next year?
If she does it.
There you go. That's right. So we'll see Samantha. We'll see you as well. So there we go. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Year 1 in the books.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back to you guys in studio.
All right, that's fantastic seeing that Sam and Taylor plan on going over the edge again next year. We've got 61% of the edgers today are repeat edgers, so be sure. We've already got the sign-ups ready for next year and open for next year to sign up. Several people have already signed up today. We heard just a few minutes ago Annika saying that she was going to sign up and try to maybe convince her coworkers to sign up also, so be sure to sign up to go over the edge in 2026. So right now we've got, I believe it is Cheyenne and Holly that are going over the edge now. Holly, I believe, is on the left-hand side Holly is on the right-hand side here on the blue rope. Cheyenne is on the left-hand side. Cheyenne Fissler on the left-hand side with the yellow robe. Probably related. They both got the same last name. So Cheyenne, first-timer. Holly this is her 5th time going over the edge. So we're just going to take a step back and just let the picture tell the story. All right, we're actually going to take a look back so we can see on the side of 300 Delaware Avenue there on the left-hand side, Cheyenne Fissler, first year doing it. Right-hand side on that blue rope is Holly Fissler. This is her 5th year doing it, so a pretty seasoned vet here at our Over the Edge event. This is our 14th annual Over the Edge event. We've raised over $1 million for Special Olympics Delaware through Over the Edge, so our second biggest fundraising event. Number 1 fundraising event is the Polar Bear Plunge, which is held down in Rehoboth Beach in February, the first Sunday of February, and then we've got Over the Edge. So 2 totally different events, but 2 big fundraising opportunities, just about 4 months apart. So pretty exciting times. And we also have, those aren't the only 2 fundraising events. We've got the truck convoy that happens. If you're a trucker, be sure to sign up for that as we get into the fall season. That happens at the State Fairgrounds down in Harrington, and it's a beautiful commute. I believe it's about 27 miles, a little over 20 miles commute, driving with truckers throughout the state, throughout the country, showing off your truck for a fantastic cause. We just recently, last month, had our Ride to the Tide event that started at Rommel Harley Davidson in Smyrna and worked their way down to Sussex County. That's another fantastic event. If you have a motorcycle or you ride on the back of the motorcycle, be sure to sign up next year. That happens in April every single year. We also have the Reindeer Run that happens in the month of December. That is a 5K event that happens during the holiday season, a very festive holiday event that happens in conjunction with Winterfest and Newark. So that's always a fun event to come out to sign up and run a 5K in the wintertime cold as you get ready for the holiday season. So we've got some fantastic events. And there we go. That's a fantastic view there of the entire side of the building here at 300 Delaware Avenue. Really just gives you that perspective of just how high up in the air it is. 222 feet up, 222 feet that they have to descend down to the ground. And to do it, you only need to raise $1,250 to have that opportunity. Just about 90 people did that today to go over the edge. 61% of them were repeaters. 39% of them are first-timers this year. If you want to sign up next year, we've already got that registration open. We've had several people sign up already for 2026. And maybe you can sign up today. If you're watching from the bleachers, if you're watching the live stream, be sure to give us a like, but then also head on over to sode.org to sign up for Over the Edge 2026. And then also while you're there, sign up to volunteer, sign up to coach, sign up to help us out. We've got one of our biggest events of the year coming up in just a few weeks with summer games. So there we go. The view of the side of the building. On the yellow rope is Cheyenne Fissler, and on the blue rope is Holly Fissler. All right, so on the big screen, we've got Cheyenne Fissler and Holly Fissler working their way down the side of the building here at 300 Delaware Avenue. But now in the bottom right-hand corner, we've got our next edgers preparing to go over the edge. We've got, I believe, four or five edgers there set up to get ready to go over the edge. I believe they may be the final edgers of the day, so we're here for probably about another half an hour watching them make that descent down this 300 Delaware Avenue building, 222 feet down. Whether you're a first-timer, whether you're a seasoned vet, fantastic event. Be sure to participate in it. You can see, I believe, on that blue rope, Holly Fissler, she seemed to be going down pretty fast. Maybe one of those safety mechanisms seemed to lock up on her there for a second, but there's certainly a lot of safety mechanisms. I was told by these over-the-edge staff members that this can basically hold a car, so if you're worried about it, you probably don't need to be. So be sure to sign up next year. We had an 81-year-old participant this year go over the edge just about 30 minutes to an hour ago, so it doesn't matter your age, whether you're you have to at least be 16 years of age, but if you're older than that, be sure to sign up for next year's Over the Edge, our 2026 Over the Edge. That, again, that sign up is available now on our website, sode.org. All right, and there we go. We can see Holly. She's making that final descent down to the ground, so be sure to give her a big round of applause. That is a pretty long way down. All our participants certainly deserve those cheers for supporting us here at Special Olympics Delaware and making that long trek down the building. And then also joining her is Cheyenne, Holly's seasoned vet with 5 years under her belt. And now Cheyenne, she's stepping away from the building. She gets that final push away from the building. The rope volunteers pull her away, and she just kind of floats on down. So there we go, there on that bottom right-hand corner. And then now as we take that zoom out away from Holly, we can see Cheyenne make that final descent down to the ground.
Yeah, I think I'm going to move mine out of the way.
Core strength would be helpful.
And I'm a little late.
Core strength. I'm proud of you.
All right, congratulations, guys. Great job.
Oh, shoot, wait, one more? Gotcha. We're waiting on one more that's on the way down. They're going to go three together. Yeah.
Oh, from holding this or from pulling?
All right, and now as we're looking on the rooftop there, we can see Sierra Fissler, another Fissler there. This is her 4th year going over the edge. She is on the blue rope there on the left-hand side, and then we've got Tom Dyson on the right-hand side on the yellow. They're getting those final safety precautions set up. They're getting tied to those ropes. Make sure they get checked once, and then they get checked a second time to make sure all the safety mechanisms are in place to make sure that they are good as they go over the edge. Tom is actually a state trooper with the Delaware State Police. He said the only other daring or crazy activity, other than obviously being a police officer, takes guts. He recently completed a full marathon. So props to him. I can't imagine running a marathon. He wants to thank everybody that has donated to him or to anybody doing this over the edge event. So there we go. As we look, Tom's standing up, about to do that lean back. That's one of the more difficult things, doing that final look back and final push off the wall as he leans back and makes that final decision to go over the edge. And there on the bottom right-hand corner, we can see some supporters of those getting ready to go over the edge, cheering along. But yeah, so there we go on the rooftop. A great view from the ground level and a great view from the rooftop of Tom there, who's leaned back. We can see the sky behind him and really see just how high he is there, up there in the sky. And then Sierra, who is sitting there on she's on the blue rope, sitting there on the left, about to also do the lean back and start to work down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue.
And there you see at the bottom the other Fistlers. That's Holly and Cheyenne there in the bottom corner. They are waiting for the third, Sierra, to join them. I heard that you guys still owe me an interview, right? Yes. I see the reluctance from through the glass here. We'll see if that changes when you're reunited with Sierra, as she is on the blue rope with Tom, and we will let them begin their journey.
Tom there on the yellow rope there on the left-hand side. First time doing it, but he looks pretty comfortable as he works his way down. He's a trooper with the Delaware State Police. Of course, the state police and law enforcement throughout the state of Delaware are huge supporters of Special Olympics, actually our largest supporters of Special Olympics fundraising. They also do coaching, and they also just volunteer at events that we hold throughout the year, whether they're sporting events or fundraising events. Law enforcement are there with us to support all our athletes, and we've got a lot of them. We got thousands of athletes that participate in our sporting events, sports training and competition throughout the year, and events like today, Over the Edge, help to provide those abilities, those events and activities for our athletes completely free of charge. It's the only state in the country that Special Olympics provides all of these opportunities to our athletes completely free of charge. And it's all thanks to you, our supporters, and those going over the edge like Tom. All right, so Tom just wrapping up. He's got his feet down on the ground, and then on the bottom right-hand corner, we've got the final Fissler, Sierra Fissler, making her way down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue, and she's got her family waiting there at the bottom, and hopefully we get an interview with all three of those Fisslers that made their way down and supported us, Special Olympics Delaware, through Over the Edge. She's got pulled from the building and making that final descent, and she's about to touch down. So Tom and Sierra have both touched down, and now we wait for our next participants to go over the edge. All right, and now we're back up onto the roof. There we go. Getting set up on the rope. Angie Dolan, she's going down fully in uniform. She is with the Newcastle County Division of Police. This is her second time she's gone over the edge. The first time she went over the edge was 14 years ago at our inaugural event. So fantastic. She's affiliated with the Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics. She's also on the Special Olympics Delaware Law Enforcement Executive Board. So she is a fantastic supporter of Special Olympics, and we love to have her at all these events, and we're happy to have her rappel down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. Another thing, she says, other crazy or daring activities, she drives in Delaware, so another one saying driving in Delaware is pretty crazy. And she also watching Pete Sawyer and Danny Hall, another two big law enforcement supporters at different Special Olympics events, and keeping them out of trouble. All right, now we're going to actually pass it back down to the ground to get another interview with Nick Alessandrini.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Tom Dyson, Delaware State Trooper, year one in the bag there. How was it your first time going over the edge?
Couldn't expect anything more. It was awesome. It was everything I wanted it to be.
How'd you hear about Over the Edge, and how'd you kind of get started or get involved?
I had friends did it in the past, coworkers did it, and this year I decided to just pull the trigger and sign up and see where it took me.
Absolutely. When you got up there, any nervousness or emotions when you looked over, and once you got going about halfway down, walk us through kind of what you were thinking.
No, I mean, I obviously not. I trusted the equipment, trusted the staff. It was awesome. The instructions were explained clearly, so I enjoyed it. It was awesome. I would definitely do it again.
Perfect. There you have it. Tommy, back next year then for year two. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. We'll see you back next year for year two. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, so we're back looking up there on the roof, and we can see Angie Dolan with the Newcastle County Police. She's about to lean back there on the right-hand side of the screen and start to make her way down. She's doing this completely in uniform, so fantastic to see our law enforcement out here just like they are at all our events, out here supporting all our athletes, our thousands of athletes, and helping to raise those funds and helping to show them that they can do anything. So now we're on the bottom right-hand corner. Looks like there's the Fisslers, the three that just made the descent down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. And then on the top, on the larger screen, Angie Dolan, she's done the lean back, and now she's about to start making the descent down the side of 300 Delaware Avenue. So we're just going to watch as she starts to make her way down the side of the building. All right, so on the yellow coming down the side of the building is Angie Dolan with the Newcastle County Police Department, and then on the bottom right-hand corner, we've got Jessica O'Keefe, who is about to work her way down the building. She will be on the blue rope. She's about to do the lean back. But on the side of the building right now is Angie Dolan. She is doing this for the second time. She did it 14 years ago and now doing it again today, fully in uniform with the Newcastle County Police. And I believe she's almost to the bottom, so she's about to start moving away from the building and make that final descent. So be sure to give her a big round of applause. So Angie Dolan, she is a huge supporter of Special Olympics Delaware. So we really appreciate her going over the edge this year and just supporting us at every single event that we have. So it's fantastic to have the support of law enforcement throughout the state, and it's great to have this representation with Angie Dolan going over the edge fully in uniform today. So let's hear a big round of applause for Angie as she begins to touch down on the ground. All right, and now on the top of the building we have Jessica O'Keefe, who is leaning back. She's about to make the descent, and then our final rappeller is about to get hooked up on the right-hand side there on that yellow rope. But Jessica on the left-hand side on the blue rope right now. She just did that lean back and is going to slowly work her way down the building. So Jessica, this is, I believe, Jessica's second time going over the edge. She just supports Special Olympics Delaware through Over the Edge events. She says other daring or crazy activities she's participated in it. She's done a bridge walk, indoor skydiving, and she's done a bit of parasailing. But now that we're on the roof, we're actually going to pass it back down to the ground level for an interview with Angie.
Hey, back down to Nick Alessandrini with Angie.
Thanks, guys. Here with Angie Dolan, just getting down here for year number 2, Newcastle County Police Officer. So how was it here on the way down for year 2? What was the difference between year 1 and year 2?
I don't remember year 1 because it was the first year that we did it, and this year I was not nervous at all. I actually was just like, let's go, let's enjoy this ride. So.
And did you do in uniform again last year as well?
I did
or the
not.
first?
I
So
did
how
not.
was it? I was going to say, in uniform there, coming down, how was it?
Listen, there was a lot of peer pressure upstairs when I came to work today, and look, they said they had some extra slots.
Oh, there we go. So a last-minute entry.
Last-minute entry.
All
that's
right.
why I'm in uniform, but proud to represent the county
That's
police
awesome.
for sure.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear. So 2 in the books, and I'm assuming we're looking forward to head to year 3.
I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of it, so yes. Sir.
Yeah. So there we go. And words of encouragement for anybody that's thinking about it on the fence. We are coming down the home stretch here of Over the Edge 2025. Any words to all our viewers watching at home?
I will just say this. If it's something that you have any interest in doing or any slight, if you have just a slight apprehension, just do it. I'm telling you, once you're on that roof, the crew that they have here are so thorough. They are so safety conscious. You get a good feel for what it's going to feel like up on the roof before you go to the edge. And it's just an exhilarating experience. That's all I can say, man.
That's right. Straight from Police Officer Angie Dolan. Thank you so much.
Just say, I would
Absolutely.
I'd like to thank the Newcastle County Police Department. I've been with them for 21 years now, and they have constantly supported me and helped me and allowed me to volunteer with the Special Olympics all of those years and participate in just about every event. So I want to say thank you to the administration for allowing me to do that. So
Absolutely. Angie Dolan, thank you so much, and we'll see you next year. Back to you guys.
All right, that's fantastic. Just like you heard from Angie, she said just do it. So if you have any reservations about doing it, just do it. Just sign up. We have signups for Over the Edge 2026 already available. Several people have already signed up. It's a fantastic opportunity. We only have about 90 to 100 slots available for people to go over the edge. So the earlier you sign up, the better chance you have of raising that $1,250 to go over the edge and make your way 17 stories down 300 Delaware Avenue. And now that we're seeing some of those final people going over the edge, we can see Jessica O'Keefe there on the right-hand side on the blue rope. And we've got the final person to go over the edge on the left-hand side. That is Gwyneth Kurzanowski with the Delaware Department of Correction. This is her second year also, so two-timers that have gone over the edge. If you'd like to just go over the edge again next year, maybe you did it this year, you want to go over the edge, or maybe you haven't gone yet and you're watching our live stream and think this is a really cool event, maybe I want to do it, be sure to go over to SODE.org to sign up. So we've actually got some final numbers for today's event as we watch this final descent over the edge of the building. We had 90 edgers today go over the edge here at 300 Delaware Avenue, and wait for it, we've raised over $163,000. $163,000 we've raised to go over the edge. Those are the final numbers.
So
that's through our sponsors and our edgers.
So the most edgers of all time, right?
It's close to it.
Close. Okay, we're both running off of probably official numbers right now, right? I don't have anything in front of me, and I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
That probably makes this the
Yeah,
yes,
we're pretty close to it. So
okay,
I don't know the official numbers.
Okay.
I can't say for sure that
All right,
it
Lisa,
is the
if you
biggest,
can hear us or
we've
someone
raised
who knows,
over $1 million in our 14
That's
years.
for
So going
sure.
on the average, 163,000 is well over that average
All
that
right,
we've
I like
raised.
it.
So-
Okay,
so
the most ever.
I like
let's-
it. So
I like it. I like things
so,
like that.
Yeah.
Bombastic statements like that.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love it. So $163,000 raised today through our sponsors. Again, our sponsors, Brandywine Realty Trust, who is our host site sponsor here at 300 Delaware Avenue. The Newcastle County Fire Service, who is our rope sponsor. TD Bank, who's our festival sponsor. They're based here at the 300 Delaware Avenue building and puts on the festival at the bottom on the ground level to greet all those edgers as they go down onto the ground. Again, Delaware Law Enforcement for Special Olympics. That's a year-round effort by officers in every police municipality throughout the state that helps raise funds and awareness for Special Olympics Delaware. Also, Sheridan Suites here in Wilmington. They provided discount lodging for our over-the-edge staff. And the Delaware Rock Gym and Bear, who provided opportunities for our edgers to practice before today. And also, they are here today participating as rope volunteers, helping people make their way down the side of the 300 Delaware Avenue building. Again, over $163,000 raised. This is our second biggest fundraising event, and thanks to all of these funds by our rappellers and by our sponsors, we're able to provide fantastic events, sports competition opportunities for thousands of children and adults and our athletes to participate throughout the year, all of them with intellectual disabilities throughout Delaware. They're able to participate in sporting events throughout the year. We've got our summer games coming up, so be sure to go to SODE.org to sign up to volunteer for summer games, or maybe sign up just to participate year-round. We need coaches year-round. We need volunteers year-round. We've got events going on pretty much in every single month of the year. So be sure to volunteer with Special Olympics Delaware, or maybe just participate in some of our volunteers. We've got the Polar Bear Plunge in February. We've got Ride to the Tide in April. We've got Over the Edge here in the month of May. We've got Truck Convoy in October. So here we go. We've got our final two edgers about to touch down on the ground. So thank you all for tuning in today and watching. As we've been here since 8:30 this morning, so it's been a long day. 90 edgers have gone over the edge, helping us raise over $163,000.
Well, what another incredible over the edge event. 90 edgers. I think from here, John talked about it earlier. No official statement. no names, please, but a third rope would be. And you know what? I think if you did something like Delaware's going to show out. You know,
Yeah,
it's going
for
to be, it's going to be a full third rope too. So, I think that the school involvement. You know,
Yeah, the
how
school
many how many
involvement-
times did you say I have no involvement with Special Olympics today?
Yeah,
like this is their first touch point.
Yeah, this is
so
their
to
first
speak.
touch point, and hopefully, first touch point, it leads to them participating in more of our Special Olympics Delaware events. We have
Right.
a lot of them throughout the state: Sussex, Kent, Newcastle. We've got teams in 5 different areas throughout the state, with the Sussex area Riptides, with the Kent Wildcats, with the Newark area Dragons, MOT Tigers, and we've also got the Wilmington Wizards. So any of those areas,
Yeah.
they need coaches, they need assistants, they need volunteers to help them put on events, coach teams, and just give our athletes a fantastic experience.
And your involvement can go that far, or it could stay at this. As we give a nice round of applause for our final edger coming back to planet Earth here. It could go as far as being a coach, whatever, you know, further donations, or it could stop here, because honestly, this is a fantastic.
This is a fantastic
way
event.
to help out. It's the only way in the state of Delaware to do this, to
Yes.
rappel. So if you want to have that experience and leave it at that, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
for
Yeah,
that.
thank you for helping us with Over the Edge. Go Over the Edge. It's been fantastic. And also, we want to thank you for coming back every year and helping us put on this live stream. So everybody at home, all the students at home that have watched their 40-plus staff members throughout the state join us, thank you. And thank you for your staff for helping us out. And we're actually going to pass it back down for another interview down on the ground level. So we're going to pass it back over to Nick Alessandrini with that.
Thanks, guys. We are coming down the home stretch here in Over the Edge 2025. I now have the luxury of being joined by Gwyneth Krasnowski. And Gwen, how are you doing here? You just touched down for year number 2 for you here in 2025. So let me ask you, what was the difference between last year in year 1 and now here in year 2?
I mean, I knew what to expect more, but it's just as fun.
So was it a little bit more fun this time around since you got one in last year?
Yeah.
There you go. And any words of advice? Were you kind of on the fence before you got started last year? And how'd you kind of get involved for your first time?
Well, my dad
There you go.
does, like, so
Got to follow your dad's lead, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. Well, thank you so much, Gwyneth. I appreciate it. And any words of encouragement for those at home that are tuning in today?
just do it.
Just do
It's
it. There
so
we go.
fun.
There you go. See? It's fun. Just come and do it. Thank you so much, Gwyneth. Appreciate it. And we'll see you next year.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. And then we are rounding it out. We are rounding it out.
She means business.
That's right. You made it. And tell everybody your name for everybody at home.
Jessica. And just thank you for everyone who sponsored. It's a good cause.
That's right. So, Jessica, how was it? Run us through there. We are coming down. This is it, the final couple over the edgers. So, how was it to be, as closing time here, making your way down?
Last year was the same, so it's nice. Maybe like next year is also,
That's right. So,
3 in a row.
3 in a row. That's
It
the
will
goal.
be if I do it next
That's right. Well, we're going to put you down there for 3 in a row. We'll see you next year. Any words for anybody at home tuning in?
No, thank you. Just thank you for my family and friends who supported me.
There you have it. Jessica going for year 3 next year. Well, guys, we are wrapping it up down here for a phenomenal another event here at Over the Edge 2025. What a day. A special thanks to everybody that tuned in at home, to everyone that was able to come out here and participate, everyone that was able here to help out. Of course, a shout out to John Busby and crew, and of course, Jimmy and everyone back in the studio. So again, thank you for having me out, and what a phenomenal day as we wrap up Over the Edge 2025, guys. We'll be back next year, but back to you in the studio for now.
Thank you, Nick. Incredible work from you and the rest of the reporters here today. Just such an ad to give our edgers a chance to talk, show their emotions before and after. I want to thank my crew, Tommy, Ty, Lauren, Tyree, the Tyree family, always incredible to work with. JP Clements, Nikki Shaw. We also had Lily Weisenfels here, really bringing this whole thing together for us. Camera work, running robotic cameras, and directing and dealing with the audio throughout the day. We did have an issue earlier today. If you're still with us, thank you for sticking with us and letting us work through that. But we were able to bring it all together and get us back on here so we could hear you make your debut here on Over the Edge. Alex, such a pleasure to work with you. And thank you so much for having me. Excited to do it again.
Yeah, it was fantastic working along with you, and we want to thank you, Jimmy, and your team there, the digital team, for coming back each and every year to help put on this live stream here at 300 Delaware Avenue. Again, we raised over $163,000 for Special Olympics Delaware. We really appreciate everybody who came out today to support our Over the Edge event, tuned into our live stream, and we hope, if you haven't signed up for next year, maybe you sign up, go to SODE.org, and we thank everybody who tuned in to our live stream or came out to the 300 Delaware Avenue building for coming out and supporting us, and we will see you guys next year for Over the Edge 2026.